prior highs. This is a daily chart. If you zoom out a little bit here on these prior highs, which have acted as support going back a couple of months in a row here. But yeah, Apple, interesting here.
It's really Brendo, as Federici as well, being his name being mentioned as well as a possible success. Really, it's a story of Bitcoin here, dropping aggressively over the weekend. To 90,000. The blood's in the street right now, barely holding on to positive territory on my blotter here, Brendo, only up 0.25% and below 95,000. Tough look. A lot of people talking that there could be more blood in the street for Bitcoin on the way down.
Good as far as Sharif's monitors are concerned as well. We're having a little bit of a PC issue here around here this morning, but hey, it's Monday. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. Glad to see the PC's working up there. Well, it was a good morning in terms of being green like 10 minutes ago, but the bleed or the drip or whatever you want to call it seems to be coming right as the NASDAQ is red. It was actually, most of the day was actually buying on Friday via crypto, unfortunately, and that's back underneath 95 as mentioned. Big story alphabet. Berkshire instantly making it one of the top 10 holdings right there. So this one has an outside chance to lead the way here today. You never want to write anything off. I mean, anything's possible. You get a little too optimistic and things can easily go in the other direction. But this is looking incredibly strong. ET and the quantum name should be on mine because they reported on Friday. Actually, surprisingly made money, although fundamentals don't really matter there and the revenue is ridiculously small. But that's also going to be in play. And hey, I guess did it ugly. But yeah, wins are wins as far as I'm concerned.
I didn't watch anything with the Bills. It was not a good game.
Dude, like the Bills.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was Bills Bucks.
The Bills couldn't stop.
At least that was a good team.
A CFL team, but the offense was good.
Yeah, the Bills are in.
Allen basically it took Allen to be like the most ridiculous game of all time. But when he's playing like that, you're not going to lose. So.
No, that's what I mean. The Bills go with Josh Allen, which is hopefully not a problem. Kansas City yesterday. Anyways, okay. Yeah, Google, nice move. Yeah, look, I was looking today, honestly, MSTR, as we talked. Yeah, I mean, like, no one's calling, like, no one's selling at that, what I know anyways. No one seems to be selling any of their crypto, yet everybody sees it just bleeding down. This MSTR is the same kind of 400. Like, you want to talk about something that's absolutely imploding. Forget about crypto itself, probably has a 70 handle on it, but this one right here, this is a 4 MSTR was back in July. This is I got to move my phone here so I can see, $190 right now and looking a lot lower. So Bitcoin only down about 24% from its all-time high, which is still not great. But look at MSTR here. Is this unraveling or what? So we got to try to look at that as many of these other plays. Mara, something similar there. I know Mara's going to be a little different, but some of these Bitcoin holding companies, or that have turned into them anyways, seem to be just getting absolutely crushed here. And even if you go back to where we were in July here on Mara, that was $20, so you're down to $12. So some of these names really cut in half. I mean, let alone a BMNR and whatever. So you just, you get some of these huge moves and then just very, very pullbacks. This is down 50% as well in a month. So, there's lots of stuff to look at back and forth again. I mean, I think the Apple story is pretty interesting. I didn't realize anything was happening with Tim Cook, but you can see right here maybe something is. And now Apple's down 1.09% basically on that news. So this is looking potentially breakage as well right here. One of the only names in the Mag 7, I mean, obviously we have Google today as well, that is significantly above its moving average. So I could see this one losing a little bit of steam for a minute here. But yeah, just, and then Alibaba, obviously on Friday there, the military the US not liking some of those classes right here, and you saw this drop went whoosh, and then today that was right at 1 o'clock. Nice bottom there, 150, 152. We'll see if it can hold. Good news from Quen, so that's why I bought it. So we'll see if where that's going. But yeah, nice moves all over the place, man. Alibaba, I think, goes back up to the upside again, and then on Wednesday, we have Nvidia, so we see where all the horses, men, and gather and what winds up happening here, because everyone's waiting for this move.
Is it Humpty Dumpty or is it more like the Emperor's New Clothes? Which one?
I think this one's Humpty Dumpty a little bit where, well, we will probably fall back in. I don't know. I don't know what kind of number they have to put out, right? I mean, now you're down 1.7% today ahead of the earnings call. I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect with NVIDIA, but selling. So, and nothing wrong with selling at the all-time high.
Yeah, Peter Thiel selling everything. I think is what surprised people. It's when you sell like the entire stake. Like SoftBank sold it all. Peter Thiel
This market not looking good.
Yeah, and then we're going even more. It's only 0.14, but not a lot is actually holding up so far. So the Q's not doing. They're really not doing their justice. It looks like that 25,000 on the Nasdaq. We could be headed in for a test, and we're right at that ye old 50 period. So just like Friday, can the Q's hold on to the 50 period on the? It's been big time support, and it is certainly being tested today. We said on Friday that Monday and what the money does at the open on Monday probably matters more than what it did on Friday, in my opinion, because when you're down that relief rally kind of thing, do we see that kind of buying on a Monday morning? It's a different story. Lots to cover. Let's get back into the desk. I believe we're also going to have the NOS boss.
Interesting note I was reading on the weekend regarding retail traders and the inflows in the last quarter to the end of the year here. Finally seeing a bit of a shift towards the institutional side. So to this point this year, if you remember, mostly inflows have been in favor of retail traders, and we're finally seeing that slowing to a point where institutional surpassed retail for the first time in a long time, dip buying essentially. So a weekly chart here of NVIDIA wrapped up its second straight red week in a row here, but I mean, this chart still obviously holding up amazingly well, just above 180, even though we put in 2 red weeks. Again, Peter Thiel becoming the latest to come out here saying that he also exited his fund exited their entire stake of Q3, adding to, a growing list here of people doing that. Yeah,
Brendo, it's not bad to kind of cycle your money to different parts. We talked about the picks and shovels of AI rather than, the to build on your point about retail investors, I was reading an interesting article over the weekend. It was like retail didn't even have a chance to react to the tariff tantrum back in April. So the drawdowns, Brendo, they weren't selling much like a lot of institutions were. They were kind of holding, reap the rewards off the area lows. Not a lot were adding, to be fair, but they did kind of weather through the storm. Interesting take from NVIDIA, as you brought it up as well. Jensen Huang disclosed that there's about 5, and we'll get to this more on the I'm sure, because NVIDIA reports tomorrow, but Jensen disclosed a $500 billion top line in combined 2025, 2026, covering Blackwell GPUs, next-gen Rubin, and networking components. Of course, releasing that information ahead of $500 billion, Brendo. I don't know what to make. But obviously, one of the main things we've been talking about is the depreciating nature of a lot of these GPUs, whether they're usable for 2 or 3 years or whether they're available for 6, as some hyperscalers are using that number for their accounting. So lots to find out as this whole play unfolds.
Yeah. Anytime soon. On the other end of the scale, energy stocks, kind of interesting here today. Michael Noss is actually going to join us here in a couple of minutes, talk about some energy opportunities, not something we've been talking about, and rightfully so. This is, I just brought up here, going all the way back to the beginning of the year on a weekly chart. It's been a choppy kind of mess for most of the individual energy names. Oil has been relatively weak over the past couple of months. But Michael Noss coming up here in a couple of minutes, guys. But interesting here as far as NVIDIA is concerned today.
I wonder if Michael's going to talk about nat gas. That's an interesting bounce. But NVIDIA, it's interesting because it feels as if NVIDIA's basically just turned into the overall market itself. And like in terms of individual chip names, on a day-to-day basis, you're probably looking to individually trade something else because most days AMD or like SMCI or Micron or SanDisk. It's like there's always something else which is a little bit more quote unquote in play. Today you actually have a situation where NVIDIA is leading us to the downside, down that 1.5%. It cuts both ways. It was an absolute monster rally, but everything broke out right away at the open morning. And some things sustained and other things didn't. One of the things that was interesting to me was, I look at NVIDIA closed the gap on Friday and held the highs. And in comparison to that, AMD broke. I mean, it's not really the same gap, but broke the gap, got above 250, and then late in the afternoon, it failed exactly 250 during power hour. So this is one where, okay, sure, NVIDIA is down a little bit more, but AMD did not hold up as well. I'm going to look to this one. I still think like they're a little bit frothier. You know, NVIDIA is back at the 50 period already. AMD's put in a great and fantastic, but it's, you know, back at under that 250. That's going to be the level I watch. So it might not be an NVIDIA day for me. I think it's going to be an AMD 250 and play that one to the downside. We've said it a few times, but is locked and loaded. Interesting to talk about some energy on a Monday, something we don't talk about very often with Mr. Nutt.
Yeah, interesting looking charts here to discuss. Let's bring them right in here and get it going on a Monday morning. Michael Noss, happy employment data week, I guess is the best way to put it so far.
Finally, yeah, new data.
Allegedly, we'll get coming up towards the end of the week, but we'll get into that. You, as you normally do over the weekend, did chart surfing, I imagine, and came up with energy as an idea this week.
Yeah, and this seems to be kind of long forgotten, and rightfully so, if you look at the charts. But as always, you know, we had a little bit of a choppy market. We were down a little bit there and rallied into the end of the week. So if we're just going to bounce from here like we always do, we got to look for potentially what sector is next. And energy is really interesting here. And we're starting here with a monthly chart. So we're going really, really wide. And this is the XLE. So this is the spider, and which only makes up about 3% of the S&P 500. So energy is a very, very small component to what's happening in the overall market, which is why, as you can see, for years, since all the way we're going back to 2007 here, we've pretty much done nothing with a whole lot of kind of up and down, but we're resting against these prior highs. So the stocks that make up this ETF are, you know, your ExxonMobil, which we'll talk about, and like Chevron and and these type of names that take the energy out of the ground and sell it to other people. So not so much the commodity, it's companies that, generally speaking, will profit off of the commodity. And yeah, if we can ever get through the 100, it's kind of clear skies, and a very interesting breakout, because people have been rewarded for shorting every time we get anywhere near 100 and covering on the way down. If that stops working, we could have a little bit of a short squeeze that could cause a little bit of a breakout. I've seen some reports that the short on the energy side of pretty high. So that's the long-term chart. That's why it was interesting to me, is this nice tight base for years now, right up near highs here. And yeah, this next chart, we're zooming into the weekly chart. And the main thing I want you to focus on is last week's candle. So the SPY did nothing last week. It was up a lot and down a lot, and we closing right where we opened the week. And same with the Qs, same with the Dow, but then energy put in this very strong candle. It was energy and healthcare were really kind of holding up the market. I've already talked about healthcare and how I own a bunch in that space. So energy is kind of my next target here, I believe. So simple trend line, you know, you just draw it in there. It's sitting around right where we are, around $92. So any sort of continuation this week could get us over that particular trend line. This next chart is a week. This is basically last week's worth of data, and this is a ratio chart. And so it's XLE over the SPY. So long story short, if this line goes up, it means energy is outperforming the SPY. If this line goes down, it means the SPY is outperforming energy. And you can see now we're getting this nice uptrend where there seems to be some of this rotation into energy out of the S&P 500. And if you zoom out for pretty much any period of time, it's straight down with just the occasional bumps higher. So if we are seeing a little bit of rotation, a little bit of a push, and we're going to start to see energy outperform a little bit, you're going to see it in this particular chart first, and that's kind of what we're seeing here as well. So you can grab the XLE. There's probably some leveraged ETFs to look there as well. I went through the list of things that the XLE holds, and I just grabbed Exxon here because you're on a daily chart, on a shorter term chart of ExxonMobil. It's really interesting with this potential breakout and much the candle that we had on Friday. So 117, call it 116 to 118, you can see the resistance that we had there. And we've been kind of bumping our head on a long time. And then we've had these higher lows, and that's what creates this or triangle, which are very interesting to play. Last week, we broke out of that triangle, and then we came back to test it. And so far, it's been a little bit of a successful test. So I'm just looking at this really simply and saying if we're above 120, I'm going to be owning ExxonMobil. If we break below 115, it's going to be time to move on. And that's how I'm going to express this particular trade. I would imagine most, if not all of these things are together. So you can just pick whatever target you have, whatever your energy stock or energy instrument is. And if I'm right, they all go up. And if I'm wrong, they probably all go down.
As you mentioned, they're going back to not only the beginning of this year, but zoom out even further over the past couple of years. It's been kind of a sideways, choppy mess for all things energy. Is there something that we can look for that says, okay, for whatever reason, or the catalyst behind it, but for whatever reason, it's different now outside of just, we're getting above higher resistance? Like, are you going to pay attention to some sort of relative strength or some sort of, volume indication that there is more and more interest coming back into it?
Yeah, I'm going to spend that XLE versus SPY chart that I put there and just making sure that there is that outperformance, because again, being 3% of the overall market energy, it's really just a drop in the bucket. So the whole market could tank and then energy could hold up really strongly and vice versa. It doesn't have to move as much with the market because it's just a smaller component. And I understand that I'm probably going to be wrong here. I've taken a couple swings at energy in the past and I was wrong there as well. So it ends up just being a forward bet. I'm risking $5 on ExxonMobil, but if we actually break out and make new highs in the XLE energy, the upside is going to be many, many times that. So I'm making this one pretty small, and I kind of look at it as a little bit of a hedge as well. I don't see a world in which we just completely fall apart and ExxonMobil gets cut in half or something like that. These are slower stocks, but they're more resilient stocks because their businesses they're not in the whims of what an AI is going to do, something like that. So yeah, I kind of expect less than a 50 chance I'm right here, but I just know that risk reward is really offside, that if we are going to get a move in energy, that could really, really take off and it just make up for, trying this trade 3 or 4 times and losing on it.
Sounds good. We'll keep an eye on it and see how things pan out here. I mean, I definitely been enjoying the lower end of the price scale at the pumps as far as oil is concerned, but maybe it is time for back as far as energy is concerned. Michael Noss, we'll see you again after the close.
Talk to you tonight. Good one.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it there, Michael, seeing you at the close. And I didn't even, when we were on in the morning, everything was rallying so much, I believe. And there was so much volatility, obviously, being Friday, options expiration, and then all those crazy dip buy runners. I didn't even notice what you would have seen happen in XOM, CVX, which was a heavy sell on the 15-minute candle and then bought right back up. Now, that's a good sign, too. And the crazy thing is that's not the first time that it happened. It happened on Monday as well, where you had this deep dip in XOM and a big time buy. So you probably know where I'm going with this. For the entirety of this week, if that's the behavior that exists, the thing where you could maybe just set an alert, a couple of bucks down from where the open is on XOM, and just be prepared to pounce, because we look for mean reversions all the time. I love that setup. So to see that happen more than once on the week, was on Friday, that's certainly something that's going to pique my interest. Again, it's just a simple thing. It's at 119.5. You convert for if it breaks, say, 118. And if that happens in the opening candle, you're just waiting for that turn, that first green candle. And look what happened the last 2 times. Almost couldn't lose. Let's see what's going on with some upgrades, downgrades, and of course, some options plays to start the week, Joe.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's get right into it, guys. At the top of the list today on the upgrades and downgrades, we have Nicholas upgrading Tesla to $508, slightly negative on the session, just a little bit under 1%. And then we have Snowflake also getting the nod as well, too, guys. $310 is price target, just by a thread, a little bit red, guys. So Bank of America giving the nod there, and then Palo Alto, by BMO Capital Markets, getting that price target raised to $230. It's also reporting after the bell on Wednesday with the king of the chips. You guessed it, that is NVIDIA. CrowdStrike as well too, guys. Getting that nod, $540 is going to be that price target by Mizuho, slightly red on the session, a little bit of a 0.1%. Now, as for downgrades, we got BJ Wholesalers, Evercore ISI, giving that the lowering that price target to $85. Now, Lucid Motors obviously as well too, guys, obviously, but lowering that price target to $17. Now, Atlas Lithium, HC Wainwright, lowering that to $12. And Arrow by Mizuho getting the downgrade as well to $25. Now, we're going to take a little bit of a different approach here to the options activity because I think it's going to be really important. But first, let's zoom out and see what we got going on. Of course, you can see we have the SPY. And for those in the world of options, or even if you're looking to get involved, when we are trading common stock, you have to have a directional bias. Well, the beauty about the manipulation of options contract is you don't necessarily have to have a directional bias, but you can have a range based and still make a profitable trade. Now, is it as simplistic as it seems? No, not always. But with this example that I'm going to give you guys here this morning, I think it's really good to note because when we speak of froth within the market, to form somewhat of a range in the overall indexes as well too, we can base trades off of this. And the beauty of the SPY is that we have 0 DTEs, so you can base these trades on a daily basis, whatever you feel comfortable with. So with the example that we're going to go over here right now is an iron condor. From a daily perspective, you're going to have a much tighter range, but if you were to step out a couple of time frames, you can broaden that range drastically. But first, let's focus on an intraday iron condor that is going to be expiring today. So what I've established here for you guys is if you're having those issues with finding a specific direction within your trading, we can eliminate that altogether and we can base a range trade in an intraday perspective. So at the end of the day, what I have here is we'll pull this up and we're going to take a look at our profile. This is called an iron condor. It's essentially a combination of 2 credit spreads. For those who are familiar with it and those who aren't, it's essentially a bull put spread and a bear call spread combined. Bang, you have your iron condor. But what it allows us to do, as displayed before, is just make a trade, a bet based off of a specific range, a specific directional bias. So essentially right here we have a 678 and 683 bear call spread. So you're always going to write your short call options first. Otherwise, it's going to be a bull call spread. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking to accept and receive the premium in which we write these options. So 678, 683, and then we have 663. Always write that call first. So on your put side and your bull put spread, the strike price is going to be higher, and then your protection be lower at 658. So let's take a look at the profile, and then we're going to gauge a little bit more. So essentially, is this November 17th expiration. But what this is telling us, if we stay between 663 and 678, we have the ability to make $100 on this trade. And that's just one contract combination with a probability of profit of 4%. That's relatively high. Well, once again, we would say, Joe, well, why would I want to bet $403 to only make $100? Well, you have to look at your probability of profit, and then that's going to be worst case scenario of 403. You can drastically change that by just putting in your hits, and sure enough, you can go at a 1.5 or a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So you're looking at $100 or you're looking to lose $150. Either or, that's totally subjective, but the wider range that you give yourself, the more ability that you're going to have. So at the end of the day, you can make profitable trades with specifically long or short. This is the range in which you can make it a winning trade. 678, 663. At this time, when the market seems slightly toppy, it's good to be able to just manipulate and diversify your trading systems. And I think when we are at these specific levels in the overall market, iron condors are guys.
Thank you, Joe. I just want to throw this super chat up here. Oh, did it work? Day Trader LA, thank you. Which software is this that you're using for data? Joe, that's BKR? Oh, TWS. Yeah, TWS with IBKR. So thank you, Day Trader LA, for that super chat. Appreciate you. I'm actually going to just quickly go to what will be the quickest analysis of all time on one of those downgrades. Lucid, I'm paying for locates right now. It didn't make my list, but then I saw it on the downgrade list and saw what happened on Friday. Wasn't paying attention to the stock yet, never reason to. And did what you would expect the reverse split to do. Tried to squeeze, and then once it turned around, has been in a downtrend for over a month now. So a month and a week, it's been in a downtrend. It broke the reverse split Friday, and that's what happened when everything else was rallying. So I'm thinking short first, probably to 14.6. If it happens to move higher, I guess $15. But yeah, that one on the grade list piques my interest because these reverse splits, man, all you got to do is wait for and then just play net short over and over and over again. You reverse split for a reason.
Yeah, and I wanted to go actually to another name that's on my watch list and on the sticky note today, and that is Netflix. First day split right here today, so our charts are going to be a nightmare. But at the end of the day here, Netflix 08 coming into play as a potential low. So there's Netflix. Just keep that on your radar today as they go post-split right here today. So there it is right here. I wrote down on the note, which is now up 108 today for Netflix, which comes out post-split today and has bounced off 108 here a couple of times. So let's wait and see. Again, goes 10 to 1. So that would be
1080.
1080, I guess. Yeah, I guess we got that low, obviously. So right there, 1080. Right now, you're at 11. So we'll have to figure out if that does fall back in here. Day trading sub $1,000 here off that split. So watch out for some Netflix here today. Down 0.4. Market trying to rebound a little bit, which is pretty nice. It's 9 o'clock. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. Check the sticky note, check some of our Sharif's note is out as well as the watch list. Neil has stuff out as well. So thanks for all of that work. We got to watch out for some Apple here today. Market's trying to climb back a little bit, which is nice to see. So yeah, hopefully some of these will start hitting for us and we'll be able to make some decent opportunities today. Bitcoin going low, 94,000. So watch out for Bitcoin testing that $93,000 low that I saw over the weekend. I think that was 93 or so. So 93.9 right now down here for BTC. So yeah, all right, let's go over to the desk and start our rundown.
67.54, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. Look, we're a little bit below it right now. We're at 44 with the overnight high being 34. But the deal is we're looking at 6,700 as that level of support. As you can see, if you kind of zoom in a little bit there, we did breach it on Friday. We dipped down into 66.75, but when all was said and done, we had reclaimed that 6,700. The overnight high, Brendo, 68.01. The way it's looking right now, we may not even touch it. We're going to use that as resistance.
We hold key levels of resistance below us. My buttons aren't working. Just imagine you're seeing animation. The watch list here, and we'll continue on that note. If you haven't done so, there's a link in the description below. Grab the watch list. It's free. Things to talk about, not only today, but coming up this week as well. Remember, the first potential taste of employment data later in the week. This week, we get NVIDIA, of course, coming up. Alphabet, to start things off here this morning. If you had packed it in early on Friday, you missed the move after the close for Alphabet shares. It went from 276 all the way to 286, $10 straight to the upside. After that came out, Berkshire Hathaway disclosing in their 13F a monstrous position for Google.
Absolutely, it is. It's big, Brendo. You know, big move after the bell as well. So disclosing a fresh stake in the tech. They bought, Brendo, 17.85 million Alphabet shares valued at $4.9 billion as of course, September 30th. This is a rare tech purchase from Buffett, as he no, he's more into financials. Let's keep going on here. Why does this matter? Well, because past comments from Buffett and may he rest Munger pointed to regret for not investing earlier in Google. This looks to kind of correct that miss. Berkshire's holdings remain heavily concentrated in financials, as I mentioned, so this marks a meaningful shift towards tech. And although they did cut their position in Apple, Brendo, it still does remain their top tech bet. And Apple, just to give you an idea here, 46.5% year-to-date in green.
3 quarters in a row. The Apple side of things on the sell side for Berkshire, and then this. So maybe a shift, guys, and anyway.
Yeah, well,
It's only, I mean, honestly, I know Sharif started saying that it was a big purchase, like 4.9 billion. It's big, but they're sitting on so much cash.
they have a lot of cash.
That like their position in Google in Apple is 61 billion shares. So dollar value, sorry. So 61 billion versus 5 billion. You know, it's kind of those things here for Google and for, I think it was right about, you know, maybe correcting the ship, maybe not being in it yet. But yeah, I don't know. It's nice that it's up here. I would say that's not enough of a story to keep Google high today. I don't put it down that I'm looking long down here into 280. But I just think that for Google, that's all good and well. But like, bought that in, you know, that's the September 30th filing, right? And so if you're going to see here, this is like September 30th here, 240 to 250. So there's the run up right now. It's not like, you know, these filings are actually telling us that they're actively now. So I don't think that this creates a floor or a ceiling for the stock. And, you know, if I look at it and I take that news away, Google's probably down today 1% or so, right? I mean, the NASDAQ, many of these names are down. I don't know if it'll be down 1%, but today at some point. So I actually think Google is a fade from this level. And let's just bring it right back to where I think it should be, and that is right around here, 282. Right where this news sort of happened, we got 278 up to 282. We land back into here. I don't think it's a great story for Google. You have somebody else buying 4.8 shares, but if I ask Perplexity right now, there's gonna be many shareholders greater than 4.9 billion shares. So I'm not that, you know, wound up in this purchase at all. I mean, they've been really wrong a lot, and I just want to follow strong. It's a super strong name, so I want to buy it on dips regardless of what Berkshire is doing. I own Berkshire shares and I own Google shares. So I'm happy with both of this story for both of them. And I think this 282, it is the #1 trade idea on the sticky note today, buying Google down here at 282. So let's see if we can get into that area, and we'll be sitting there. But I definitely think we get into this area. Like, I don't think this is enough news to rip this stock. If the market goes, then fine. But I don't, right now being underneath everything, I definitely am not buying these levels, from me personally, right on Google.
Given how small relatively the stake is, I feel like this could be more of the beginning salvo than anything else. So therefore, like all of a sudden, I'll really like this stock if it gets down to like the 50 period moving average, kind of figuring, well, now maybe Berkshire is building a position in with all of that free cash. Obviously, we're not going to see that today, but I think it could put, like if we do get another market dip, it could put a nice little floor because you have an implicit potential buyer in here. Now, for me, there's only 2 places to look at. There's where it dropped down 284. That'll be the first shot if it can revert there, or it's all the way down at 281. So I'm just looking for both of those gap fills. I have it on the same way in my note. I'm willing to take a couple of levels as a shot. But I do like what this might mean for the long term. They have so much cash that if they see this as a value, I find it hard to believe this gets back to the 50 period, Berkshire wouldn't pull the trigger. So I think we'll watch out for this next quarter to see if they don't increase their stake again and look for some buy the dip opportunities.
Let's go on to NVIDIA. To the downside we go here. This one a little bit relatively weak compared to not only but the overall market as of this point. Anyways, so far this morning. Coming up Wednesday, we'll get NVIDIA's latest report after the bell. That's going to be the big headliner for the week.
Oh God, yeah, there's so much writing on this, like with the whole AI bubble talk, Brendo. Can't wait to get that out of the way. Let's talk about the headline today. Jensen Huang, $500 billion in combined 2025-2026 orders covering Blackwell GPUs, the next-gen Rubin GPUs, as well, of course, as networking components. It implies another year of explosive growth, though at a slower pace than the 600% that we surged over the last 4 years. So, you know, reasonable expectations. Wolf Research chiming in today, estimating sales could exceed the prior 2026 guide of $60 billion. We'll keep an eye on Q3 earnings forecast, here's what we're expecting, Brendo. $1.25 on EPS, $54.83 billion on revenue, which would, if met, account for a 56% jump year over year on that top line number. Guidance estimate, of course, very important for Q4, which is January. They're looking for a top line number. They're just shy of 62 billion, 61.88. And NVIDIA, Brendo, they're not going to guide past one quarter, so we're just going to see one quarter at a time with respect to guidance. But we know a lot about what they're doing, their deals. They've announced so many different deals. OpenAI, NVIDIA is going to invest up to $10 billion in exchange, of course, for OpenAI buying million GPUs, the Intel deal as well, $5 billion there, Nokia stake, $1 billion to integrate GPUs. The China headline, though, remains very, very tough. As we know, the China-targeted H20 chips were affected by the Chinese regulator, and we haven't heard anything about that B30A, which is supposed to be that China variant off Blackwell.
A lot of question marks to be answered, potentially anyways, coming up on Wednesday, as we said, with Google and Berkshire. Season once again, so you're going to get a lot of filings showing buys and sells of positioning. We've talked about NVIDIA as well on this, or from this standpoint, going back the past couple of weeks. Remember, SoftBank exited all of their NVIDIA holdings. We had Michael Burry disclosing a negative position against not only NVIDIA, but Palantir as well. Now, Peter Thiel, guys, comes out with their 13F. So Thiel Macro LLC sold 537,742 shares worth about $100 million at the close on September 30th, which is that candle. So at the time, new high for NVIDIA. He was out at the close there, guys.
So a lot of people taking profit in space, and on come Wednesday, it's going to be a big deal, not just for NVIDIA, but remember, lots at stake for, we'll move on that one big time. I might even, you might say that like a much more is at stake for Oracle, because if there's weakness in NVIDIA, like that's like there's a few stocks that are in a world of hurt, and Oracle probably one of them. NVDA looking Friday, we kind of went with AMD and NVIDIA how NVIDIA was able to rally hold all the way to 191, and now you've got a little bit of a wall there. You've got a support at a 185. It's kind of dancing in the middle, whereas AMD was unable to hold on to those gains that from the lows, ended up rejecting that 250 level. So AMD was, I mean, obviously, like it was a 250 breakdown early for lunchtime, and then there was a 250 kind of retest during power hour. So that's the line I'm looking for underneath the 250 level. Obviously, if NVIDIA starts breaking out, there might be a reversal type of play, but I'm looking at this one in particular instead of NVIDIA, at least for today. And the earnings come on Wednesday. As I said, you know, we always key in on NVIDIA. I think there's a lot at stake, as I mentioned, for Oracle here. Like everything else, pretty well, now down 1%, but this is the name that got beat up the most from some of those highs, right? And everyone's talking about the circular nature of everything. Well, they're at the forefront with that big OpenAI guidance, and they're underneath that. They're at the 200-period moving average. This might actually be the stock to moving watch for Wednesday, because if this loses the 200-period, that's nasty. It's already lost a third of its value since that OpenAI guidance, and come Wednesday, Oracle, they're the one that catches a stray if NVIDIA has a bad report.
Yeah, Oracle, I'll never forget that one. That was, I don't know how we got out of that. That was a good trade. I think there's so much negativity that it could be an absolute monster. You know, all they have to do is report a little bit better than what we expect and guide a little bit better. And I think NVIDIA absolutely rips Wednesday night. But it has to beat. And I don't know, to sit here and predict what's going to wind up happening, who knows? But there's so much fear right now in the greatest stock of all time that it's probably overdone. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I mean, they can't produce enough chips. We saw that backlog. The demand is unreal right now. So you have a stock that has unreal demand with decent valuation. I mean, obviously, people are going to consider overvalued in this environment. It seems like everything I hear, oh, the P is too high, this and that. But right now, AMD for NVIDIA, it's underneath the valuation of an AMD. It's come nicely back in here since they made an all-time high at 212. Now you're at 180, so you're down 10% plus on this name right now. And I think side of this thing, and say, what if we do get that little bit of a better guide and we have our numbers? The street has to up their expectation. Price target upgrades, P multiples have. So yeah, let's hope for the best. But really, you're at the 50-period moving average, and there's a lot of traders out there. We saw Michael Burry. We talked about that with him. We saw Peter Thiel. Jensen threw some shade at China versus United States as well. Alibaba had some great news about their AI. Obviously, they had some bad news about their military, and obviously this is the risk about investing in China, as we say that all the time. I recently bought some Alibaba shares down here. Let's just pretend like NVIDIA maybe winds up beating. And if they do, then what's going to happen? Because there's a lot of traders that have gotten out of this name thinking it was going to be it could be a monster rip on Wednesday night, Thursday morning for NVIDIA. But again, I can't predict the numbers. I just think the setup is right for these guys to go up. I wouldn't be. I think if you haven't sold now, I mean, unless you really want to sell 10, 12%, fine. But getting out of part of your position, I don't think is a horrible. The SMH was just at all-time highs like 2 weeks ago with this stock as well. So I would say watch out here for NVIDIA. Possible ripper on Wednesday, man. I just got to think the other way sometimes when there's so much negativity, potentially it's overdone. Let's just slow down on it for now. I don't have a trade on my mind today for NVIDIA, but we'll definitely be looking at it. Instead, I'm looking short the Qs, short Apple, long Netflix, long Google. So, yeah, NVIDIA should be an interesting one. I'm excited for this report on Wednesday.
Let's go on to crypto here. If you just have a look at IBIT to start things off, we're down here so far this morning. 25% now off the highs here for IBIT specifically. Obviously hasn't been a good couple of weeks here for Bitcoin.
Exactly, Brendo, you took the words out of my mouth. 25% off that 126 all-time high, falling below 95. And erasing almost all the year-to-date gains, if not more so far. This marks one of the biggest unwindings momentum-driven market this year. Experts, though, they cite a two-stage sell-off. They're saying first it was macro-driven, then the formations started cascading that flush billions in leverage positions. I'm going to pause for a second. Did you know that some of these exchanges have like 1,000 times leverage? It's insane. Some of Joseph and I on the midday, we were interacting back and forth with the chat as we typically do, and the chat was letting us know, but all these products we didn't know existed south of the border, of course. We verified it, and so the leverage being taken here on crypto, Brendo, is just eye-watering. The regulators got to get involved somehow. This is just too much. Let's continue here. The turning point, according to analysts, came on 10th when renewed U.S.-China trade tensions triggered an immediate sell-off. In the days that follow, liquidity evaporated and forced liquidations accelerated the drop. ETH as well, not spared, down 35%, Brendo, from its August highs. And the post liquidity remains extremely shallow. Even a small routine trade can cause price swings, according to Presto Research. But BTC over $100 billion of inflows after the approval of the ETFs. But macro tightening has now slowed institutional interest dramatically, and outflows are starting to emerge.
That all being said, let's give some perspective here. If you zoom out again, go out to a weekly chart of Bitcoin itself. This is just IBIT. I just want to highlight a couple of things here. This is 32% on a pullback. If we go to this one, this was exactly 30% on a pullback when that one happened. If you go to the latest, as I said, we're sitting here at 25%. So as we've all been witness to over the past years, this is how Bitcoin tends. So we're not even, 5% more possible here based on the last two from a technical standpoint is realistic.
Saw when you put that chart, Brendo, were the higher highs and the higher lows. Yeah. That's kind of what caught my attention.
Overall, we're still going up, guys.
True. Look, on Friday, I thought we'd retest this support line on the weekend. Got really, really close. And then we had this trend line drawn. It's like, okay, well, there's a support line. You could also like test and break the trend. I mean, I guess technically it got there, but I kind of feel like we really even seen it. Like it's really 91 that feels like it would be the spot for a bounce, if there is any, or some kind of a consolidation. So there's like a little bit more room to go. I just want to look at it as if we're 95, 96, there's a 15-minute, right? Like it's actually the 96 level, and the 95 it kind of rolled over. But as long as we're underneath those, I kind of feel like we're going to at least test that 90 to 91. So on the way up, like I'd be looking for some fades. I just feel like on Friday I preferred Mara if we got up there. So if we get to 95, I'm much more likely to try to cash like a reversal trade like we did on Friday with Mara, because Mara just didn't break out. And when everything else was recovering, like this actually stayed red underneath Thursday's close. So Bitcoin gets up there to that 95, 96 and curls, the name that I want to go short, and it's going to be Mara instead of BTC.
Okay. You have to be really upset with Bitcoin if you're an investor in Bitcoin. There's nothing else I can say. I mean, this is the S&P 500. They're up 13 to 14% year to date so far, right? Bitcoin is just now flat on the year. So you've missed out. I mean, sure, if you've been in for this whole ride, here's the beginning of the year right here. This is early January. I mean, whether or not we take this means we're way down, or we could take this as the 12th. In here, so it's this level right here. This is Jan 1st. 90, let's call it 98,000 on January 1st. So you're at least 13% rate into the S&P 500. At least. All you had to do was buy SPY, and you'd be up 13%. Instead, you're down 3%. So it's minus 16% so far year to date against the most basic of investing. So obviously, if you're holding Bitcoin, I guess you're waiting for a much bigger move to get back up to the upside. Even if it gets to 124, then you're still just catching up with the S&P 500 again. So you have to be really disappointed, obviously, if you're an investor this year with crypto, but you could do worse. There's some stocks that probably are worse than Bitcoin, but not major names. And I think that's where the disappointment lies, is just you're waiting for it to finally base out. And right now, as Neil mentioned, I don't think it looks like too much to do until you at least have a look down into here, which is low 80s. Like I think everybody hopes it doesn't get there. But this year so far, Bitcoin's been a huge disappointment. And anybody that's been invested in it would obviously understand that. So without giving a yield, without giving anything to you, it's a problem. So yeah, I turn green for the year at some point, and maybe we get that soon. I just like to see it hold 100. Like I think the next time we go through 100, then we can see some of the psychological damage is done. So everyone that held through 100 now will be able to, look back and say, okay, we've sort of done that before. Now let's see if we can retest that all-time high. So it really needs to hold out. I mean, even like IBIT down to 53. Like this was supposed to be Uptober, and it was time downtober. And now November, hopefully that will be a decent hold for them as well. But you're going all the way back here to November last year levels right now on crypto. So yeah, big disappointment for anybody holding BTC. But I mean, it's better than STR. It's better than holding BMNR. It's better than holding Mara, anything like that, on the year. Even flat on the year is pretty good right now for Bitcoin. MSTR right now down about, it was about 350 Jan 1st, down to 197. Look, I'm long crypto and want to keep buying it, but it looks pretty bad, and I'm glad that it's a smaller percentage of the portfolio right now. You've just given up so much of the year holding on to Bitcoin. Glad I don't have a whole bunch of it, but still sad. Because obviously it's a part of the portfolio, so I'd like to see it appreciate. I just don't have for it right now. I'd like to see it. I don't really want to do anything until it gets back above 100, honestly. I feel like that would be the
73.
That's what I mean. Like even to buy, like 73 is 25% from.
But that's
here.
the support level.
Yeah, I know.
I kind of look at it. I just look at it
that would put it down 45%. I know.
With Bitcoin, it's like if you're not stomaching 40% pullbacks and willing to buy them in the long run, then what do you do with it? It's not like Apple.
No, that's for sure.
Still monster if you zoom out to a weekly chart here for, I mentioned that Peter Thiel note for NVIDIA we were talking about. He also actually added to his Apple position. Again, this is Q3, so remember, anytime you see something with a 13F attached to it, we're looking in the past, in some significantly. So he added 79,181 shares of Apple and 49,000 of Microsoft too. So buying others, definitely.
Yeah, not a bad look for Peter Thiel. A couple of headlines today on Apple, guys. One on succession plan. The other one we're going to get to is Massimo and that whole International Trade Commission thing again. So Apple has intensified internal succession planning, preparing for Tim Cook, of course, to potentially step down as CEO as early as next year. This is being reported by the Financial Times, no question, of course, from the company. John Teranos, Senior Vice President of Hardware Engineering, viewed as a leading candidate. He's Cook's most trusted and operationally aligned lieutenant. The company's unlikely, though, to name a successor before the January. And CEO Cook, as we know, has been at the helm since 2011. Let's get to the ITC case now. So the International Trade Commission has launched new proceedings to decide whether Apple's updated watch models should for alleged Massimo patent infringement. The investigation is set to conclude within 6 months. No information as of yet, but we know that this is the on-again, off-again Apple Massimo war, Brando. Apple and Massimo, they've been fighting across multiple courtrooms, multiple agencies, and a federal jury in Santa Ana ruled, that Apple owes Massimo $634 million for infringing a pulse oximetry patent. I tried.
One of those. I was just checking here. Tim Cook, 65 years old.
That's probably why.
Just turned 65 years old, November 1st. So we're getting there.
Wow, he's been at the helm since 2011, eh? Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed that though, guys. No. 65 for Tim Cook?
I think that's probably young for an average CEO, probably.
Yeah,
I would say in the space, maybe.
Well, it depends on the maturity of the company.
Yeah, but that's, So. I mean, if you told me he's 65, I think he'd have 15 more years, but obviously if he's going to retire, I mean, this guy's sitting on how much cash.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know what, we always complain that, like, you want to get some more innovation, so if you do not kick him out, but if you get a new CEO coming through, potentially it'll spark some of that. So I think it's a story for Apple, but not a major one.
But like, why is it down 1 point?
Well, I mean, the market is, it's a bellwether of the market, really, at the end of the day.
It's a little weird to me because the Nasdaq's down a quarter, the Massimo story, $634 million is nothing. So to me, it shouldn't be down because of that. It is because of this succession story. That said, you're buying the dip on this. I drew a trend line. I don't know if we get down there. I didn't think it was high enough probability to put on the note, to be honest with you. But you get to the mid 260s, and then you're talking about trend support, and you get 2 weeks ago, bottom here at 266. I'd be looking at those two levels. I just kind of feel like that story shouldn't be down. So if the market's not falling all over itself, this one should be a dip buy. Neither one of those two headlines scream to me that it should be leading the market downside.
Even address this, but thank you so much to Day Trader LA for $50 there with coffee money. I said that we'd get some coffee around. Thank you so much for that one there. Yeah, we got $50, Randy, so we can go get some coffee. But I know you with that sweet Italian cream there, as well as thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. So that means a lot. Thank you so much for that. And everybody can now become a member there. It's just $5 a month, but we want to thank you so much, Day Trader. Day Trader LA, who took the World Series down there. So thank you for always reminding us of that as well.
Yep.
But there goes Apple. Yeah, like I said, I think that's, I might have guessed he was a little older than that, but at the end of the day, I think Apple just the company for the market. The market's been getting hit. Apple's still near or pretty close to its all-time highs right now. Simple pullbacks in stocks are healthy, and right now, until we get another story for Apple, yeah, I do think that's back down here into 255, like back into the 50-period moving average. Look, we've really liked the 50-period moving average since the summer. We respected it there, most likely there again if you play it back, and most likely there again. So why not have another little bit of a pullback? I mean, Apple goes through its peaks and troughs, and right now it's peaks. So I think it's potentially setting up for a trough. So yeah, I think you got to be really happy if you're into Apple. Right now, we did hear the trimming. We talked about the first story there be with Google. They actually trim more shares of Apple than they bought.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's go back over there and see what winds up happening now with Tesla. It's a mega cap board.
Yeah, Tesla back to the downside here, although we're just hanging out around 400, so it could be a key level to watch. 400 on the nose, but China-related story here for Tesla today.
Yeah, exactly, Brendo. Tesla is now formally requiring all of their suppliers to eliminate China-made components from vehicles that are built in the United States. This is being reported by the Wall Street Journal. The company's already swapped some Chinese parts, and they plan to complete the entire transition between 12 to 24 months. Executives at the company, while they've struggled with unpredictable U.S.-China tariffs amid the ongoing trade war, Tesla began boosting North America as late as 2 years ago, but the pace has really accelerated as the trade war has really picked up. And we know that China production as well not looking good in China, Brendo, for Tesla. Tesla's China Passenger Car Association data. China-made sales are down 9.9% year over year in the month of October, just below 61,500 units, reversing the small gain in September. But a lot of people were crediting that gain to the extended Model L, the Model YL, excuse me, which has 3 rows and longer range.
China, XPeng, worth noting, reported as well. A loss, once again, for XPeng, but expected delivery numbers downside here for XPeng today too, guys.
Yes, and there was an imbalance on Rivian of 2 million shares. It is subsequently paired off with less than 1 minute to go. I'm actually not looking at Tesla today. I think the 400 level is a big one. Obviously, that's a big over-under type level, but I like JD and and we'll talk about the nuts and bolts of the Alibaba story and JD, but most people know what happened with Alibaba and JD. All the Chinese names blowing to the downside on that U.S. government, accusing them of Baba specifically of helping the Chinese military. I'm shorting this one to 30. That'll be the look for me. I'm not really looking at Tesla too much today.
All right, here we go. With only 15 seconds left. Yeah, no, I mean, Tesla at 400, I mean, obviously going to be a key level. We did see 380 not too long ago. Remember, this opening bell is brought to you by Orogenic. So please check them out, OGen, and we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. Of course, the concussion business is... So check out OGen immediately for that. All right, the market's now open. And here we go, man. Get ready for a little bit of blood in the street. NASDAQ opening the day down 0.4. ES opening the day down 0.4 as well. We didn't have a look at was teetering earlier this morning as well. Yeah, 375. So back and forth here with gold as we wait to see what 375 has. Good morning, Adara. Good to see you. All right, so Google upside right there. As we had mentioned, you know, I didn't think that this was going to be a huge story for Google, the Berkshire fact, but it is going the opposite of the market right now. The market is coming back down in. Google's trying to make new highs. Well, I mean, pre-market highs anyways, into 287. So watch out there. There goes Google. So into VWAP right now, potentially a short area, but I mean, I don't know if we want to go short right now on Google as it's been ripping. I mean, imagine if this market finally turns itself around. I'm going to guess, Neil, that maybe it's NVIDIA, but the market,
and AMD.
Yeah, down to 185. So as we had mentioned here, I think it's wrong to sell NVIDIA ahead of earnings unless you're just exposed here to this stock, but we'll see if it does make a little bit of a dip here into 185 for NVIDIA. So I'm just waiting for Google. Oh, Netflix as well.
Yeah, Netflix moving. Oh, by the way, QUBT reported on Friday they were a big gap up. Well, not so much anymore. And only 4% to the upside now. They had a bit of a surprise profit. They are filling in the gap in an absolutely gigantic way. I mentioned Google already going up there. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices both heading to the south side. It's an initial sell here. Look for, I wanted 250 short. Obviously, it's not going to pop. I might look at VWAP as an alternative. 244 level here on AMD. JD is approaching 30, so might be able to get that one to the south side. And
Apple really fell.
Yeah, I mean, look, Apple actually has a chance to get down there into those mid 260s. So they are, regardless of what you think of either one of those catalysts here today. Apple headed 2% early. Just a reminder, it's 66. Which is this prior support. That's the first place I'm going to look for a shot there. Funny, actually end up being JD.com for the first time in ever.
All right, we're seeing a little bit of a move here a little bit, a great move up here in the NASDAQ as we just ripped to 25,000 again. We touched 23,000 there on Friday. Of course, I was not here, but I was watching the market. Nasty early, of course, and then battle back all day. So to turn positive just at the end. But there goes NASDAQ and Netflix. Netflix now up too, but it's the TQs that are really starting to make it sing here a little bit. I'm looking to go short 104.50 actually. Moving average here on the TQs. We'll take a little bit of a spot there around 104.50 into 105 right now. Trying to take advantage of this pop, but not trying to get involved too early here. It's only 9:32 right now, but the market's trying to battle back, which is nice to see. Going red to green right now would put me short. So here it comes right back upside. I'm going to take a little bit here just in case. So like a quarter of a unit here. I'm waiting at 104.50 just to start this short, but we'll get I guess we'll get a start right now at 104.39, but again, not right now to start with. You know what, I'm going to put on just a little bit more here at 25 did we get that? Yes. Okay, so now we have this position on as we have the NASDAQ just ripping up just a little bit, right? So we wanted to try to short that, but the level that we wrote down was 105 to 106, just trying to see about that top right into here. That would be 107. So we got a little bit of work to do here as we climb up into this 105, which is the 50 period. So let's just slow down our thought here on the first position is a short. So let's give it a moment here as Apple coming right back upside as well.
Yeah, Apple bouncing, Nvidia bouncing, Google still looking strong. I did get short in front of 30 on JD. Probably the last time. This will be the first stock ever traded for myself because they report. That's fine. But you're also going to see. I got to show you guys what's happening as well with Alibaba. As not as much strength in Alibaba from what I'm seeing. So I got to watch this one. Obviously, if Baba catches up, it can lead JD.com easily and then start to blow that one to the upside. So as this one breaks higher, I do have a stop above 30. But if I see this one absolutely fly, I can just punch out of it right away. Samsung is making some power moves. The chip name that I was watching or am watching is AMD. That's back into VWAP here. So it's at the volume weighted average price. 250 was the level I like short. If VWAP, then I take a shot at the volume weighted average price as well. So AMD, NVIDIA, Google is a real strong one, almost 5% to the upside. Is that's about to hit 290?
Yeah, man,
that is Alphabet is 290 right now.
What did I write down?
What a
here?
breakout.
106 short. Okay, yeah, so we just hit the by one position right now, 104.40s here on the NASDAQ as we just climbed into the 50-period moving average. So we wanted to get some 50s there short. I'm going to short some more at 75. Like I'm not, the bigger to come on at the levels that I like. So, I mean, I don't know if anybody else is thinking this, but the NASDAQ right now is really starting to rip up right now. It's probably the futures led. Going to go back over to some stocks, but Google for sure there as the ES also right now 0.1 and starting to go upside there. You know, a name that I wanted to, so it's a good thing we just shorted a little bit more up there. We didn't get wanted at 75, but right there, so far so good on that one. I see JD came out, but now you're into AMD. So yeah, a couple of different names. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
VWAP for AMD came in, but JD same time as Alibaba did. So I'm out of JD. But back into AMD at the volume weighted average price. It's just this support level in here, playing it into that one. The 45, the area got 44s in currently. But it is the Google show right now, everybody, that's looking the strongest. And that's leading the way. Oh, then at least a couple of the chip names. Here's NVIDIA showing some strength. But look at what is happening in some of the memory names. Load up. Micron. Absolutely ham in Micron.
Ooh.
Like this stock is going absolutely crazy, just on a different level. SNDK going power moves as well. So a much bigger move happening when you look at the data type name. SNDK was like almost a squeeze name the last couple of weeks. They're absolutely blowing it out. So NASDAQ headed higher, but it's led by the memory chip names, believe it or not.
All right, so, I believe right now we're just, we're finally at our levels. So we have 104.65s. Oops, sorry, that's SoFi. I actually want to look at SoFi too. I wanted to buy the dips. Like I am sitting on some powder. Anyways, as you guys know, we bought Alibaba there at 160 the other day, which is right where it's at, or it's close to where it's at right now. Wish I got those 150s, but all right. So that SoFi could be another situation here. All right, just a quick little talk now because here we go. We just get a little bit of a fill upside now as we've learned our lesson. You know, I never know which levels to short, obviously, but if I'm going to think short, like right now, you're finally at VWAP for the NASDAQ. So these are the levels here where we should be actually thinking about putting, you know, a little bit more actually believe in the short. And look, we could take an L. I mean, I didn't think the market was going to rally this way. Up 0.3 right now is here we go. We had written down between 105 to 106 is kind of where we start this. But as I can see, AMD, NVIDIA, all. Yeah, go ahead.
You got to come to this chart. I was just getting filled at 44.
Oh, yeah?
2 seconds ago. Maybe like 10, 15 seconds ago, we're getting some shares out underneath VWAP, and then the next minute you're blowing out the 45 level. Like, that's a crazy buy. That means hands off and a little bit of patience, because just as it's starting to work into the downside is exactly when they just blew out the tops. 250 is it's $5 away. So if I'm trading it again, it's probably in the 50 range, or we're selling underneath that volume. Oh, by the way, Bitcoin, for everybody out there, this is also screaming to the upside. What did we just hit? 95.6 for everybody, but look at that topping tail starting to come in. Well, I said if it's not Bitcoin that I prefer short, it's Mara. I'd rather be looking at Mara for weakness based on what I saw on Friday. Mara was the only short on Friday. Pretty much a good short the entire day when you were catching some of these topping tails. Not Bitcoin, but Mara for myself.
All right, we're still short 105. I only have this one trade on right now, and it's just so stupid because we had written down here. I mean, it's not so stupid. This is what pricing does for you. Unfortunately, you know, I got to sometimes be a little more patient. Right there, we're 5 to 106 here on the TQQs, so we have to wait now to see, because I should be short at 105.50, you know, literally where we're at right now. Instead, we're short at 105, so I'm about 50 cents off right now on that one. Netflix, Apple short, Google longs. Those trades have really come through, but if we like the Apple short, then obviously the NASDAQ's going to have to come back in, because I'm not going to go ahead and now short this as well as the NASDAQ, but this name short looks fine too. Maybe we're right with Apple, but wrong with the index. That could be true. I mean, you're still under the 50-period moving average right now. Let me take a quick look, because JP Morgan, I mean, this is getting hit pretty. It was at 320 not too long ago. Now you're down to 304, like a nice active move down from Thursday, Friday in the financials here. So it's not just some of these big cap tech names to go one way, right? It's the financials are also downside there as well. And the names like SMR, you could throw that super chat up. Names like SMR as well continue to bleed to the downside here. I don't even know what that is. IMSR, terrestrial energy. Long term, then who did this? Justin, man, I don't know. For long term, I have no idea. I don't know what this company is. It looks like it might have been a recent IPO. If this is a recent IPO, you got to take that off there so I can show the chart. Yeah, thanks. If this is a recent, obviously it's not performing that well. So I would say give it a second, and we'll have to look. An IMSR, thanks for the super chat. But for right now, this name to me, only 100,000 shares. I'm gonna have to look at something else, and not right now, because we are watching out for right now. I know it's been a couple shorts for you, and I just have this one short now, and it's definitely not working out. So you got to watch out for right now to the high zone. That's the sort of the area that we had marked down here as the top, and it looks like we're trying to get there, man. The NASDAQ straight up. We had one down candle right off the open, and then it's been like 7 or 8 straight upside, or 11 straight upside.
It's reminding me of Friday. In the same, and it's almost exactly the same way. The only difference was on Friday in the same situation, I had already gotten Mara a couple times, and this time I'm not actually filled. I tried to look into that IMSR, but in 2 seconds I couldn't even figure out what they do. So we can revisit a little bit later when things slow down, and not a lot of catalysts going for it there. But I do still like Mara, despite the fact that Bitcoin was strong. Bitcoin's starting to pull back. There's a bit of a topping tail, so while we're screaming higher in some places, not happening over in BTC. What I can tell you is AMD, since breaking 45, wants 50. So we're shorted in front of that.
Oh, shit.
It's a couple of dollars away from that 250 level. It's starting to go absolutely ham to set upside. Google's still looking strong, but focus is going to be on crypto, and specifically Bitcoin. I don't want to be chasing this underneath the volume weighted average price, but I will if I have to here on.
Oh, boo. That's okay. I put the wrong price on TQs to get out. I was trying to get out 6, and I put 105 by accident. So I punched out and had to get back in. So I have a similar price that I had before, but I didn't mean to get there. Humbug. Okay, well anyways, a little bit of a different price now as we come back in, but we still do have this on. So, oh man, that is really disappointing for me, but okay, we did buy some back there and we put some back on. So it's roughly the same kind of a trade here. I think we had 60s and now we have 53s. So, okay, but oh yeah, because yeah, remember we had 60s and I said we're about halfway. All right, it doesn't matter, it's back, but that was just a mistake. Did not mean to cover that. So if you're seeing a different price, so I'll just put that in right now. I wanted 106.11s or so, like a break up there of 106. Let's get out to 75%. If that happens, I bought by accident. I put 105.11 last time. I guess so, or I just. But here it comes back up, so no harm, no foul right now as the market didn't actually go down there. So let's get a little bit more if it comes back up into those highs one more time, which it's trying to do right now. So we'll average some right here on this trade and then just wait to see as the market did, wow, it did go for a dip there, but then just ripped right back up. So I guess, oh man, it's too bad we reloaded. I meant to cover there. We didn't, but here it comes right back up to the upside now. So it looks like the NASDAQ wanted to go for a little bit of a dip there, but only got back to 105.20. So we did put a positive trade on at one. Move higher right now is putting us back out of the money there. So if you covered there, that was good. Remember where we were short? 105.50. So that was our average price, and that's where we are right now again. So it looks like we'll take about maybe a 50 or 60 cent hit if we wind up getting hit on this one.
I see everyone's doing what they're supposed to.
Good.
They're putting in that dollar sign because Tesla's #1 on the list by a long shot. So I'm going to throw you guys a stock visualizer in here. Tesla, #1, NVIDIA, Meta, BTC. Actually looking at crypto right now, obviously, Alphabet, Netflix. Remember, dollar sign when you put a symbol into the chat. That way we know what the hottest symbols are that you guys are interested in. Relative weakness, I'm just going to get this out of the way now. Relative weakness in SMCI. Every single day, exception of Friday, it was a short. Specifically, you could short it at VWAP if it failed VWAP at the open. It just did so now. I'm going to pay for locates and be able to grab that one. Tesla trying to blow out Friday's top. It's not there yet, but it's looking incredibly strong relative to the rest of the market. Because I think we're losing VWAP on the NASDAQ. And when I see relative weakness in SMCI, this is the stock as well. If I don't get MAR, which I'm still sitting at VWAP for. So shout out to everyone in the chat that mentioned that. Tesla, one of the strongest names out there. I don't want to say the strongest. Alphabet obviously is having a pretty good day itself.
All right, we just covered some more down here. Basically at the same price as last time, 540 or so, and then the move stopped. So we were getting a lot lower there for a minute, and then it was not. So I don't know. There seems to be some buyers here on the NASDAQ. We'll see if it continues to go a little bit lower than where we are right now. You guys know where we have our out scheduled. I did want to quickly look to see what was going on in the broader markets just a little bit here, because we talked about the NASDAQ, primarily all NASDAQ names. There's Google. What a day for Google, man. Up 5.5% there. That's awesome. We love that in the portfolio. Eli Lilly down a little bit, down 0.6 today. Amazon still down 1%. Costco is pretty much, for Costco purposes, it's like in a free fall. It's just because it hasn't bounced yet. But this 900 should be pretty interesting as we get retail earnings this week. So we can have a check on Home Depot coming tomorrow or tonight or tomorrow. Home Depot coming up, and then we have Target and all the rest. So the retail spot could definitely be looking at that this week. There's Home Depot right there again. So the future is just ripped up there. So I don't know anything, but we might have a good opportunity to get back into the short.
Somehow didn't get us. I got Mara, but not SMCI. It's kind of a weird one.
Yeah, okay.
SMCI doesn't really pop enough to get me in. There was a. I thought I saw something on my Halt scanner.
Ripping again.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Ryan O'Day. Can we put that super chat up, if you could, very quickly for us, because I don't have the page up. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Mondays are officially moved.
Ooh.
You have a key for that. I'd like us to, I mean, we're 0.4%. We get to 1.5, and I think you can say moon at that point. A little bit early, but it is looking incredibly strong so far. I'm just kind of dividing things up. The market is taking out, the NASDAQ, I should say, is taking out the high right now. Anything that is putting in a lower high, to me, that was on my list, is okay for a short. Otherwise, I should be looking for long trades. Alphabet was the one that I liked, and it's not even at VWAP. It's not really giving you much of anything to work off of for the long. The pre-market high right here at like 290.60. So really, that's all you got unless it's the volume weighted average price. I'm gonna let the 15-minute. I mean, we just had a 15-minute candle bar close, but it doesn't for a long trade unless we get to VWAP. So I'm looking at VWAP right now on Google specifically, and SMCI just came in, and we have some Mara as well. Apple, by the way, I don't know about that headline, but they're shrugging it off. Apple now participating in this bounce. Yeah, that never really seemed like the kind of the succession plan or that $634 million to Massimo. Like that falls out of their pocket on a given day.
Yeah, that seems. I'm still going to try to short this, but yeah, I wrote down 272, so we just bounced off of 270 there. So yeah, we got percent of. I mean, it's a good thing we had a couple outs here, but we definitely don't have many outs here for the Nasdaq. But we're still holding on to a small piece. Let's see if it can turn itself. So just hold on a second here. We got it right now. Okay, so just make sure you do scan that QR code as they continue to sponsor our segment, and it's Global X by Beta Pro. Beta Pro by Global. They're 3 times daily levered ETF. So this is something to take a look at. If you are invested here in Canada, they have 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. Semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. They're also offering a discount into the year end, 65 basis points management fees until December the 31st. Pure performance on their versus the U.S. dollar. So make sure you check them out. It is betapro.ca times 3x daily to learn more. And please scan that QR code or check the link in description for all of that. I was going to go against just fell back in. I did put an order in here to get some Apple against 270 right there, that 200 period moving average, which we just bounced against. So if it breaks above that, we'll get out. So 270, a little break. We're not, but we will take a position if it comes up to 269, right around here, right where we just were, 269.70 or so. VWAP, if we can grab that fill on Apple, then we'll take that short. But yeah, the Nasdaq side there and broke higher. Now we have a little bit of a wick top and not on too much volume profile there. So interesting to see what winds up happening right now with the TQQs. Super chat apparently.
I think it's the one that was very quickly up there.
Okay.
We'll try to get. Thank you again, Justin. I believe you were asking about that integral molten salt reactor.
Oh, that's what it was.
They're modular, operated as a bonus. You get industrial grade, which is needed for hydrogen fuel production. Thank you. Always kill it. So
appreciate that.
I'm kind of with you in the space. I just don't know. Again, like this is the first time I've heard of them. So to sit there and say that, oh, this is fantastic, I can't necessarily go there. That sounds interesting. However, like, what are the nuts and bolts? Like how far are we away from actually producing anything? Because like when I see an IPO that's done this, my first thought is until it actually holds some higher lows, you know you're in at the wrong spot because everyone's just trying to figure out price here. So assuming that this just recently came to market, it feels more like a settle down kind of idea, and the timing maybe not necessarily the best to have just come to market, to be honest with you, at some of those highs when all of the other emerging energy names have been getting smoked. So yeah, until the sentiment changes, I feel like you're just waiting on this, something like this. And if you like, I'm already in a speculative energy play, so I don't know if I personally do it as well, and not enough volume for it to do much of anything here as a day trade. Like we wouldn't look at that for a day trade, but here comes everything.
Yeah, oh yeah.
This top goes. I'm out of Mara. Now Mara, for its own sake, the best shorts on Friday came at 10 o'clock, and then 10:50, and then o'clock for myself on Mara. So that's a level of patience that's gonna be required. And the initial short did take a hit as well. SMCI is still at VWAP, but unlike like Mara just boosted the top. So this needs to close underneath VWAP again. If it's going to do that pattern, show me that you're not making fresh highs and that you're actually the only thing. That's the only thing that's still holding down. It's down 2% and underneath the volume or at the volume weighted average price. But Google, no dip. Thought we'd get maybe a chance when the market slowed down for a split second. You might see the 290s showing you any love. Anywhere to be able to jump into that long play. We got another super chat in here from Justin. They were private, brought into public by SPAC.
Oh,
So it's a SPAC.
SPAC play.
Yeah, I think you really got to wait for those to settle down. They tend to be even trickier on valuation issues. Even that kind of makes me even more skeptical is not the word, but I would say patient with any SPAC. You tend to see those, when they trend down, they tend to take a while to make a bit of a bottom.
All right, I'm going to bid out some here. We got a nice little trade on the back end of Palantir. Let's just see if it does wind up down in. I mean, what a move. I mean, here it comes. What a move higher. Yes, finally. What a move higher here for Palantir. We might have not had enough orders out to capture this profit, but nice move down now for it. We'll see if it can wind up holding this move or not. That's Palantir. Bit of a backhanded move here as well on the futures, just to wait to see if there is, any real significant pull here. We'll take some profits if that's what winds up happening. But yeah, it's more about the Palantir move. I mean, what a good move up.
Tesla almost 420.
Okay, so nice move back there for Tesla then, needless to say. That's a big move. There's 24XXX. What is that? That's a new gateway, right?
Yeah,
I just saw in there somewhere. But okay, there it comes in. Let's go. Yes, sir. Big time trade alert.
I would only ever use it if you're...
Oh, man. Now $1 in on Palantir as that worked out for us. So we finally found a name there that's finally starting to give it back just a little bit. Palantir is one of those ones that can dip and dive and duck and dodge and all that. So we're going to make sure that we do get out of a little bit there on Palantir 4. Of course, finally brought it back to the dollar club. It's got to break through 173. We got a 173 there, so we'll see if that's doing anything. And then the future is what? I guess they just dip down for a second as we finally get back into that short rate there. But here, man, everything just ripping right back to the upside. So if you're going to be in the shorts, maybe not for a long time, but maybe for a good time, just not a long time. All right, IBIT there as well. Bleeding has been, but now finally on the way back up. I mean, good day for Bitcoin, 95,000. Nice to see that one trying to hold out a little bit there for IBIT. So we'll see. That's all the way back to VWAP now as well. So that could be a decent trade. And then I always look back to SoFi because I think that $27 level is going to be pretty good. I mean, we already went down there, got flushed down to 27. So if SoFi can hold in and around 27, I think that'll be something that we definitely would like to look at there today. Some of the, I thought we had Beyond Meat moving around, or Open Door.
On Friday.
Yeah, so that's still above $1. So take a look at that. I mean, you don't want to, I think if it cracks below the dollar, we've discussed why, you get the NASDAQ interested in looking at you if you're below $1, and I can't. Open Door again, nice week last week, despite the NASDAQ having another down week. Open Door had a nice one, down to $5 last week early, rallied back into 9, and now you're back. So I'd say you watch out for 7 and change here on Open Door. All right, so my just doing what they're doing right now. The TQs has been okay. I mean, not really. This position's been okay. Not okay early. And then the futures are not really helping out Palantir. I'm going to get another bid there. I just put a bid at 43 and it there it comes back in. I'm still waiting for 173 flats. If we can get those, then good on us for Palantir. But the market, Neil, just continues, man. We just busted through 25,000. So now you're at 25,250 and looking to go higher here. So just be careful. Day's high for the futures, and it looks like we're trying to test that again. No volume profile is giving me the idea, or not volume profile, sorry, no volume telling me that we've seen the top or anything. So just settling down right now. Remember, Fed talk, and I looked, we don't have anything today.
It's 4 talkers, and that's it. That's
no
it.
Numbers.
Or we just had, Bitcoin is actually falling here.
Oh, okay, good.
So I'm going back over to, here, that's Bitcoin underneath VWAP, but there's
short everything.
I'm shorting. I'm going to short Mara again, obviously.
Yes.
But the market just took a left turn. Did Bitcoin just lead the market lower?
I don't know, but right now,
yes.
I know Palantir
I'm saying it did. I'm saying it
Go!
looked pretty heavy.
Finally.
Like we were at VWAP a second ago. SMCI was at the low of the day when I saw Bitcoin break down. Mars also falling in. Google's not falling, by the way. No. Nvidia's not really doing much of anything. So I guess you have to be in the right type of name. Jameson, we'll look at some of the quantum names. IonQ had a story though. I double checked. There is a story with IonQ this morning. They made some kind of an acquisition. It wasn't moving at the time, but if it's going boom, there was a headline this morning on IonQ. I just don't know it off the top of my head. So SMCI was the only thing under VWAP, shorted that, but I do want to jump back into Mara as that just went red on the day after that Bitcoin, heavy candle to the downside. Let's go to Adara, maybe the IonQ news.
can confirm that IONU is acquiring Skyloom. That was announced this morning. They're also set to attend this Supercompute conference today. I know also QUBT is supposed to attend that conference later this week. I want to mention as well, I am seeing from a couple sources that we might 10 a.m. U.S. construction spending month over month. You guys know we'll cover that for you, of course, at 10 in case it does end up getting released. Back to you.
It is all over the place.
Yeah, I want to take it off.
There's a new gateway.
Bugging me.
Yeah, 24X you'll see on Real Trade.
Bang! Let's floss it off right now, finally. All right, man. Palantir, good trade. We just got, like, we're getting 172.50s now. We're down to the downside. This is 30 in the money on PLTR, so patience paying on this one. That is for sure so far. And then obviously the NASDAQ, good trade now on this. Let's let it work though, because we could scalp this out. Well, okay, let's get another piece out here, just because where we're at now. Ooh, we were just 10. Can we get that, please? Hopefully we can. No, when we're at some of these lines here, and did we just get it there? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. So it just retraced back here. The real retracement, I'd like to see it get back into VWAP. So like this 105.50 to 105.60, I think are better areas for me to scalp out. So let's not do too much right now, just because I'll regret that. Like, if it comes back in and all of a sudden I don't have as many shares. I already have half. I'm already out of half of this real. Oh, not good. It's not even a reload. We got stopped out there, and then I still wanted to feel the short. Remember, my initial short position was between 106, and unfortunately, it was 105.50 that caught me there, and we had to punch out when it broke 106 right there. That was really a nothing reload right there. But that we put on some more. I stopped out a little bit, put on some more, and now let's just wait to see if we're going to be at least right about the futures coming back. Give it a shot to get to VWAP. What I'm thinking right now. So nice push into this level, but we are bouncing off of 80. So let me put something here at 85, and then the real level that I was just indicating was like this 105.60 or so. So if we can put down there, that'll make me feel a little bit better of getting out in and around that level, and then hopefully a downside push after that. But it's almost $2. Sorry, back to $1 again. We did almost get $2. We just bounced. There's numbers. Okay, I didn't see any on our watch list, but we'll go over to Adara right now for something happening at. No.
I wasn't seeing any when I made the watch list either, but as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, I'm seeing quite a few sources suggest that we might be getting this construction spending. To keep an eye in case we do end up getting that. Again, as indicated a couple minutes ago, looks like we did get it actually higher than expected, 0.2% here for construction spending for the month of August versus negative 0.1%. So higher than expected construction spending month for month. Let's talk here about this market and NVDA's leadership of said market. We know this stock has been strong, still one of the strongest, if not the strongest here in terms of market cap, and they're reporting earnings after the bell on Wednesday. Now, depending on how this goes, this could really lead the market higher or lower. So these post-market earnings on Wednesday are absolutely going to be watching. There's other Mag 7 news though too. GeoOGL made some big post-market moves on Friday, announcing a $40 billion data center investment in 10 minutes later, we had Berkshire Hathaway put out their 13F filing showing that they have taken a pretty massive stake in GeoOGL, over 17 million shares worth, all during that of Q3. And NFLX pushing lower here and actually trying to break the 110 level. This is its first day of trading after its 10-for-1 stock split. So from roughly $1,100 all the way down to 110 with that stock split. Right now, though, the stock not responding too positively on the first day of trading post-split. Before we send you back, we will take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, or OGE, and is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug, designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Yeah, this morning.
Okay, here we go, guys. Randy, we got a face slapper right now, Randy, though. I just showed him this Palantir chart right here. 174 down to 172. So we brought it into a I thought it was $2 in the money before, but now it is officially that. And here goes the TQs, bringing it all the way back in finally, but just bouncing. Sitting here, 105.60. It just topped just bottomed at 105.64. So might have missed that by a couple pennies. Let's just adjust that right now. And Randy, your oil stock's looking pretty good, as we did talk about having. It wasn't a death kiss on this, but there it is. XOM 119, so not bad. Nice move up there today from those lows. So we'll see if XOM can work itself out. All right, so I just went to 105.70 there. 60. That's a face slapper right there. So we're really happy with that one, as Neil and I both continue to hold on to the short. And man, we're $2. We're about $3 now in the money. So finally, a nice little move to the downside here. Just a couple minutes.
Yeah, it has taken a couple of minutes. AMD just broke trend, so I just jumped into that one. Someone in the chat just said, cover Tesla for the boys, for the crew, and for the viewers. 100% we'll get there in just a quick little second. But there was a trend break. I want 50 on AMD. It ends up curling at 249. There's the break of trend, so shorted it there. Tesla is one of the names in the market. Not quite that 420 level, which was so big last week. Yeah, it's not really. There you go. You can see 420. When it broke down on Thursdays. Yeah. Now it's coming right back in. So first red candle of the day really on Tesla since this little tiny one. It is obviously breaking trend, but when it's this steep, any red candle, and it's going to be breaking the trend. But that's not the short I'm in. Tesla probably going to break trend here, but the short's now working. Ooh, SMCI just broke even.
Yeah, we're all getting into the gates.
It's going to go to evens, but I'm looking for 30, 75 to 80 is a target on that. Let's go over to Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Silo. At the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker SILO, their lead drug, SPCE is advancing towards FDA submission, a potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD and anxiety, with data already showing strong safety results. And at the same time, Silo is expanding its digital assets model, investing in Bitcoin, Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology designed to strengthen and future-proof its crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. Learn more at silopharma.com. Back to you.
No, the Bears are in the building, Neil. Okay, monster trade now. $3 here on Palantir. One in right now. This is the kind of sniping activity that I'm supposed to be doing. We absolutely nailed the Q's call, just was in it too early. So that is what it is. I mean, now it's underneath everything that we were shorting before, but you get into the 200 period moving average. So let's just cover a little bit more down into here. There it goes. And then it's just, this name continues, man. This is the big win. P&L-wise here for me today, obviously, goes PLTR. So, really happy that we were able to put on a good position there and able to take this back in downside. So just an absolute monster. I mean, obviously your trades to the short side are probably working out here as well. So I'm just going to hold on to these two absolute monsters and see what winds up happening. NVIDIA there, and we'll see if we can go ahead and find another one. But for right now, the cash cow coming through on these two positions. But hey, man, you never know where we're going to go from here. So that's what the next decision is, right? 187.50 coming through. Andre, just throw. Tell us. Don't ever wait for us to tell you to throw these things up. Yeah. So what's up, Day Trader LA? Google killing me. I'm minus 25K. What? Just today you're minus 25 situation here because you should have never. I've written down Google long here. Obviously, everybody can make their own decisions, but I don't really know where you would have got yourself in too much trouble here with Google. I mean, you might. I would just say I like the short in the market here, but this is going oppo right now, up 5%. I would not, we talked about this, Day Trader LA. It's just the fact is, and I feel bad that you have those hits and you're such a good supporter of the show. But I mean, this is one of the strongest names. And then you get Berkshire out there buying it. And Berkshire's small, it's not a big deal, but it gives you the sentiment of what they're thinking. And if they're starting a position, most likely been adding to and maybe
I would agree.
Buying dips. So it's a tough position for you.
Oh, you went long. Huh?
Okay. All right. So he's long. He or she is long now on Google. So I would say long then. If you're down 25 grand on the long, must not be from today. So that's good. And so where did you exactly go long on this thing? I mean, you're almost at all-time highs. So okay, if you're long Google, you obviously like the story. I think Google has a 300 print in it. It's just the problem is NVIDIA this week, and the problem is the NASDAQ. So for me, we're absolutely raking it through on the short rate now. But I like Google here. I would actually say, it's not financial advice here, but you know, averaging in if you like the stock, and I don't know how big of a hit a 25 is for you, but if you still like the stock, I still like Google there. But again, everybody please manage your own positions, because like right now we're $3, and you could see just, you know, Neil and I both favoring the short, it looks like. So I'm going to.
I would say just be careful with leverage, because I'm assuming.
Palantir, wow.
Obviously, you're making plays. Just be really, really careful when you're chasing momentum. Again, don't know what the position was, and make sure you have every single entry. Good luck. The market is heading back in here. I dipped out of AMD and VWAP and got into another trend break on AMD. And that's a trend to the volume weighted average price if it holds a volume weighted average price, which it did. And then at the same moment, it broke trend. So there's 3 points on a 3-minute. It broke trend. I'm trying to add to it underneath the $12 level as everything starts to come back in.
Finally.
I would be only wary of, remember, 25,000 back. So there's a couple of things, green to red, because we went green, and now we're heading red. 25,000 has been a pretty big level. So I think it feels like the kind of place where you want to take at least a little bit of profit up front. Fighting a sneeze, of course, because that's how I always am. So I'm going to take some out of Mara. Took the L early on Mara. Didn't even get back in. Back underneath that volume weighted average price. So this one continues to head lower. Bitcoin back underneath 95,000. Going to make a wild and educated guess that things aren't going well for BM&R and some of those names either, as we're headed right back into these lows.
Oh,
here.
man. All right, Neil, this took a minute, but finally we are now green. I am now green on the. I used to look to see like what our positions are, but I don't call that up. So I just know Neil's positions based on there, and I'm trying to focus on like what I'm doing here, guys. So I see some comments there in the chat, but I'm only looking at what I'm doing. 170.13. I always look to see like if we're both. Then I feel better about that. That's the kind of stuff that I look for right now. So here goes the TQs, right to the downside, and big time right now. Now we're at 104.25. Fabian, you good? Yeah, good, man. I like that. I like the Took look over there. You know what game my kids are absolutely in love with? Skate. For the PS. Skate 4 right now. It's a fucking awesome game right now. It's like a big world, and you just go out and you just skate everywhere, and you. It's amazing, man. It's skate. It's so good. My daughter is.
That was only about Splatoon right now.
Yeah. Oh, Platoon is good.
Splatoon.
Oh, Splatoon. Yeah, Splatoon. We have that game. I have both. I have the newest
Second one.
Okay, is that the newest one?
Yeah,
we have both of them. Great game.
Kid-friendly shooter is the best way to.
Well, it's a painting.
It's like basically paintball.
You cover the paintball. That's the word I was looking for.
It's essentially paintball.
Splatoon's great. Yeah, we love Splatoon, man. Great game.
I find it tricky to play.
It gets boring after a while, but yeah. Like my kids would ruin me. And
no, I get wrecked. My daughter destroys me in that game.
Yeah, of course
it's
she
not
does,
even.
Dude. She's crushing you every day.
Cool.
All right, so
quickly.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I
to target and also to pretty much looks like buyers came in there. So 34.75 was the target on SMCI, and it's bounce off that level. So this is almost an auto short at the volume weighted average price, but that's an if we get there. Like this prior low, 5.25, even a bounce into that, I think would be a reload special on this bad boy. And looking back over at Mara, anything under VWAP, I'm also going to try and reload this one to the south side. The other thing to keep in mind is if we're bouncing, I want to keep an eye on Bitcoin. Trend down, actually green, but it doesn't matter. Like it's a 24-hour market. It's trended down from those highs. And it felt like this turned first. Like I felt like this made the high before the market made the high. So when this gets to VWAP, IBIT, that's where we'll be looking for Mara. Might even go just to Bitcoin itself because it felt weaker than Mara. I was expecting the opposite to be true, that Mara would be weaker. But for now, it's Bitcoin, which leads me to likely take a shot at this and Mara for the south side. Both of those looking pretty weak. Google's still strong-ish. It's up 5%, but it's trying to hold VWAP here. This would be a nice little bounce level. See, wait till it gets to VWAP and then take a shot. This was the only long idea. So if it can close over 290 here, I would take a shot to see if this can get back to the highs. Just because Berkshire bought doesn't necessarily mean that all roses for Google at these prices, but you have to figure it does put some kind of a floor on it, as it was such a small amount of cash that they deployed. You got to figure they might want to buy some more.
Okay, just to go on. So I was gonna say 5% left of Palantir. Like we got into 170, everybody. So we're out, man. We were talking about like just being able to battle back because we did take our first hit on Apple. Hit was whatever. I mean, this was short 280, 280, 269.75, 269.80 on a 270 break. We get 03s or 04s, so that was like a 30-cent hit, almost not right away, but right away. We were in there for 2 minutes, and then boom, goes the dynamite on that one. Just to review some of the trades, and then we were short the TQs, got stopped out there, then made it back right there. Still actually on them because of this move back to the high side. So we did cover a lot down there. I only have now about between 15 to 20% left. Again, a lot of shares, so it's hard for me to take into that consideration. And then green was Palantir there. So Palantir was a huge trade to the downside. There we go. We get them once. I was just going to say I'm bidding 171. That just came in right there again. Now we'll wait to see if the market can retrace into some lows. I'm looking to put on some more trades right now. So there it goes, man. The sentiment is changing like minute by minute here. It seems like anyways, like the market wants to just really crack and then find a base and start to get back going again. I mean, look at Tesla's, I think I was actually talking with my friend yesterday actually, and he test drove the Model X and was just like by his money, and he was just really impressed with FSD and basically was, getting ready to buy. I don't think he pushed the button yet, but getting ready. I don't know. Everybody, I really am impressed with this as a car company, let alone, where Tesla's going for the future and what we talk about with his pay package, everything. The big thing, and I was talking to Marissa about, is the key risk. Like, it's a one-man pony, and if anything happens to that pony, that could be a little bit of a problem. And we just talked about Splatoon and some of the gaming ideas, and that reminds me of Roblox. And Skate is an EA game, so EA, of course, going private there. But Roblox, another move down, and I just want to say watch out for this at a hunch. That's going to be a good spot there. And then NFLX came through with the split today. So welcome to $100 right now, well, at least triple digits for Netflix, not $100 quite yet.
If it got to 100, we'd have problems today.
Down 10 more percent. I see it just from a technical standpoint because it is the split and maybe people sell it, but there's no reason for this to be down 10%. So if that does happen, I think we would scoop some down there around 108 108. Looking to buy it on the note here. Here, let me just call this up, and I think we got to go to Adair, correct, Andre? We'll go over there in a second. I just want to show you this chart. This was why I wrote down Netflix on here. On the note was this 108. Now, again, if we get to there, I know me and Neil we just said 100. It's not going to get to, that's 100 right here, which would be a pretty cool level too. I mean, I like that level.
It's a good level.
But this, I don't necessarily want to buy it. This is a day trade. So I think if we can get into 108 right now and just test that 107.50 area, that's a good little level there. And then if you like Netflix, actually, nothing wrong with buying a quarter of your position or so. But remember, you're under the 200 period moving average. And now we just want to see some of the action post-split. So $100, whenever a stock is near there, there's a magnet towards that level. Just like I think Google, and to you, Day Trader LA, I think Google does, and this is Google, does float up to $300 just naturally over the next couple days. Again, the big worry spot for many of these names is what happens Monday evening as we the spend is there. Google's dropping 40 more billion into another data center. So if we're worried about Oracle, some data center costs, I mean, did Meta bounce nicely on Friday? There it is. All right, what's up, Day Trader? I went long. I went long on Google. I think that it's the wrong time. Do your Canadian prayer. I need it over 295. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't pray necessarily for stock prices or anything like that, but I do think that you're into something with Google. Okay, like out of all, I don't know. I can ask you. Out of most of the mega cap names,
that and Meta are the best valuations, and it's the best looking chart. So,
but I would never want to be in Meta over Google.
But that being said, the timing is everything. I can love all of that about Google, but that might not matter today. unfortunately, depending
Alex
on the price. But yeah, I like Google. I think your valuations will fine, but that's more of like a long-term look. So, like I said, good luck. It's just you can't like what's going on overall here. Day trader relay. Don't show Adara unless she is wearing something green.
Well, too bad.
That doesn't hold. We need to get the news. That's what it's all about. We appreciate everybody, but the market, successive red candles now. This is already different from the bounce on Friday because they're losing the volume weighted average price. Distinctly different and about to go red one more time. Oh, look at AMD had just bounced $3 and is right back underneath the volume weighted average price. We're right back into the lows. Bitcoin's breaking low. Mars now broken down through the low of the day. Everything is losing the bid, unfortunately. That's not going to bode well for Google either. I wish I could tell you that that was not true, but that is the case. The market is distinctly different from the dip buys that we saw on Friday. Like immediate lower highs and lower lows, unfortunately. Wish I could tell you something better, Day Trader LA.
All right, thank you very much, Adara, for the following news that you're about to give us right now.
I mean, he said a lot since then, but we did have some comments 5 minutes ago, probably from Fed's Jefferson on crypto, specifically in regards to what the Fed should be doing with crypto in terms of some of their commentary. So Fed's Jefferson saying that he does not think that crypto and other innovations in that space will necessarily influence the Fed's ability to do policy as long as the Fed keeps pace with what firms and households want to do. He also said that the Fed's role is not to encourage or discourage the use of crypto because that's up to the private sector, but that the Fed's job here is to ensure that the banking sector is safe and sound as the public adopts new technologies like crypto. So again, Fed's Jefferson kind of laying out the law here with regards to what the Fed should be doing when it comes to crypto. Back to you.
Much again, Adara, as everything's sort of bleeding into the downside. I can show you Bitcoin's pretty much at the low. We just tagged 94,000, now at 93.94 as we break lower here on IBIT. I want to look for places to add to this on Mara here. Just eating some watermelon, guys. If we get lower highs, the L early, but I want to be adding to this every single chance we get on a pop. This is something that to me is breaking down on the daily chart anyways. So if Bitcoin's headed lower, if crypto's looking weak, then just got to stay with it. And it's not the only one. Like if you look at here, if you look over here at Circle, 5% down and bleeding, absolutely bleeding to the downside. BMNR as well. The low of the day, 4.5% to the downside. So these names are obviously going to move a little bit more, a little more volatile than the overall crypto space and not looking too good. And even the signs of strength, like all morning, the number one name on our visualizer was Tesla. And it still is by a long shot. Team America is up there. We'll get to that in a second. But Tesla's almost pulling back into view up. So this was the strongest name, and now it's pulling into the volume weighted average price. But I just saw LAC's in here. I'm not aware of a story on LAC this morning. Maybe it's something we missed, but it's up 9%. And it was there. And yet another name that was trending up in the morning and just broke that trend as well. So just be careful if you happen to be anything to the long side. This could be a spot where something trending long could be a buy. Like I'd say LAC if it held VWAP. And I'm not aware of any story with this, so I wouldn't want to trade it blind. There was not one. There was also not a story on Lucid. Remember I said on Friday, should have been looking at the Lucid short on these silly things that were fall. Look what it did today. Just absolute disaster, Lucid. If a stock reverse splits, you should almost, as a day trader, just short it almost. It's insane. Oh,
Sean knows the trend is down overall. Whales eating up. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean we've been nailing the trend for a minute here, and we've talked about the short. We had the short written down from the jump. So thank you so much, Izzy, for that comment. This is how you have these big winners, right? But you can also got to be careful because you can also have big losers. But right here, Palantir right now back into 170 again. This is now $4 in the money. The futures, we continue to hold out hope that this can even get lower. We were just bidding 104 and just missed it there. So I'm just going to sort of sit in these two and look for some more shorts. I mean, we're underneath VWAP. I really like the short today. I mean, like I was saying, man, I'm green today. I hope you It was a tough road to hoe early, right there, trying to wait for the short, but eventually at about 9:45 to 10 o'clock, the market's kind of flipped on itself a little bit, so that created a really good for this market to fall back in. I'm going to bid some more out here on the TQs, as we may have missed that 104. I mean, that's kind of where we started to jump off from. So we had written down here, and again, I appreciate that comment, Izzy, but we had written down Google, Apple, TQs, and Netflix as some of the ideas today. So we've traded the only one that we didn't put in, which is my highest trade of the day. Of course, is Palantir. So sometimes you don't know where your bread is buttered, but we did have that nice run up there in Palantir. And at the same time, I was thinking the market was a little bit top heavy there. We got a 174 print on Palantir. And the reason why we shorted that is it just came right into here. It was a level, sort of that little from Friday, I guess, or Thursday, where we sort of gapped underneath that 174. So it ran up right into that price again, and then we have, you know, that 350 or at the maximum there of a winner for Palantir. The market's trying to battle back though, which is nice to see, especially for some of those longs like I know you guys have. But there's 174. There's the short that I have out on 170 that came in. You do have to be, you know, a little bit on the ball to look at to find that. But again, I'm only looking at a couple games, and we were able to capture that, which was pretty good. And you know, I am worried about the banks though, because they continue to lose the bid, and not now, obviously, as I say that, it goes oppo, but
they've been strong today.
They were strong, yeah, right now. This morning, though, like we were down to 302 there. That was not good. I was worried about 300. And I think most of this is regarding what we're going to see with the Fed, right? I mean, the Fed in just a couple weeks now, December the 10th, this used to be 65, 70, 80% the other way. So now flipped. Now you're 60% to 40% in the camp of no cut whatsoever. So now, you know, these different stocks are going to have to reassess here when money gets a little bit, not going to get more expensive, but it's not getting any cheaper as many thought. So I think that's going to be a big hit for some of the lower cap names that need the cash. You know, a stock like a Google or an Apple, it's fine for them. Actually, they hold so much cash, you know, they make money on that, right? But when you're looking at levels from Moderna or some of these biotech names or things like that, you know, XBI probably heading to the... XBI has been really hot because of Eli Lilly and some of the stories there. But as you get rate worries, I could see this pulling back as well. And here comes
Lilly, by the way.
We do have a dare, but yeah, what do you want to talk about for Lilly?
Oh, I was going to say Lilly's actually one of the few stocks that is on the verge of breaking out today. So dip by, like a lot of things were a dip at the open, but starting to look like it might be another breaker. 1035 would be the big break from last week, and 1025. Always relatively strong, it seems. But we always got to go up to Adair at the desk. She's got the goods.
Hi, guys. Let's talk about these small caps with LAC, Lithium Americas. As I mentioned, there's no story on this. They did report earnings on Thursday, so this is, I guess, a later stage earnings play. But this is not, again, on no other news here for LAC. So I guess an earnings play from late last week, but nothing else on Lithium Americas. Then we have Zymeworks, ZYME. This one and some of its partners, including publicly traded Jazz Pharmaceuticals, or JAZZ, they reported some statistically significant and clinical meaningful improvements for one of their treatments. You can find out more about this on our Trader TV Live watch list. It is the last in today's watch list. Good look for ZYME. And last but not least, IREN. This one is a bit of a larger market cap, but IREN is interesting because they're both an energy play and a Bitcoin miner type play. So IREN, again, as we have Bitcoin and a lot of these energy names on watch, especially as of late, this is going to, that is making some upside moves, especially off of the open. Now, before we send you back to Sean and Neil for more trading action, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Because for too long, trading meant risking your own money. We're just never having enough. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But guys, that is now changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets, because with its limited risk trading, traders use funded capital. And Trade the Pool absorbs the risk. Absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: consistency and growth. So when you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers. Just real opportunity. That is the revolution of limited risk trading, which is, of course, powered by Trade the Pool. So visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe as we send you back. Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Adara. I just saw in the chat someone, John Tranum asking, what if the Fed raises? Well, if the Fed raises, then this very small down move that you have right now will be seen even smaller. There's no chance. I think there's pretty much no chance that the Fed actually raise rates, but the market would not treat that very well at all. Because it's not just that they'd be raising rates, it would just be such a surprise and a shock. Like, it's one thing to pause, slowly getting priced in December. If they were to completely come out of nowhere and hike rates, that could be pretty nasty, I would suspect. But like, it's a low probability. The betting markets or the futures markets tend to do really well at pricing the Fed's intentions. Their whole idea is to be transparent. So I think it's a little bit unlikely. Thankfully, and thank you, Adara, for noting that there isn't a story here on. If that's going to be the case, then fair enough. Like, I wouldn't have shorted a trend break if there had been a story and I thought it was an explosive one. This is a decently shorted name, but if it can hold underneath 5 and put in some lower highs, it has broken trend. I'd look to fade that. There's a trend break on LAC, so at a pretty decent resistance level, the $5 anyways. So if it can put in that lower high under 5, it sets up on the 3, it sets up on the 15-minute as well underneath the $5 level.
All right, Sean Cantina, your close unique trading group. You wanted a hot dog cannon, so you're going to get one here in a second. I just got to find where it was. You asked for it. There it is right there. My resilience, well, thank you for that. And passion, well, hey, everyone here is pretty passionate. That's why we're here. I have never stopped since you saw us, I've seen you too, perfect. And the whole crew, Adara with the quick updates. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we're adding more and more to the show, and there's even more to come. So. Here, I'll get rid of that. We want to thank you for sending in that, and you also get the hot dog can for that one. So there it goes. All right, so nice move higher there on the TQs, and again, just more covering as we're lighter and lighter on this. We have 10% on this, almost exactly 10% left, and on Palantir under 5% now. The market rebounded and actually debating now taking more short into this move here. And maybe Palantir into 172. I mean, these are not horrible levels. We are right now on a 1-minute chart. I was always looking for a little bit higher because it's been such a dramatic kind of a day where we were at least, we opened up down 0.5 or so, made all the way back up to like half a, swang about 1% in the NASDAQ in the first, I don't know, let's say half hour. And then we swang all the way back, actually back into the red, close enough to the red anyways at 25.50 there on the NASDAQ, and now just kind of hovering around. So I think that this is a decent short area for Palantir if you're looking to reload in and around 172. So, you know, just look. We'll talk about some of the earnings plays. We talked about Home Depot coming through, but let's just have a quick little look at what's happening in this general market right now. NVIDIA down 1.3% as the NASDAQ up 0.17 and the SPY right now up 0.4. The gold markets, just double checking what gold is doing. Gold 0.32 as NVIDIA and Apple both red. Broadcom seeing nice move today. AMD flat, which is nice to see. Neil was looking at that earlier. Boeing still down that 0.5%. Qualcomm continues to get hit. Better buying there last week. Cisco with a good report. Micron and Western Digital continue to work themselves out as well. There's Western Digital down there up 4% for Western Digital. A really good name there. Webull continues to get hit. If you guys are looking at Webull today, down through $9. That's been bad. Microsoft, bad today, down 0.5%. Would like to see them a little bit better. And the reason why I say bad is NASDAQ's up 0.2. You don't want to see some of these names down. And same with Meta's hovering around their $600 mark. Welcome, congratulations to Netflix. A triple-digit stock. Nothing you did wrong. I think you did right by splitting. So we'll wait to see what happens with Netflix there. Salesforce, one of the shittiest stocks in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, continues to get hit today with report coming this week. That's been a dog to be in, that's for sure. Palo Alto, we saw them today on Joe's board. CrowdStrike as well. Both those names, I really like the cybersecurity space. So holding both of those has been a good one as well. And then one more. Retail coming through. We looked at the banks. They're pretty mixed here today. Obviously, Berkshire with that Google stake. So Google being up 5%. Berkshire tends to go up a little on that. I mean, they dumped their BA pretty heavily. So that should be more talked about probably than the Google trade. But Bank of America downside. Goldman up. And we saw JP Morgan. I thought they were down early. I actually like Capital One with their Discovery. Ooh, yuck. Yeah. I've already called Robinhood through 100, but I don't. Go ahead. Yeah, where was Coinbase?
Coinbase is not exactly.
Yeah, well,
crypto.
Well, there it is. Yeah, down 5.
Well, I was just sort of pointing out the crypto-related names in the financials are the ones that are just getting absolutely destroyed. So Coinbase down 5%.
Damn.
Where is its home? It's not, I don't know, but 240 seems like it could come into play for these bad boys. Bitcoin just hit 24.3-ish. Okay, well, maybe not 23.4. It looks like it's bouncing off of right now. Mara came volume weighted average price and is headed back into the lows. So as long as IBIT and Bitcoin, I almost hit blue ocean there, continue trend down, then I want to hold this. But notice how suddenly Mara is now leading the way. Like Mara is a little bit lower near the bottom and Bitcoin isn't there yet. So I do want to try to, just in case we get back through VWAP on IBIT. But it's trend down, lower highs all the way through. Said I wanted to be short Mara if that was the case, so we are. And I was trying to pick up, well, I guess pick up is the wrong word because I wanted to go short. So on LA, it doesn't get to 5, but this is going to close underneath the volume weighted average price, which means I'll take a shot at it here underneath VWAP. No story for LAC reported on Thursday. Maybe just like a squeeze or something. I don't know. The market goes up and who knows. Sometimes these kind of things can be technical breakout, hits a resistance spot and pulls back in. So I'll just call it that and look for the continuation here to the south side. Unique trading group. Can you look at Cisco? Hey, how about a good earnings?
That was a good one.
Might have been a bit of a jinx just now because I just eyeballed it and said this is actually also breaking its trend.
It was up to 1.
But Cisco, it hasn't pressed through the high that it made post yet. So you're still looking at that pre-market high. What was it, like 970? It wasn't even 80. It was like 79. Can't even get through that. So it's range bound. I don't know if it's going to be able to break that high with the market as weak as it is today. It feels like the trend broke on the futures, and that would make me skeptical that Cisco is going to be able to get through the high. But remember with them, they were like 70, so all they had to do was have a pretty decent earnings, and that's what they did. And that's where they're holding up on some strength. But I wouldn't put this in the same type of relative strength category as some of the data names. They just had a solid number and were relatively cheap, is my guess. I just don't think you're not blowing out those highs. Continues this little reversal.
I guess we were 100% right, but we'll slap a fail because I was saying maybe this is a good level to short Palantir here at 171.80, and now it's at 170.50. So it looks like that would have been. I was like, that's probably a good level to reload there. So we can have a look at that if it does come back. But let's have a look somewhere else. So we normally have. I don't know why it's not in the back there, but sometimes we'll have this screener sort of in the back there for everybody. So a quick little look now. I know we've been looking at Tesla here early today, so that's been a little bit of a take on that side of things, TSLA. So we can have a just quick look at that. Okay, Amazon, Google, Netflix, Meta. So Meta to me is a 600 break. You can have a look at that, just $5 away from that right now. Palantir down to 170. We're already short 174. That's been really traded well. SoFi, I can have a quick little look. I really like some SoFi. We've also talked a little bit about that trade here today and some of the banks and how those are down. So let's have a quick look at SoFi again, another fan favorite of mine anyways, SoFi. I think we all like SoFi. And
it's not very good today.
Yeah, no, I know. So that's why I wanted to. I was still looking at 20. We've nailed this Palantir and Q's on the short side of it. We did fail up on Apple at 270, but SoFi at 27. I said I liked it the first, like when it was up here, I was like, if it's 7, I like it, but I was not sitting there. It should have been because it bounced clean off 27, went to 27.40. So that's either way. It looks like that'll be a good trade there if you got it, but you got to have it first. SoFi right now, good trade, but not moving around enough for me here. But 27 looking like a little bottom there for SOFI. I go long anything right now. Just today. In the long-term account, yes, for SoFi, but for right now, no. And we talked about cracking on Robinhood. When this was 140, which was the last time I was here, we were thinking short on this name. Now it's 17. So, yeah, man, Robinhood's been really taken out during this crypto move down. And I think that's about right. And, you know, I was saying that maybe we'll talk about Robinhood, $100. And so, yeah, let's talk about that maybe Wednesday, all right? Because right now, it's getting back into this area pretty well. I don't know, man. 50 down to 116, so you're not quite down that 10% yet. So that's where I give it a little bit more, and then I think you want to scoop it up, because I like SoFi better, but SoFi's actually down now, that 10%. I think if you're going to buy something, SoFi from $32, give that $3.20 down, that's where you are right now. So for me, I like SoFi a little bit better. I think it's less exposed crypto space, so I like SoFi. I mean, Webull right now is left for dead. This is just, like I said, shooting fish in a barrel. If crypto is going to keep going down, SoFi, you want to talk about a name that's been beat up. This name a month ago was $16. All right, let's give it a month and a half ago, $16. Now $8. So this one chopped 50% downside, and it's not even like that's the top. I mean, you had sort of double topped there a little bit around 17 and 18 right into. Tried to get going, and then wow, straight whap to the downside goes Webull. As yeah, I can't find any bids there.
I take you that one and raise you Circle.
Bad too.
Well, what's crazy about Circle, we're maybe 2 days away.
I like Circle better than Webull.
Maybe one more from getting to that the IPO low. That's the level. That's the level to defend, and then after that, you get to the issue price, which I don't remember off the top of my. I feel like the issue price was like 40, maybe it was like 39 or 46. I'll have to double check.
Yeah.
But if you lose this 64, 65, then you're waiting for that price, whatever it ends up being. You cross that bridge if you get there. I feel like if you get to that, the issue price is an auto buy, but I think this week we have a decent chance of hitting that all-time low there on Circle. You might look for a bit of a. Bitcoin holds like 90,000, and this holds that same level at the same time. That'd be pretty good. Let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on SILO, our friends here at Silo Pharma. They announced partnering with Allucent to support planned FDA investigational new drug application for their SPCE 15, which is, again, one of their therapeutic drugs here, or therapeutic treatments for PTSD. And Silo Pharma, in its work here to put out that FDA investigational new drug application for SPCE 15, they've now partnered with Allucent. So SILO. Guys, back to you.
Right.
John Del Segno saying, check out Bullish. Well, yeah, it's also getting dunked on. I can't really tell you it's any different, because in the same period of time, it's basically been cut in half. So whether it's Circle or Bullish, same move. The difference is, well, Circle's at least back low. Bullish is what? Oh my goodness, it's like 50% down, no, 40% down from its IPO low. So this one's continuing just flush, and more flush, unfortunately. Just going back over some of the names. I haven't traded Tesla for you guys here, but Tesla, at least for now, is again, but double top, and I can now show you this where. The first available pullback into 405, it's now dipped twice. Third contact is here on Tesla, so this is also breaking its upward trend. 2.5% for Tesla on the day, one of the stronger ones, but losing its trend line as we speak. So not much of anything is holding up that was trending higher in the AM. This might be like the last straw, unless Google's going to hold on, which it's barely doing so. Google up 5%. It's at the volume-weighted average price. Slightly underneath and showing signs of weakness, but it's Tesla which is closing. Looks like it's going to this trend line. Not going to break the rule and sort of sneak in too far from the high to not wait until the bar closes and set up like a consolidation short trade. If it does a trend break at the high, it's easy. You're just going to stop up there, but this is kind of diddling in the middle. I am in LAC. That was a new one. No new story here. It just kind of went ham in the morning and seems like it's breaking down, broke the trend, so short. VWAP back to where it started on LAC. Government might want to invest. The question is, will it be buyers again back at 350? Because LAC's almost round tripped the entire thing.
Gosh.
It's unbelievable. Like it was a triple up, and it's almost all the way back in. And that didn't take long. That's the end of September. It's been 2 months, and LAC seems like it does want to retest that 3.5. Let's go to Adara. Have a look at see how are doing. At least there's a couple of things strong.
Here's a pretty red sector board specifically for a lot of these in the finance space. Electronic tech being weighed down pretty heavily by Nvidia ahead of its earnings on Wednesday, and Apple, though Qualcomm and Arista Networks also pretty weak. Micron and trying to balance things out with some strong upside moves. Tech services, lots of weakness as well. Google, the one bright spot with their $1 billion Texas AI data center investment announcement, plus that big stake that Berkshire Hathaway took in the company. But other than that, pretty much every name here is weak, and a lot of them significant. Finance, Berkshire Hathaway, just to mention them again, one of the few stronger names here. We have tons of weakness throughout the rest of the sector. Retail trade, relatively weak, with Amazon actually really pulling this group to the down. Consumer non-durables a bit mixed. Energy minerals weak. Consumer services mixed to weak. Now in terms of strength, utilities looking really good. NEE leading this group to the upside. Health services green across the board. Health tech mostly green here too. Eli Lilly a little bit red here, but overly pretty green. So again, health tech, utilities, and health services really the strong parts of this market today. Back to
All right.
The jinx on Lilly.
Yeah, we were
Like
just talking
right
about
to
Eli
green.
Lilly there, but like I said, with these rates getting lower, not getting lower might be a problem. All right, so we just got another trade there at 170 on Eli Lilly. We got on Palantir. We got 170.12s or right there. That's the lowest basically we've gotten there. Nice $4 there for that. And then just trying to piece some more out on the Qs. So, you know, these bottoms, well, hopefully for the longs that are here in the account for many of us, hopefully these bottoms will hold for the day. But if they don't, we still do have on about 7% left of this, which might be a little bit too much. Let me take a little piece out right here again, as we'll take it another 2% or so on this. I mean, I wish we would have got it all out right here and could have reloaded it, but I just want to talk about some out here because my out initially was a break of 174. Well, that's where we're short, but we were looking for a break. They give it about 20 or 30 cents. So right now, I'm going to give this to 172. If we break back above there, I have less than 5% left of this trade. So I think we've done really good. That last bid down at 170 was great, so we'll be happy with that. 172.11s. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm just kind of giving it a little bit more room above the even dollar level in case it comes back in. But on this name, 10 cents, the spread is 5 or 6 cents all at any time anyways on Palantir. So 10 cents a spread isn't that much, but will give me a little bit of cover because maybe if it's 11s, maybe I can get 12s or 13s out and don't have to worry about it ripping too much more after that. And then the TQ, so like I said, man, we'll be flat if not green on the day. But this move higher here is not helping as we're getting ready to maybe stop out of the futures because we're just taking VWAP rate and we don't want to be too much past this 50-period moving average. So let's use 105.50 then as our out here. And this one will get out of 70. Actually, I have to cancel my past stop. Was 106.66, 105.51. So not too bad. Yo, Fabian, what's going on? I thought you were Randy there with another coffee. So 106.66 was my stop. That's 11 cents. We made 400 cents on this trade. All right, so 105.50 stop there. And we only want to go 75% just to hold on to a little piece in case it does not signal the top right there. So bad bleed continues. We did real good getting out of SMR at $57, but right now it's at $22. So it's gotten straight down 1, 2, 3, maybe get that day in a row. About 10 days in a row, straight down. And again, how we hit that up there, I'll have no idea. Same way as Oracle. Got to sell something near the tops, man. And I picked SMR and Oracle, and those so far have been so good there. But buying again, it's not been good. This $30 broke, and now you're all the way back into for SMR. Bad report last week, of course, from Oak. Well, it was a good report for Oklo. Wasn't a great report for Oklo, but hit 100, then went up to like 110 or 1 the very next day. Then the cat came back, and you thought it was a goner, and maybe it is. Because right now, Oklo continues to look like it wants to hit that $100 and continue a little low. Oklo downside there as well. And then no coverage today by us really on some of the quant names. It is 1045.
Well, IonQ is the one.
Yeah, IonQ was the one moving around. Rigetti's not doing too.
An acquisition, QUBT, I believe it was. They were the ones that reported on Friday, but this is the one that's going. IonQ off of VWAP. On the 15, it's all green for IonQ. Actually, on the 15, this looks more than good. right? Like all green, holding above sort of prior highs, so 48.3 to 48.5. If it can maybe continue that trend a little bit longer, what I don't like is the futures are breaking down. But you are still seeing this little buy the dip, but you got to really wait for it, let it come in and try and pick up the dip. I wouldn't buy this at highs. It's what the overall market's doing. And I don't see a path. If we hold these VWAP on the NASDAQ and trend to the low, I don't see a path for a name like an IonQ to continue its trend up. It's just, when the money starts coming out, like these can be they're really frothy. Like we joke about the valuations because that's all you can do with all the quantum names, is kind of clown around about how ridiculous the valuations are. Like when they're saying, oh, we beat on revenues, they're like the minimum salary for a Major League Baseball player, then it's not very good. And so ultimately you can't have a $10 billion valuation like Rigetti does and make $1.8 million and then start talking about, oh, but we beat. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's just momentum at this time frame, pretty much it. Crypto, I think, is the weakest thing right now. And I said, if I didn't get VWAP on Mara, which I didn't, again, not really going back up there, I might just, if Bitcoin gets there first, then I'd take an entry on IBIT if we don't get a reload in Mara. So they're continuing to trend down. We're at 90, so I guess it's kind of holding that 94,000 area on IBIT, but it's still lower highs being put on here, unfortunately.
Go
ahead.
No, I was just because it's a relatively new position, I just want to say I did put a little bit more on of Palantir just because we are right at that level, and I'm stopping out at 172 anyway. So the futures just made a nice move. This is kind of where you get carried away a little bit sometimes. It's like you don't want to throw good money after bad or whatever that. I think I screwed that up again. Right. No, it is right. But Palantir's been good money, so I don't want to throw.
It is good. It's the right way.
Okay, it's the right way to say it. Okay. So I'm just going to try this again. And there it is. Okay, so we just took 70s. We get 55. So bang, bang, bang on that one. Bang, bang goes who, Sharif? Right. Bang, bang.
Rick James sketch.
And Rick James, yes, as well.
Yeah.
But there goes Palantir right now. More bang, bang right there. We just reloaded it. Neil, it's $1 almost on the reload. So there it is right there. I mean, I just told you our stop was 72s. So we take a 70, well, it was actually 72.11, so about 40 cents worth of risk right there. We bang, bang. Reload now 75 cents in the money. Another 2-to-1 trade right there. So whoopsies, have your fruit salad whenever you want it right there. But it's this one that is another one on that reload. And we could have reloaded as well the futures, but we did not do that. So let's put a bid to make sure we get out of said futures right now. But yeah, bang, bang goes and Rick James and all of that. But that's a big time reload right there on Palantir. Hope you guys had that. But now I'm almost out. So I'm almost out of everything. Now I have the original position back. It just reloaded and came back in there. We quickly got that out at 171, man. Nice move back to the downside. So now we have 10% left of that Palantir and still about 8% or so now of the TQs because we just got another fill right there at 104.70. So thank you so much, Adam DeLuz, right that one up here because, yeah, that was a pretty good trade right there. Yes, I would celebrate hitting free throws, of course, as we have. There it is. What's up, Adam DeLuz, right selected in there. Thank you, Adam. There's the bang, bang. We did it. It's another one for us on that. So, yeah, and here goes the TQs right back down to the downside. So a little quick snipe. As we've got our sniper on right now, we're in the crosshairs of this market as we continue to make another push lower once again off VWAP. We chose Palantir as a choice there, not the futures. All right, it's 10:51 Adara, then everyone's favorite segment.
US dollar continuing its uptrend on the daily chart. Still not too much to say on this, but one thing again to remind you guys of, now that the US government shutdown has ended after 43 days, and that was as of last week, we're now actually going to start getting some economic data. We did get a slightly unexpected economic data print this morning. construction spending for the month of August, a little bit higher than we were expecting. So that came through. We are also slated to get some employment data coming out on Thursday. This has already been confirmed. So there's certainly some releases and updates to keep an eye on, including Fed Speak, which is still going to be happening this week. Today, we have 5 Fed speakers. We've already had 2 of them, Feds Williams and Feds Jefferson. Didn't really see much from Feds Williams here. Fed not speaking much on economic policy, though he did talk a little bit about how the Fed should approach crypto. Kashkari at 1 p.m. is certainly going to be interesting. He's known for being a little bit more hawkish, and then also hawkish, or at least is Fed's Logan, who's speaking after the bell. So Fed Speak and Watch, as well as the CME Fed Watch tool. Now, Sean talked about this morning, but it is, I think it bears repeating. Percent of participants now are not expecting that rate cut. Now, if you go back here on at the bottom of the Fed Watch tool, you can see how these numbers vary from 1 day ago, 1 week ago, and 1 month ago. We had 93.7% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. Now that number's gone all the way down to 42.9. So significant drop in participants expecting. As Neil and Sean mentioned, highly unlikely we'll get a rate hike, but having rates held seems to be more and more likely how the Fed's going to go. Back to you.
All right.
Rates held seems like almost overwhelmingly the consensus at this moment. So Tesla's trying to break the trend and right back into the highs, 417. I said I didn't like the trend breakdown here because it wasn't top. Let it get a little bit higher. If it breaks the high of the day, it's an easy out. If it closes under the trend line, it's also going to be an add. My stop quickly adjusted, off by a couple of cents, but doesn't really matter. If we close underneath trend line, it's an add, and I'm looking for the volume weighted average price as pretty much always. Boy, and oh, shoot, there was another stock I was going to go over. I'm going to keep it on Tesla here. There's no point going over to LAC in a quick little second. If we break out the 420 level, obviously, is going to be a big one. And then after that, your gap fill to 427. So above here, it's like $3 and then about $6 to $7 higher. So this is a place, if it doesn't turn here, then it's really, really waiting for the reversion on Tesla. Sand Viper, it wasn't HIMS that I was thinking of. But yeah, I was looking at some of the small cappers that were running. Really, for me, it's just going to be LAC and at least the potential of Beyond. And I'll get to that. Just look at that dollar level on Beyond.
What's up, Christopher Mulligan? Yeah, man, celebrating the Palantir short with a donut, your first donut in 3 days. Make sure you do hydrate. And congratulations for that Palantir short. It's been a real good one. But if you're having a donut, maybe you might not be super hungry, but let's figure. Randy, what is for lunch? Okay, man.
Is it brisket?
It is not. Today, it's not too bad.
Not too bad?
No, today I've had 1 loser. Today it's Greek chicken with souvlaki. A little souvlaki action here today. Greek chicken with meza Greek rice. The word Greek is used. Greek seasoned vegetables.
That's a lot of Greek.
And guess what salad, Randy? Here, have a mic. Please guess the salad today.
Not a Caesar salad.
It's not a Caesar salad. You're in the right
Not
region.
a house salad.
You're in the right region, so not
Coleslaw?
Caesar.
No.
It's a house salad depending on where you're from.
Greece?
Getting closer.
A Greek salad?
Greek salad. Randy's got it. Woo! Randy's got it right there. It's not fruit salad, Randy. No. It is Greek salad.
Here we go.
There you go, Randy. Congratulations. You are?
Greek.
Are you Greek, by the way?
No.
I know you're not Greek. Get out of here, man. All right. Thank you, Randy. That's what's for lunch. All right, man. What a day, what a day, what a day. I want to thank everybody for watching one more time. We only have 4 minutes left, of course. Sharif is in the building. Joe is in the building. Everyone's favorite Adara remains in the building.
Uh-oh.
I am out of the building until 2 o'clock. I'll be
David's
sorry that
got
I'm coming
his silly
back.
trade on.
What's up?
David Tretsiak with the super chat has already got his silly trade of the day.
Let's
it's
go.
a little early, Dave. Can you throw it up there? I looked over there, but Andre's all the way over here now.
Yeah.
Silly trade of the day puts
a
on
super chat? Oh, there it is.
QUBT and watch out bank stocks.
Yeah, watch out downside.
Downside on the bank stocks, huh?
Let's go down.
Well, QUBT, they were the guys that, this was one that reported on Friday. There's your bump up. Hey, this is actually trying to break. This could be breaking down as we speak. there's a little upward trend action for you and a bit of a breakdown potentially happening on QUBT. It is up 12%. It also rejected the 200 average at the highs. I don't necessarily disagree with you there, but needs to, probably break this trend line and then fill in the gap. As to the lows, would you bet on any quantum name? I wouldn't. That's for sure. So QBT, David, I don't think it's necessarily silly to say look for a short setup on a quantum name. Not in a day where the market's looking weak. Those are ridiculously frothy names to begin with. So kind of with you on that one, but the trend break I'm in is in the highs. But then what did it do? Immediately wick the high. So if you're going to wick the high and do the same setup, I'm going to jump right back in the trade. Plays still to VWAP, that much changed. We'll look to see if this one can get down to that 412, which is the volume weighted average price. And then Alan in the chat just RGTZ at the same time, which of course is one of those, like, it's like the 2X Rigetti, which is a little, good luck at the absolute low. Not at the low today, but red, not really moving Rigetti. If you're trading quantum, it should be QUBT or IonQ today. Those are the two ones moving around.
I didn't want to interrupt Neil, but there's another dollar for you there. So I'm glad Neil reviewing some of those names there for everybody, give you guys an opportunity to see, some different trades there. But we just did the exact same thing again. We just took another 172 short right there back into 171. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been quite an eventful morning and couldn't be happier, honestly, with some of these trades. I mean, look what the futures are doing right now as well. So that just came back in and just gave us, again, another low print of the morning. So just, really the confidence and being able to hold these things for a minute, that's really, like you did on that Tesla, you got a better average price there. Trying to watch out to see for these trades to come back in. And this is why I'm saying, like, despite all of this, we'll be green this morning. Took a hit early, now back as Palantir is really holding the day for me. I mean, if we don't have Palantir, then we would be this, and then the Apple trade would be the only trade that we would be looking at, which would be a red one. So, we've got only 3 trades today, but 3 pretty good ones as we just sit around and wait now to see if this market wants to continue lower. I think it does. So that's why I'm sitting here right now looking to break right now of the NASDAQ underneath VWAP, underneath all of them. So let's wait to see if we can get a push even extend further past what we already have gotten so far here today. So yeah, I'm not going to sit here and complain about anything. It's been an absolutely fantastic trade there today to be holding in. I just wish we would have kept with our faith there on Apple, because we did have that short at 270. Unfortunately, it goes 50 cents against us. We are out basically within 30 cents up there, and then crank just a little bit lower. But this market's back and forth. Like, if you don't take profits, then it can get disappeared real quick. So make sure you do have those levels marked. Make sure you join us back in the midday show is just about on. So yeah, that's pretty good. Good day so far. Hopefully the market, I mean, zeros. NASDAQ said 0.
Not necessarily a good thing.
ES at 0. No, ES down. So now the NASDAQ's actually better than the ES. So I do think you're right, David. Watch out for the banks. Watch out for some negative in this market, because right now that's a negative while this is a positive. That's bad. So the NASDAQ is the one that plays catch up to the down. So watch out for that.
It is 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2. Right now, we got Joey options. We got Sharif. Not sure what small capper he's trading today, because there weren't many popping off, to be honest with you. Few and far between those gappers. But that doesn't mean there isn't something out there for everybody, including the 2 men 2 hour left.
Go downside,
and we'll see you
downside.
too.
Bye-bye.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy. Donna. You're looking the wrong way. And I'm Sharif. And good morning to everybody and a happy Monday. Who we got? Let's go to Casey. Mike PT right up. We got Hinsey. Get off my boat. That's a new one for me. Yummy Thai food. Shout out to TH Bull of we got Christopher Ocean and High Vibration. Shout out to Kirk D and Dam. Jody Mills is in the house. Joey. Britt Brendan. We got Durant Gordon and Trip. Shout out to Crip. You really FOMOing right now, brother? Dave B, we got Mike Hiller and Soul Queen 88 Assassinos in the house, as we know by the animations. Hefty Bull 995 GT. We got who else? Wyatt. We got T. What's up? Bulu OA, as well as man, who else? Big O. Big O. Okay. Big 40 nephew Neros, the Nomad Chief, Jordy VWAP, all class. Adam Duluce, we are going to sing Adam, do not worry. That is very much in our focus. We got John Neal, Ismar, Bro Kiker. We got Conrad Clark and Griffin. Good morning to everybody. It is there's some stuff going. So before we get to Joey, I'm just going to show you guys my chart super quick. It is CM. Keys world, we are all just living in it and participating. 1441, the breakout is on. It was running in the afternoon on Friday, and it is continuing, holding higher highs and higher lows. It is up to the tune of 52.5%. It is a very spready name, as you can see, between the jumps from $14 into 14.25 to account into your trading strategy. So that one is the number one focus for me. And then below that, we have ANVD, which is a holdover from Friday. PAX as well, up 50% and holding at that 10 EMA, just dropping below the mark momentarily. PACS, the one I'm talking about. DVLT, trying to maintain trend. SGBX up over 30%, still putting in those higher highs and higher lows. I'm almost done, I promise. TMQ at the day high as we speak. There's a seller at 4. He looks like he's going to get run through. TMQ keeping an eye on GLMD. I put GLMD despite the fact that it is below the volume weighted average price because it is looking like it might want to retake it with some higher lows over here. So that is going to be in focus for I just realized I am not plugged in, Assassino. I do apologize. Yeah, I think we're going to go to the big desk.
Yeah, let's take a look here at BOX Box. This one does actually have a news catalyst with Amazon, specifically AWS. Box AWS here launching a multi-year AI partnership to overhaul their enterprise content management. Box is going to be arriving in AWS Marketplace in early 2026 with integrations across some different Amazon platforms. So again, AWS partnering up with BOX. BOX getting its largest volume candle of the day by far. Back to you.
All right, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Yeah, lots of combat sports going on. But aside from that, guys, let's break some things down. Tough start this morning, to be honest with you. With Alibaba, take a on that one. It's a reverse dollar club, as Katina Man would like to say. So that was our biggest hit on the day. And then we traded a little NFLX. Got out of that before, but decided that it wanted to break down, which was something positive. But we took a big time hit. Swing big, lose big, right? So that's just the narrative of the beast market. So at the end of the day, guys, you can see that we had an inverted hammer candle based off of these lows on NFLX, not reverse split, a split coming in. So it's essentially 10 times cheaper right now. Nice hammer candle, but downtrend still fully intact, holding up those levels, constructing lower highs, and then sure enough, you're heading towards the low of the day in NFLX, and then a couple stabs on IBIT to see if we're going to get any form of a bid and buyer stepping in. So that didn't work out. Consolidation, market was moving higher at the time, so I'm like, ooh, okay, maybe we'll start to we're going Oppo right here, so there it is, now to $53. Man, the thing is, I don't want to hit the panic button on those lines, Sharif, but we're down 25% in BTC off of those highs. In the long term, I might have to reduce exposure because I'm just bleeding unrealized gains, and that's not necessarily the thing that I want to do. So I think there's going to be a great opportunity to get into some of these names. Will it turn around? I think eventually at some point, but it's just, and we don't know, obviously, and if we did, we would have substantially more money, but that's the case, man. Once again, I'm just thinking, don't want to panic, but have to come up with a strategic game, maybe reduce a little bit of size in Bitcoin considering its previous performance, or its current performance, I should say. BTC to 60K, Marwan, I mean, by all means, my friend, short it. Enough, you might print, you might get there. To be honest with you, I would not be surprised if we see 75,000 in Bitcoin.
I don't understand how the flies are still alive.
It's warm out there.
Out there?
Yeah.
No.
Yesterday was windy, eh?
No, it's very cold.
It's cold, yeah. Not for the flies, but in here, just a fluctuation of temperature.
Hey, Renee.
Fluctuation of temperature.
Why do you want me to ask him, Fabian? Oh, no. Okay. All right, just sorry, I have to focus on what we've got on here. So I just got pushed out of CMCT. It's very, very volatile right now, guys. I just did get we popped in at 311s, took some out into 315. It's got a higher low right now. So that's what I'm gonna base my trade on at the moment. So the prior bar low takes us all the way down to one. If we lose that, then I lose my trade on this one. So that's what we'll do there. What do we have? 77s on for now. Let's see if we can take out some here into the price spike up. Let's go ahead and wait in the 90s as well. But it does look like I will get stopped out. Yeah, so we will get stopped out. Now it's parameter here, 12.19. It's going to halt down here. Thankfully, we got out. So we're already negative on the day because of this. Doesn't matter to me, though. We're going to look to get back in shape. So we are halted down. So that's a good out there. Okay, not bad, because I definitely wouldn't want to be catching this way down. CMCT as quickly as it moved up, as quickly as it moved down. Ironically enough, though, even though we got stopped out of this, it's still above VWAP, it's still above the 10 year. So I have to take the hit because we have to manage risk in an appropriate way. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to, take it off the side chart. It's still very much in trend at the moment. In fact, I like that $12 and I like 12.5. Where I originally got in, because you have a lot of topping tail candles that all reject 12. So I'm going to be watching this one closely. If it wants to hold up at that $12 area, it'll have a buyer in me. Otherwise, we're looking here at ANVS, but this one I still have more plans for. It's PACS that I want to work in here. PACS on the NY. Another spready name, 02 on the bid, 94. Sorry, 02 on the ask, 94 in the bid. And it's trying to put a bottoming tail candle, inverse hammer candle. Let's see if it can make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That's 1609. We're going to go ahead and wait at 1611 for continuation trend break. A bit of room on this one. We'll see if we get that one on a breakout. So that's all I've got at the moment, Joey. Tell them what you're looking at.
Yeah, same thing here, guys. We're starting to see some of these support levels break, and this is what we were talking about a lot last week, right? So you have those bases being formed. When the market is moving lower, it takes a little time, consolidates, accumulates, it chops all of the longs like it did to myself this morning. But here it is, same thing over and over again. You see the identical patterns across the board on multiple names. SPY, the Qs, IBIT breaking through these lowers, AMD as well too, guys, Meta breaking lower, and you have Netflix moving a bit lower as well too. So keep an eye out on that. There's Alibaba. We were thinking short. Why? I'm going to break it down momentarily, because we have this gap. And these gaps tend to get filled. So my initial short was pretty good, right? You fill a majority of this, you fill a good portion of this gap to the downside at the break of this support level, boom, and then it bids right back up. So we get out break even essentially on the majority of the shares, and then it tops out over here, but a lot of overlapping candles. So we got to keep an eye out on that and see what we can potentially do in some of these names. But again, same narrative. Breaking through supports, the lights are off, Sharif. Here, I think Fabian.
Guys, lights.
Fabian's doing some things there. But other than that, I don't got too much going on right now. I told you we took a bigger hit on Alibaba, so we have to be more precise with our entries. Risk is definitely tight. So, yeah, we're going to run through our scanners, look for that A++ setup, and I got to write some more options against my IBIT position. Otherwise, not doing so good. It's not a good look whatsoever. But one thing to note is I made this Tesla and with Google, more or less with Google. Let's pull it up here and see what we got going on. Fear, but is Bitcoin Google? I'm not going to put it in the same realm as that whatsoever. But this is where I was selling, and then sure enough, you go on a big time rip. And if I think of doing the exact same thing here, chances are, at some point it's going to recover, but what we're experiencing, you're down 26% from those highs there. Where is that next level? Neo points, hey, you might run into this $50 level on IBIT. That's going to put you around the lower or the high 80s. And then if you break that, that's going to be putting you around the 80,000, 75,000. So keep an eye on some of these crypto names, guys.
I just got to say one thing.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about the top.
Yeah. I know, right? Damn. It's not
Oh,
good.
you sold at the top.
Sold
I'm not
at the
actually
top.
worried at all about the people who bought at the top. It's an inside joke. All right, here's the deal. We're involved here on ANVS at 6s. We wet the beak all the way up 4s. ANVS trying to work its way back above the $0.25 is a 27 penny high, $3.27. That is the high of the day, 327, but this current candle has a high of 325. So let's see if we can make that new high. Series of higher lows here on ANVS, looking a lot better than CMCT, or trading a lot more cleanly. Kind of, I should say that, because CMCT is parabolic nature than ANVS. Let's go ahead and post here at the third of a dollar. We're waiting at 33s. By definition, that'll have to be a new high day, because the high of the day is 27s. When are we expecting CMCT to open up? Well, it halted at 0757. So the earliest it would be open is 1257. So where are we at right now in terms of time? We are 2-1. There it is. It is now open. Let's see if it drops back down or continues. It's below the 10 and below VWAP. So right away, it's not tradable for me. Let's see if it finds any support here. It is coming all the way down. It just lost 11.5. It to lose 11 1/3. Only 11 standing in its way now. CMCT, the blood is in the street here. All the way down now into 11 single digits. Back up into the teens we go. No, the blood's still there. Oh no, it lost 11, Joey. It is on Z-way down. 10 possibly incoming here. Don't know the halt parameter. There it is. Oh, Joe, I just had 1019. See, so the red square is on my level 2, guys. That's where the halt is. Limit up, limit down. That's what LULD stands for. So now we'll know where to expect halt bands to trigger. 1019, we're showing 38s. So this one's still a little bit above that halt parameter. So keeping an eye out on that. We'll keep as a prize there. What else I got, man? I'm still holding ANVS, but PACS, I do have a breakout trade. So this is, pulling into the volume weighted average price at around 15.5 on PACS. I like this one for multiple reasons, but what I don't want to do is try to catch a falling knife and have it lose VWAP, then find myself quite negative on the day. So what I've tried to do is base my entry upon a reversal candle. So I see the candle at around 1105. With a high there of 1603. So I can put a breakout trade above that level for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That could be my move there, keeping an eye out on that. SGBX is another involved in here, Assassino. This one does trade a little bit differently, though. This one does typically find support at the 20 EMA on the 5 rather than VWAP or the 10. So right now we have VWAP a little bit higher than the 10 EMA, so it's a bit of an anomalous situation. So what I can do is I can look for my breakout 77s. I can get in at 277. That's if it reclaims the 20. So keeping an eye out on that. But nothing else, I got to tell you the truth. I'm looking at TMQ as well, but TMQ's got consolidation right south of 4. Now, what I'm starting to notice is that it's putting in generally higher lows on the descents in an accumulation for a 4 break. But that's not really a high probability setup, I got to tell you the truth. So if I get in here at the 10 EMA, we could lose the 10 EMA because we're awfully close to it. So I wouldn't have another level of support until all the way down to 385. That's where VWAP is on TMQ. So I don't know how I feel about this one either. So we'll pack our patience. Let's see if it sets up a little bit better, and then I'll get involved in that, Joey.
All right, good stuff, guys. So yeah, just a little bit of the activity that I got going on. I'm out of meta. I was in at 617, didn't get the move that I was looking for, so I sold that position. Take a small loss on it, that's fine. We were looking for a specific target. We didn't get it, but I think we're gonna go head up right up there. So I'm happy to sit on a little bit of cash, and then once we do see those turnaround signals, get involved in. I think we've been getting a lot of names on discount. Also, I had 6 options writings that as soon as the market opened, I bought those back, sold them for 70. for $8. So that credit, so receiving 90% of that credit in a span of a couple of days, and then you just roll those over to a further date. Not collecting as much, but we still like our chances here. We're collecting $60 per contract, which isn't horrible compared to 71, but we'll take that one and just continuously keep riding against this position. It's what's really holding us up at the end of the day. But hey, it's not good, full disclosure, but sure enough, if you stay optimistic, you game plan and execute on those game plans, and God willing, things will start to turn around. But aside from that, guys, if there's any specific names that you want to go over, we'll take a look at the options chain. Actually, no, we're going to go over our scanner first before we look at the options chain, and then we'll take a look at some of the top performing sectors on the day. The NASDAQ is breaking lower. There it goes, breaching LOD right there, guys. Opening range, boom. See you later, as we are now in 605. And then there goes the SPY as well, too, lads, ladies and gents. Through that 699, now heading towards 667 and continuing to bleed 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. No green candle or a pullback, so slightly weak there, folks. But as for our scanner, top volume name today is going to be the SQ, Sharif, with 75.9 shares traded on the session, and there it goes off to the races. TQ's low of the day, SQ's high of the day. That's the inverse correlation, how that's working right there. And then also here's NVDA. I mean, I think this is going to be what I'm going to rotate a little bit into Facebook, NVDA, and some other tech names, and some JPM as well, too. So starting to bleed a little bit lower, bleeding its own blood today. Sharif, boom, 173. We'll mark that down. And as no one makes me bleed my own blood. And poor old Robinhood, Sharif, not too good of a look from a daily perspective.
5,007%.
You know,
I'm
but
like,
see, the thing is, like, that's the funny part, Sharif, is like all this stuff when the market is up, like some of these individual names go up 200%. We've seen it in the likes of the quantum names. You've seen it in some of these fintech names as well. Well, guess what? The reaction side is going to be equal and opposite as well, too. So you have to take that into consideration and be prepared. That's why I'm actually kind of happy, even though we climbed up to 153, 154. 122. So I cut that in half, and sure enough, we get to buy it back already a little bit cheaper. But if we continue to bleed, we'll grab some more Robin.
As long as you don't bleed your own blood.
As long as you're not bleeding your own blood.
Go,
exactly.
Right?
You want to bleed other people's blood.
Can't hemorrhage everything. Joey, you need a little bit to be.
Hold on, Sharif.
Go ahead, Joe.
What's up? Day today, bro.
Who?
Not trading. Adam James, healing pain naturally. Happy birthday, brother.
It's also the caterer driver, his birthday today too.
Oh yeah.
I only know it because my sister's birthday was yesterday, and he's one day out.
Oh, happy birthday, Blake.
Yeah. Oh, we don't have to.
These guys like, yeah.
Nobody. I'm more excited for the driver. I gotta tell you the truth.
Yeah. Oh, if you knew how much my
he brings my food, bro.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, David. We're in that. We're in that boat. Me, bro. Hangry wife, bro. Patience is really key. So yeah, you don't want to micromanage some things, that's for sure.
All right, I'm playing. Shout out to the. No, he's awesome, guys. Like literally, he's a great guy, man.
He's a good guy.
And you know what? There was a period in time where the bananas stopped coming in. I mentioned to him, Fabian. The bananas have been flowing since that time. So he's a man that can get things done. You don't disappoint a man like that. Ooh. All right, let's go. Shout out to... No, don't say that, Ram. That doesn't work. No, seriously, though. Shout out to Casey. Casey bringing to my attention, Assassino, this beautiful gem right here. Double SP, SSP. We weaseled in at the $1. We just went the beak there at 30. We're layering some order. There's 30 again. Let's see if we can work a little bit higher over on SSP. It's a 432 high. We're hanging out at highs. But you know how I feel about highs, right? They're only for the weekend. Oh. Fabian's like, no, they're not. No, so I have to have a plan for said highs, right? Because getting in at the high is a dangerous proposition. But there it is, taking out highs again. It is now a new high day, 434 on double SP. Looking for continuation. Now I'm waiting into the high 30s, but I've set up some dip trades here to defend into $4. What's at $4, you ask? Well, there's the 10 exponential moving average off which a lot of my trading is based. And then just below that at 390 is the volume weighted average. But this one seems like it's all gas, no brakes right now, Case. Shout out to Case for pointing this one out because I didn't have eyes on this. Back up into highs we go. pop up into the high 30s before we wet the beak on some more profits. But I think we're going to have to pack our patience, as that seller at 33 is a staunchy little bugger. My man Adam, you talking about me? He's a man who can get things done. I don't want to hear Adam. Shout out to ADL, man. All class, Adam DeLuce. Shout out to him. And week for England, of course. International break there, doing it live and leading there. They're going to be killing it, hopefully, in the World Cup on this side of the ocean, baby, because that's coming up real soon, Joey. And as I mentioned, I went to BMO Field last week for Canada versus Ecuador, and they are woefully underprepared for the World Cup. When it comes to organization entering the stadium, cars getting there just to get to BMO Field. Forget about the parking situation, of which there is none. So a lot more work for Toronto to do. I have all the faith in Olivia Chow. I think she can absolutely get it. She can't get it done. There's nobody that can't get it done over here.
See, the thing is, though, for those who can't tell, awfully sarcastic.
Yes.
I have zero faith in Olivia Chow. I'm just going to say it straight up. There's no way that it's done correctly. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be chaos. And I live in the thick of it. I live in the thick of it. Like, I'm literally across from my place is the BMO Field, and sometimes Liberty Village is what it's called, is absolutely disastrous. Like, literally, I had a traffic jam in my driveway.
Tell him, Joey.
In my driveway when Messi was here.
I know.
It was Messi.
I was there.
It was MLS, and they couldn't even get it together. Shreve, you were there, so thanks for contributing to the traffic, my boy. And everything.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to go to any games. I'm going to have because the traffic is bad in Joey's area.
You have to watch it from home. If I see you in my neck of the woods, that's it. All right, guys, there we go on Tesla. We're going to take a little bit off here, guys, as we're starting to climb higher. A nice grab off of those lows. You can see that the overall market is selling. We're holding up relatively strong in Tesla. So we're taking it strong hand today, baby. We'll take a little piece off as we head into towards some key resistance zones. Let's go TSLA.
Let's go, Joey. Let's go. Good trade there, brother.
Thanks,
all right,
brother.
here's the deal. Double SP. Shout out to Case. We built a position here. We got 15s long. Alas, it is showing me 12s, but I did get my $4 fill. That's what I say when, when I get in near highs. You're typically going to get a bit of a retracement when you're getting in. So have some, dip trades ready off key levels. What's my move here? I'm looking for a hold of 4 and a continuation back into the quarter or a third of a dollar. I should tell you now that the 10 EMA and volume weighted average price overlapping at around 395 on SSP, keeping my eye very fixated on that one. I said very little about. I'm waiting to take profit here at $3 for my first beak whiter. We'll see how that one does. Pack in the patience on IWVD. This is a holdover. A multiple day runner. Take a quick look at a wider term time frame here for IWVD. You'll know exactly what I mean. We're still taking profits over here on my other man here, ANVS. Let's go ahead and wet the beak. It's been a hot minute since we said beak. ANVS, we don't want to take out too much over here, though. In fact, I'm going to be looking to get some more. Why do I say I want some more here? Because I perceive a flat break possibly through that $3.25. I know 327 is the high of the day, but this is a series of higher lows. All the while, that 320 to 325, that's a hard row to hoe. So I'd like to get some more. We'll take that one through the break. There is the high of day break, Joseph, on ANVS. It is now $3.09 as said high a day. Let's go ahead and set up some dip trades. There's another high day, 330, 335. The breakout might be on now for ANVS. Good strength there. Let's again, nothing changes for me. Be looking at picking up more off key levels. Let's go ahead and wait in the high teens. I'm going to get less shares, obviously, for the dip trade. I'm going to wait. Let's go ahead and wait here, see if we can get something in and around there. So ANVS, focusing very much on that, but we've got trades, as I mentioned, on IWVD, which we still haven't wet the beak on. And there is double SP finding support into 17s. We've got 15s on. There's the first beak wetter at 20. Can we get continuation? A little bit higher here, so we need good strength on double SP, excuse me. Let's see if we can take out some of these profit takers. A good hold of 4, mind you. It didn't spend all that much time at around So yeah, have those resting dip trades ready to go because you never really know how long these small cap gappers will spend in any one area. So there's the other profit taker now on double SP into 22. What we got on 13s now. Let's take some more out here. Still waiting for more, of course, at the $0.25, but it behooves me to throw out some more orders above the $0.25. I'm going to wait at 29s, and then we're going to go ahead and wait over here in the mid-30s. There's a 24 print coming in now on SP, looking for continuation into the high there. Another beak wetter filled at the $0.25. But nothing yet in the high 20s, Joey. Yeah. There's 25s again. 26s now showing up. 29s, there's the fill. Looking for more. Let's price spike up. We got shares on this one because we added 3 times. So let's go over here. 27, aggressive seller at 27. Let's see how many shares we have. We'll take off more there. Good move here for double SP. Joseph Options.
Yes, sir. Yo, I was going to ask you, when you get a ticker unblocked, is it unblocked forever on a daily basis?
That's a great question. I'm pretty sure it's unblocked forever unless it probably fails the requirements. I'm assuming there are volume requirements back in the back end that they need for things to stay unblocked.
I was just asking about AMDL. Surprisingly, that thing is it's good old
NVDL?
AMDL. Yeah, AMDL.
Dude, it's just send I would send Neil.
I was just curious if you knew the situation there, because there it goes, man. So lots of signals across the board. Beautiful print there. Beautiful print there. The lower end of the range here on Tesla, giving us a nice little pop into that high of the day. So we like that one. I only have now left here, guys, considering I was just like, punch it, let's do it, let's rock and roll. And there we go on that big time break. You got something, brother, that you want to show? Or?
We're doing well here, Joey. Right. I don't mean to interrupt, man, but double SP keeps taking out highs, man. Another high, $4.33. Damn. We're long at 08s. We're looking for continuation into the $0.50. Let's cut the crap, right? Why at 433? Maybe we do, but I'm looking for more. I'm not trying to be greedy, but we don't typically stop at something a level like this once you've cleared it, like $4. And $4 was a key level because we rejected off it earlier. So let's see if we can get up to the $0.50, if not 5, man. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to be as aggressive on the dip trades, just given where the technicals are at the moment on double SP. What do I mean by that? The 10 EMA, the only real indicator that I really have here trailing the price action is south of $4, trading at 4 1/3. So I don't want to be too aggressive trying to take out or trying to get more in here. So double SP will have to pack my patience. IVVD, we're taking out $3. I perceive this to be a flat top break candidate. Bamboozlement on the way to the flat top break. That's why I've put in a dip trade there to see if I can get some money fills. But not least, look at this one, man, right up into the high, 439. We still haven't got more though, Joey. We need to get a little bit more here on ANVS at 18s and the 10 EMAs at 17s. You know how I feel about that. That means I got to front run the size and front run the level so that I can ensure the print. So I'm going to move it up into 20s.
All right. Yeah, I mean, guys, I see you guys talking about it in the chat. Tesla, let's go here, man. Big time move to the top side, guys. Lower end of the range, and now this thing is absolutely rocking and rolling. I mean, we could take our last out here as we punch through, or do we just continuously let it grind? The missed opportunity for me was AMD right here. I was looking to go AMDL just due to how the average true range on this is really high, right? And just fluctuates quite a bit, even though AMDL is 2x, but it's just the price in which it does. So there it goes, a nice bounce off of those indecision prints, almost a double bottom as well too. But aside from that, guys, let's head right back over to Tesla, as this thing is just living in its own world on today's session. Boom, high of the day. Let's go.
What I tell you though, Joey?
Yeah.
Should we tell him?
Go on.
Should we tell him?
Tell him, man. Tell him.
We should probably tell him.
No, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
That's crazy. Should we tell him?
All right, tell him.
Your friend, I know how much you like Elon Musk, right? I love you, bro. I'm just playing with you, right? Okay, so Elon on the weekend, does Bill Gates still have his ridiculous 8-year short up on Tesla? If he does, he better close it soon. So without influencing the markets, being a Fortune 500 CEO or a public company CEO, think this was a coded way for him to say something's coming for Tesla. Of course, I don't have any idea. Elon, not one to use the word sparingly, to be fair, right? He likes to say a lot of words, but that's what he said. And I don't know if he implies something is coming, but he's taking aim at Bill Gates and he's saying, look, Gatesy,
watch out, brother.
There might be something over here.
He's had that on for a while, and he wasn't happy about it. He wasn't happy. But anyways, aside from that, guys,
Sorry,
no. What do you mean? Aside from that, because that was a valid point, and I think it's extremely important. But what we got going on here from a daily on Tesla is, who is that big smile in there? No, he's not.
Who is that?
Who is he? Who's it? Who you laughing? Who are you giggling at over there?
Me?
Yeah, you're giggling.
Oh, one of the guys was writing there. It's like, when I speak out words, shout out to John. Okay,
all right,
really?
Yeah, bang. All right,
Get
just
it,
in case
John.
you didn't. Hey, shout out to Mumble team over there. Anyways, aside from that, guys, what we're looking at is you can see that we form this kind of consolidation with that neckline here. It breaks, it liquidity grabs, doesn't quite get to this previous pivot. And then sure enough, you're getting a strong rebound in today's session. I was thinking when we were up here that we were gonna punch through that 481 level. That hasn't been the case whatsoever, but maybe this is enough liquidity to that has been absorbed, right? That's like $100 from point A to point B. And then now you're starting to climb a little bit higher. Now you're only 12% off of that level. I like this a lot. There might be something brewing with Tesla, but what we got brewing up here, Shreve, is an absolute banger in TSLL.
I like
it is, guys. We're going to take out our last bid. We don't want to be overly greedy on today's market, but that's a nice pop to the top side. SLL.
That's so many.
Oh, also one more thing.
Yeah.
Listen, I said this last week. I know there's a lot of in the chat who wanted JDM to win on Saturday night. As soon as he got taken down in that first round, I turned it off. I said,
exactly
I'm going to
what
bed.
he said to me, by the way.
I went to bed because I knew it was going to happen, and then it was a shutout, 5 rounds to none. Take down 19 minutes of ground control. That's a boring. I do not want to watch that. And that happened to me in Chicago when I went to the main event in Chicago. Hamzat Chimaev just absolutely dummied Dricus Duplessis, and I just spent X amount of money to watch this? Are you kidding me?
I know, that's always the risk, bro.
Yeah, but there's some other good.
No, but we're going to get in a little bit, but the real discussion that I think we need to have is Ben, obviously, and what's his name? Eubanks.
Destroyer, man.
That was, look, I don't know too much about Eubanks before the fight in April. Like, I knew his old man, obviously, no question about that, but I saw zero heart from a guy who apparently, according to his corner, had one hell of a training camp. Where the hell was the training camp, bro? He showed up with a plan, and if the game plan was to take 7 rounds off and fight the last 5, he had another thing coming because boy tasted the canvas in the twice. I didn't really.
The best part of that was his dad dancing.
And his dad quoting scripture and stuff like that. Anyway, whatever, bro. We have to go to the big desk.
Yeah, guys, we're going to talk about crypto here, and we're going to look at some weekly charts for and Ethereum especially. So we know that these ones are quite a bit down from their most recent all-time high. Bitcoin making this all-time high of Monday, October 6th, been a little bit over a month since then. Now we're actually poised for our 4th straight week of selling over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. We've only been green 1 of those weeks. So 6 out of 7 red streaks since that most high. Lots of weakness here for BTC. Ethereum looking fairly similar. We made that all-time high roughly 2 months or a month and a half before did, but either way, still on this downtrend and much like Bitcoin looking to make that 4 weeks straight of selling. We'll take a look here at some of these other crypto names. Solana looking pretty similar technically here. Again, looking for its 4th straight red week, and we'll take a look at XRP, USD. Once again, 4th straight red week. So a lot of these are looking technically very similar. Bitcoin clearly having some people getting out of it, and I mean the crypto space in general, people doing some selling here. So keep an eye on this. Certainly be aware of these trends. It doesn't look like it's just 1 or 2 of these crypto names. It looks like it is a sector-wide issue. Guys, back to you.
The trade here on ANVS, we got out a couple of pennies below the top. Is a 3-4. I'm going to be looking at getting more in. I like that 20 penny level, but I'm going to front run it because sometimes we don't get the technical levels. people like degens like myself, you know, they can't wait. Their hand starts shaking. Like, I got to punch in right now. Oh, my God. Right? So we're going to go ahead, wait at 22s. Let's see. And, of course, I am joking. I'm one of those people, obviously. So nobody get offended, please, in the chat. I'm waiting at 22s here on ANVS. Looking for the reload. 29s. Dip down a little bit more. What's my move? So if I get in at 20s and it loses the bid, what's my move? Anything below 312 ends it. That's VWAP, so that ends the trade automatically, okay? Keeping an eye on IVVD, slower mover, but I see it as a possible flat top break candidate, especially if an aggressive volume candle comes in. And double SP, my best trade of the day so far. We still have shares on here, and I don't want to be holding too much on the way down, so we'll take out a little there. 407, we got literally the top on this one at 436. Lots of unfilled prints, though, as you can see, into the $0.50. Look hold here. The deal is, though, the prior candle goes all the way down to 4, so you're going to have to give this a lot of room if you're basing your trade on prior bar high, okay, or prior bar low, excuse me. So that's my look there. I have to look at open door for our friend over here, Joseph. Is it? No. Sean Joseph. That's it. Sean Joseph. Let's take a look at open. Look, there's another reason to be possibly long open door. Sean was asking last week, and there was really no good answer. Find the answer for him. Why are Freddie Mae and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac tanking like this? Well, that's because the housing department at dealing differently with mortgages. So if you're American, you obviously know that if you have a low rate mortgage and say you've been holding that low rate mortgage for a long time, new house, you can't transfer that older rate into the newer mortgage. You're going to have to take a newer mortgage at a higher rate. They are looking at getting around that. So if you have a longer date, lower rate, you'll be able to move it to another property, something you haven't been able to do. As a result, that hurts Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac make money off these renewals at higher rates. So something like an open door could benefit from something like that. Not financial advice. You got to do your own homework. But that is what we're talking about there. Now, on the daily, still perceive us to be putting in a bit of a downward channel off an extended bull flag. So I would continue to play this in the I spoke about last week within the range. And as you see, you've got a 2-day break of that range. So I would use the $3-day rule or the 3% to kind of avoid getting in on something like that. So that's my look for open door, but that's on a daily. Let's look at the 15, see if we can glean anything over here. So downward channel, if you're going long, day's low is right at 7.5. Friday's low is at 740. So I'd be getting half, obviously. I wouldn't be holding that into an oblivion. So open door, I like it as a possible swing and maybe even more, but make sure you've got technically sound levels. Look at this one though, Joey. We didn't get the ad, man. There goes ANVS right into the high of the day, man. 49 now showing up. 50 momentarily. 50 showing up. Can we breach 50? The answer is yes. It's a 52 penny high. ANVS up up 50% on and respecting technicals quite well. Let's see if we can work into this one again, man. I tried to get some more at 20s. Front running, it didn't work. So we'll have to pack our patience, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Is on Tesla, guys, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. Piecing some out, we took 66% off leading into this resistance zone. I think that's a pretty good play. Leave a little bit for a runner, and then sure enough, you climb a little bit higher. Obviously, you're going to wish, oh, I had more, but that's just not the case with this specific trade. Considering risk to reward, we play the break of around 1725. Once it hit that, have been out, but there it goes, bang, 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 like a 2 or 3 to 1 on that specific trade. So now, as for everything else, guys, market's starting to find something positive. Look at Netflix Go. I think this is going to be a great buy, especially at 110. You start to grab a little bit of nice bounce. Friday session, boom. We come up Monday morning, and sure enough, you get it at $110. We'll take a look at the daily and see what we got going on after this split, and see if it's attractive. I mean, you're still down approximately 17.5 to be exact, from that high to where we're currently trading at. Support levels being broken. To earlier 115, boom, that would be a 1100 or something along those lines. Boom, 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 and then now you're starting to move lower. Now, as for META, this is going to turn around here. I got out. I do believe that we're slowly starting to curl over, so that this aggressive waterfall type price action. Now you're starting to form a base. Post up in the lower end, I think you'll have the opportunity to get 600 once again. But other than that, Sharif, I know you probably got something going on. Oh, you in that right now?
I'm trying to get in, man. Remember,
okay.
it didn't let me in at the 20 penny area.
Yeah.
So I'm
trying. Keep an eye out on that. So bang, there goes the SPY and the Qs heading right back towards opening price. We're actually a little bit north of that right now. It's 609.96 OP. 608.57 is about $1 above that, which is an absolute beautiful rebound in this market. Stealing that from our guy Obi here. Beautiful, without any form of questioning. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors before we send it back over to our boy here and see what he's got cooking up, because I think that's going to be really important, as it always is. You want to find where there's relative strength and avoid there isn't. So there it is, our old trusty board over here. Bang. All right, leading the way, guys, we have the utility sector up 0.9%, the communication services roughly the same thing, and then the healthcare sitting in that show place 0.75%, and then we have the tech sector down 0.5%. Financials taking it on the chin as well too, down 0.5%, and then the energy getting Jack Delaman Madalena right now embodied down. He's getting down 0.7%.
Poor soul. All right, guys, we're in at ANVS. Where we got here, Joey? 59s or whatever. There goes 72. I'm posted at 77 and then 82. Looking for, there's 75. Let's see if we can get continuation. Seller at 75. Big boy seller at 75. Can't shake him. Can't shake him. Feel like a fighter pilot that can't shake the guy behind me. You ever watch any like
Top Gun?
Yeah, Top Gun. Ever watch Independence Day with Will Smith?
Oh, years and years.
Remember they were flying the Super Hornet there, and like they're trying to shake like the alien craft, who's like way more maneuverable.
No, unfortunately I don't.
Crazy, bro. How do you not know that movie? But how do I know that movie and you don't know that movie, bro? Like, and I'm the worst movie person. All right, Assassino, get it to me all the time. Seller at 74. He sets me up for failure. He doesn't mean to do it. I just suck. All right. Continuation here on ANVS, man. We still have a couple of more shares left. This is the second time we've entered into ANVS. It's been a good one. Let's see if it stays a good one. We keep putting in lower highs on the 5, of which I'm looking at my top screen. When I do look at the top screen there and my eyes are not on the bottom of the camera, that's where I'm looking. I use the 5 chart to spot, localized areas of support and resistance. It's kind of just like looking at the tape and tape reading, but it's just more of a visual aid than anything else, okay? That's what I'm looking at right now, looking for continuation there, nothing doing. If it comes into my level, I think I might flatten out below 60, and then we'll just get back in if it's warranted. But lower highs, and I'm on an alert to that. It was a 77 seller, then it was a 75 seller, and now it's a 70 seller. So the or the profit takers getting more aggressive on every successive pop. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Here comes, I'm just going to throw in my stop so that I don't have to make any subjective decisions. If it loses 60, I'm out of the simple as that. IVVD, pleased with this one because we got a dip trade right into VWAP and it's popping right back up. Still no. So let's wet the beak over here. We have some shares so we can wait for a $3 pop. I just got, pardon me, stopped out of ANVS as it did lose 60, which is fine. Continues here. I'll set up a little bit differently on this one, but it is losing the bid. 55 is now showing up. What are my levels on this? The same levels I spoke about last time. Nothing's really changed. Any level is where I see price action support, but if you're looking for indicators, the 10 EMA now is in the high 30s. I'm 37. But this one looks like it's still holding trend. So if you're looking at prior bar low, 348, current bar low, 355 or 356. So still holding trend, Joey, even if it did put in an upping tail candle like that into 78s.
Ugly.
It's quite ugly. So that's what we're looking at there. I'm talking about ANVS, guys.
Cool stuff. All right, good stuff there, brother. So ATG, we're going over some of Sharif's names as well, too. You can see into liquidity issues, so we'll just void a lot of these out. DVLT. Wow, were you trading this one today?
DVLT? No, but it's like,
right you got it? Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now, brother.
Brother.
Nice VWAP bounce on that one. 49 million shares traded on the session. And then QUBT, what is this doing? That bad? Oh, no. It fell into
quantum
this
name?
Yeah,
oh,
it fell into that world, Sharif. That's a little bit more expensive, so we're just going to go through volume names. WDC, I'm not too bad, but only 3.17 million there. Other than that, much going on for me personally. DVLT is definitely going to be the one. As you can see that we failed to construct a new high of the day, starting to come back in to that $2.09 level. So keep that in mind there, folks. Now, as for Bob, I took those hits on it earlier today. I don't think I'm going to continuously try to short this name, considering, but that is a pretty good print. Maybe you get a little bit of a move, but these can continuously overlapping, and that I don't like. I like the momentum style plays with specific direction. So we'll be patient, wait for something good. This Tesla was an absolute banger as it's continuing up over 3.5% on the session. So fantastic step, closer to 4, considering this is a 2.5, or sorry, a 2 to 1 leverage there. Meta not doing too much. We're right in the swing. Sure. Gorev, I don't know if anybody else is in there. Where's Lowe's been at? Has he been Jag in the chat today as well too? I know he's on vacation. Just seeing what everybody is up to. I know it's Adam James's birthday. We got Mike Peter Ryder in there as well. Drop Systems, what's cooking. Dinkelberg obviously as well. So if there's any specific that you guys want to go over or take a look at, let's go over here, because this is what I had to construct with my IBIT contracts here. So you can see this is going to be December 19th. We're writing like the 62s or something along those lines, collecting $61 on those, which isn't bad whatsoever. 65. So essentially what I've constructed now in a near dated term is a credit spread. But what I have in the long contracts, let's pull those over, and I'm going to show you the numbers in which they are now worth is not good, right? So, I mean, I bought those for $10. $4.30. So that is in 179 days. We've seen Bitcoin go into multi-month long consolidations and bleed for an extended period of time. So I have to write after write after write. And then as soon as we can get a bounce anywhere up into the 60s, those lines, if that happens in the next couple of months, then I'm out of there for sure. All right, let's take a look at IREN, and that's contract-wise, I mean, right? We hold the long term.
Everybody loves it. You know, like that's like one of the more popular names now on like Wall Street bets.
IBIT?
IREN.
IREN? Yeah. We'll take a look at that one there.
Love it.
We got a couple of things in the chat. So take a look at IREN. All right, let's go over that first, and then we see unique trades. Can you take a look at? Absolutely. We'll go over those before we send it back to Sharif, and then we'll take a look at the latter halves after. Not too bad. It is somewhat forming a bull flag, but you have to take into consideration that we're forming these consistent lower highs, but you have higher lows as well too. So off of those base and the opening price really starting to compress, giving you that wedge type price action. We'll take a look at the daily to see what we got going on, and it's just overall market. I think you have to take that into consideration. Down 39 to 40%, a little bit more, 45% from peak to trough. So you want to maybe to that just before, who knows, you may take that additional leg, and then we will see Oscar Health, and see what that is up to. Ooh, that's ugly. See, this is complete, lots of consolidation. I would avoid that at all costs. Or maybe not all costs, but CSCO. But for me, that's not my liking. Cisco looking absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, that tweet, and I couldn't find it. I wonder if he was responding to somebody. I'll have to search of Elon. I want to like say exactly what he said so that I'm not paraphrasing it and butcher. Yeah, I can't seem to find it now. I'll have to look for it after. All right, I got back into ANVS because it did take out the seller, but it's still a lower high. 78 is the high of the day. The high of this candle is 74. I'm going to stop out through the $0.50. Okay, it's actually below the half. Yeah, the $0.50 because the low of this candle is 53. So it has to hold. Okay? I don't want to give too much back over here. So if it loses trend, I'm gonzino. This current candle just opened up. 5-minute candle just opened up a new candle here. 68's now showing up, looking for continuation into the high 70s, low 80s on ANVS. Seller at 68, shake at the moment, and we haven't been able to shake him because now we go down into 66s, 65s. So looking for trend continuation, but we may not get it. 68 showing up again. Seller at 68 again, so we know that it's a recurring theme, 68 being targeted here. Keeping an eye also on looking to wet the beak there. We're not really rocketing up. I don't want to take out too much. I'm looking for a flat top break, but double SP, here we go again. We're at the high of the day again on double SP, 430. We're showing 36 right now on the ask. It's a 1 penny spread, 35 on the bid. There's seller that's hidden because nothing is coming off the gateways. You're seeing nothing being posted nor taken off. There is the new high a day now. 37s now on double SP, looking for more continuation, but the volume is like at a snail's pace. I'm waiting at 39s for a pop up there. Nothing doing, back down into 35s we go. High a day, but no continuation, back in the 37s. Okay, so the buyer's seeing this. It's ringing up on their scales, their searches, new high day, so they start weaseling into it. We're already alive to this one, so let's see what we get. 37 showing up again. I don't want to take out anything here on double SP. I'll break into the high 38s there. That's a new high a day at 38, but I'm posted at 39, so it won't print until we cross said 39 penny level. So that's what I'm looking at. SGBX was being spoken about by somebody in the chat. I didn't get involved in this one. Trading below the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about this bad boy here. VWAP on SGBX 86 or 85. Keep your eye on that. It could certainly break trend, right? Right now on SGBX is a very, very clear lower high, right? So why would I get involved with that one as a long? That's just asking for trouble, okay? So let's move back now to ANVS because I'm seeing on my side chart that this one's weaseling back into the low 70s. We have higher lows, but we also have lower highs. Case in point, prior bar high 74, current bar high 73. We got to break trend. It's fantastic to have higher lows, but it also sucks to have lower highs. Well, I'm in this for the long, baby. I'm not in this to watch a compression pattern, you know, manifest with no prints. So looking for a move, because 78 penny is the high, Joey. ANVS, there we go. 73s now, 74 showing up, no continuation. 74 showing up again. How about 70? Barely able to show up on the tape there as we got one or two prints green at 75, but the comes in again. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. 74 monster seller, 74, 75 seller. All right, can we take that 75 seller out? Oh, he's gone. 77s now. Let's go. Let's go for continuation. Just showed up momentarily, but down we go again, Joey. Into 72. No strength through the day quite yet. Still waiting at 82.
All right, good stuff there, guys. For sure, nice trading, Sharif. So Apple's starting to bounce as well, too. This isn't correct. I know the volume weighted average all the way up there, so I don't know why it is. Someone's saying Microsoft going green as well, too. Oh, Kalua, happy belated birthday. Don't forget if we didn't see your chat. Sharif, she left you and I a kind message. She said, thank you for one full year. I've been with you guys watching every day. I love y'all, Sharif.
Love
Joseph,
you guys,
24th
man.
birthday, 2 days. On the
Way.
15th, spent it wishing I could trade.
You're almost, he's younger than Ram.
He's young, yeah.
Yeah, Ram Ram's 25
She's younger
now,
than
bro.
Ram Ram,
Yeah.
for sure. Ram Ram.
Oh no, Joey, there goes the high. The shorts got decimated. I told you, run for your life, shorts.
Yeah.
They're coming, baby. A new high day, Joseph options into 88s. Shout out to my man, CD. We played tonight, by the way, and I don't have a lot of. Don't say anything, Neil. I thought he was going to come at me. All right, 395. I'm posting at 95s. ANVS looks like it's destined for 4 here, Joey options. 38 high day. There's been no break in trend of higher lows. I want to say since that green candle that posted up at 11. So it's been a very clear higher low continuation. There's 88s again.
There it goes,
Can we
man.
clear 88? Show them what you're looking at, Joey.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at ANVS as well, too, brother. As climb higher.
Okay.
Bitcoin with a nice strong pop here as well, too, guys, heading in towards the volume weighted average price. So and Daniel B, I agree everything with what you have to say in the chat. So yeah, it is what it is, brother. So anyways, aside from that, so there it is, 382, now continuing to climb higher. I'm not going to chase it all the way up there, but nice trading on that. Sharif, Rusty Dutch, short. All right, cool, good stuff. Lots of shorts, and by all means, like, let's take a look at MicroStrategy. It's been absolutely man. I mean, you want to talk about having a really bad time? I wonder what's going on with Michael Saylor in his head right now. It's like, oh,
I think he's just like, where can I buy?
Where can you buy some more?
Who wants to loan me any more money?
Yeah. Would you want to loan Michael Saylor more money if he's down 65% off of that $550 high?
I'd have to look he's still heavily in the money, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think his average price is like
yeah.
in the 60s or something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
But even
and Joey,
yeah,
let's we could have had so many opportunities in the past 3 years to crap all over this guy, right? With 2022, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
But my issue is that his projections on the earnings were based on hitting 150K. Right, so yeah, that's not good, right? Like that's not too good a look whatsoever. Let's take a look at BM&R as well, see what that one's been up to. Breaking through that downtrend and heading towards some key lows. The difference is that you can stake this and generate a yield. And I like Wikitina Man down 80%, by the way, off of this $160 level down to where we're at 80%. So that's an ugly haircut. I have a couple friends that invest, and I'm like, hey man, good work. This thing is going absolutely nuts, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. So now as for AMD, guys, starting to form a consolidation right below the volume weighted average price, but we've talked about Tesla Go 1802. This is insane. A nice move higher. You want to keep an eye on what's going on at 18. Yeah, this guy's thinking about
I have to. It's driving me nuts, man. I read it.
You're gonna look for that. Yeah, you're gonna look for that tweet. So there it is. Watch for this to hold, and if you break through that with some nice momentum, you can continue and most definitely head towards that high of the day. But there's this V-shaped pattern that we've talked about on multiple occasions. You have this consolidation being formed, then you have that V-shaped recovery, form a consolidation. You can get off on, if you can get lows, I like your chances of going to test this high of the day, and that's going to put you around 248, especially with AMD. This thing's a monster, and anything can happen at any given moment with this name.
Here's what he wrote, word for word, Joey. Quote, if Gates hasn't fully closed out the crazy he has held against Tesla for approximately 8 years, he uses that squiggly thing. I forget the name of it. He had better do so soon. Post November 16th, 2025, 11:53 a.m. GMT. I don't know why I wasn't able to find it, but here it is. There it is.
There it is.
There it is right there.
Give you the link.
Okay. So, I don't know what's brewing, what Elon has, up his sleeve. But my initial thought when I saw this was he doesn't want to have another funding secured moment where he gets slapped by the regulator for making statements, of course, as a public company CEO. So he just says things like through innuendo like this. Entirely speculating here, but that's a look. Joey, I got to cover this. ANVS rockets up to 4. So we got the beak wet there at 97 is the last. To expect, of course, resistance when it comes to 4, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We're going to close out the position here, and if it can get above 4 and stay above 4, I'll participate back into this one. I don't have to have bottom wick. ANVS, a rocket ship on the day to the tune of 63%. And it's got 4 in its sights, or there it seems. There goes a SSP into an area high. We're going to wet the beak here as well. 443, good strength on this one. We got 407, shut it to the highway on this one. And now we're going to wait above that $0.50. I'm going to wait at 4.5. Okay, so let's see if we can get that continuation on the monster double SP. It's been a very good higher high, higher low pattern on this bad boy with a very bamboozlement, quite frankly, and it is a 1 penny spread and has stayed as a 1 penny spread for as long as I've been watching. So good look here for double SP. Last but not least, I want to mention this IVVD trade. We're still holding this, man. 95s, I've got 93s. It's got such a top at $3. I'm gonna stay convicted on this one. I do think that we can get through 3. May have to pack my patience. Uh-oh. He's here. A big smile of his. Shout out to Big Smile. Sharif.
Yeah.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Just make sure. Imagine being one of the richest men in the world and still worrying about what someone else might think of your company. Come on, Muskie. Look, I think you're right. You're absolutely right, Big Spal. But if I'm right that he's kind of not wanting to make statements so he doesn't raise the ire of the regulator, then this would be kind of, just another way of getting that hint out there that something big was coming. I don't know. But you're absolutely right. If you take it in the literal sense, he really shouldn't be worrying too much about what he's doing. And hey, man, if Gates is wrong, the market will prove him wrong, right? So he's from this a lot if Gates is wrong again, or I mean, if he's right, he stands to make a lot of money, obviously. But Tesla, let's cut the crap though. Tesla's been super rangy lately, man. One day I'll come in, Joey, it's at $460. The other day it's down to $400. Let's just show them the here on Tesla Assassino before we head on over there. Yeah, there's that 460 top that we keep putting in, with a couple wicks maybe into the 70s, but generally 60. And then we keep bouncing up. We were bouncing off 440, but we've been giving that up in spades. So to me, the Tesla support is kind of glaring at 375. Put in a few tops. Looks like we may have put in that bottom already on Friday. I don't know. Right back up again we go here on TSLA. Good strength on the day. When, it's a mixed bag in Mag 7 world, for example, you've got Microsoft flat, Meta down, Apple down, rocketing, Amazon's down, Tesla's up, Nvidia's down. So no consensus, Joey, on how the market is going to operate on the day. So,
yeah, for sure.
All right, guys, we're going to pause for a second, Joey. Now we're going to send you to the big desk for happening now. Then Neil's got his.
Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can really see this lack of consensus reflected in the performance of the NASDAQ, which is super range bound today. We've got low here roughly at 605. Open then again here around 1115 and high of day around 612. We've really traded within that $7 range on the NASDAQ all day. Let's talk about some of these catalysts today. We do have earnings on watch. Once again, a lot of retail names reporting earnings later this week, including Walmart. We've got Lowe's. We have tomorrow morning, and Nvidia, of course, is going to be the big one after the bell on Wednesday. But XPeng also here with their earnings. They actually missed on revenue, but year-over-year growth, including revenue for XPEV. I want to talk as well about Netflix. Netflix just underwent a stock split, 10-for-1. This is their first day trading post-split. This info here in X at GTV Research shows you the performances post-split for about 4 weeks, and then up to now for some the 6 major names here that actually underwent stock splits last year. Now, last but not least, I do want to remind you guys, we know what's happening now, but what's happening today? Well, at 1 p.m. Eastern, we are going to get Fed's Kashkari, who is known for being a little bit more hawkish than some of his peers. He's going to be talking at 1. I'll cover that for you guys. It'll be in roughly an hour when he begins to speak. We'll have Fed's Waller later in the afternoon, and then after hours, one of the more hawkish Fed members right now. So lots to look out for. Before we send you over to Neil for an exciting lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origin. Because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. No FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, or OGE, and is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Make sure to like and subscribe and get ready to hear Neil's lesson of the day. Take it away.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Lesson of the day is not going to be something that's entirely new, but it's been a while since I made this point. Saw 3 pretty decent examples that made it really pertinent today. And that's, we always talk about liquidity. One of Obi's favorite lines is, I will provide. Now, he might have been talking about something else, but where you provide liquidity as a trader does matter. And oftentimes it's where you want decisions, or at least waiting until it gets to that point to make decisions. So one of the first things when looking at a stock that you want to trade, to look at the points where you have obvious, whether you want to call it liquidity replenishment, support and resistance on the chart, where you might just be running away from these prices. So Alphabet has a few of them, obvious to be able to see, like the 75, 76 trade there today. But once you break that level, it's like, well, where's the next point up that you might want to look for? So you look for 2 things. 1, consolidation around a level, or running away from a level. Runs away down, runs away up, runs away, spike in. So you see a level here where it's like, okay, well, when we're indecisive, we can chop around there. When we're breaking away from it, we're really moving away from it. Those are places where you want to make decisions. Obviously, that's easy to put and to say, well, then Google was a long from there. And ultimately, you could have been, say, short in Alphabet and said that's a place to take profit because you're letting it work down into that level. But if you zoom out first, see those liquidity points are, then you can take advantage of them. The other place where this was, I don't want to call it obvious, but one where you might want to have looked at is have a quick look at Palantir. Now, it's one of the things that a lot of traders might do is, well, when you break down on Palantir, oh, this is no longer at $170. Yeah, that's an easy way. It's one way to look at it. The other way to think about it is, well, what happens when we trade off of that? And when we're trading off of that price area, you're consolidating, running away from it, consolidating above. And today, you're supporting above it. And even on Friday, when we were gap through, well, everything was going crazy at the open. First support came in. The first red candle on Palantir dipped into that same price level. So you now know, hey, there's a liquidity replenishment point every time it wants to hold 170. And then today it's held the 170 level. The other, just a side note here for Palantir, ooh, that's really cool behind me. Just a side note for Palantir, see that support in the afternoon turning into resistance. So 174 support into 174 resistance as well. And I'll throw you one last, and that was Apple on some weird, it was a couple of headlines for Apple, but this one's even crazier. Why? Because Apple has had this same point for 2 weeks now. Go all the way back to the beginning, and it's been holding about 266 change. Holds again, holds again. And it's been a choppy mess in Apple because you have that bottom that gets put in, it gives you an obvious area, and then you've got this low. Where does that coincide with? Look at all of the chop here as well. So you have consolidations around a level. When it breaks away, it runs away. Breaks away, it runs away, runs away, runs away. So that's a place to look for decisions today. When it runs into it in the other direction, that's where you make decisions. Now, whether that decision is get out of longs or look for shorts, it doesn't matter. But in between those price points, you want to be waiting. I mean, a lot of trading, a lot isn't, and this is just from my personal experience, so I'm just going to tell you what I've seen. A lot of trading profitably doesn't have much to do with predicting what direction things are, and has more to do with figuring out at what price areas to transact and make decisions. From there, you make your decision one way or another. But it's seeing where that next point that liquidity is going to go to that ends up being a little bit more important. If you like short, are you patient enough to wait for it to get to the next liquidity point? If you're in a long, are you until it gets to that liquidity point and not throwing away profits or potential profits? So identifying those on a higher time frame. If you like 15, use a 15. If you like a 30, settled in on a 15. Every now and then I might go to a 30-minute chart for those types of areas. And it just makes you a little more precise as a day trader and when you are being patient. Now, bets can be off parabolic at the open or move on news, but when you're in the normal range-bound trading of the day, zoom out, look for those liquidity points. Try to hold your winners into them. Try to wait to execute in the other direction until they get to those levels. And how about a nice skyline behind me, looking really, really cool. There you got the CN Tower. Yeah, love what you back there, Fabian. Can't wait till we get we'll have the desk behind me too. We can light that up with some stuff. So there's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Neil.
All right, guys, there goes Tesla. Yeah, it looks really good back there. Maybe we get this level out of there as well, too. Make it a little bit better. But right there's my house. I'm pointing at it. There's my house right there. You guys can see on the screen, obviously being sarcastic, you cannot see it. But no, aside from that, guys, there goes Tesla putting in a new high of the day, 424.10. AMD still consolidating around the volume weighted average price, so that's something to keep an eye out on. Netflix now climbing up to 111.36. Good look as the market is heading towards the high of the day. The SPY is relatively closer to it than what the Qs are here. So this is the NASDAQ QQQs. High of the day around 612. We're trading around 610.70. So not horrible. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue on this trajectory that we surpass and continue to climb a little bit higher. We want to correlate it with the daily as well. Is this going to be a solid bounce day? Potentially. You can see we have a little bit of a hammer candle being formed. Still some buying pressure. Some selling pressure still within those prints, so keep an eye out on this for close. We are only 4.33% off of those highest, Sharif.
All right, man. Back into ANVS, looking for a hold at around the $0.50. The volume weighted average price. We're at the 10 EMA right now. We're at 58. There's been a seller at 58, 59, and 60. for a long time. There's 59 again. Still can't shake that seller as we're still lower than the prior bar high, which is 65. So the way we change here is we need to make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, which we're having a whole lot of trouble doing because we're unable to make that new area high. So packing the patience over here. We're in at 58s. There are 60s showing up. Still no continuation, as you can see, above 60 though. So a lot of weakness. Well, I don't want to, but certainly, you know, the profits being taken here or the shorts are liking what they see. So keep an eye on that. Though we're still holding on to this one from 07. This one has a prior bar low of 420 and a half. This current bar low is 423. So it holds area low for now. Okay, we still have 4 minutes left. 5-minute candle. 444, the high of the day. It drops on one huge red candle. I'm talking about double SP. Most notably, though, still holds trend because it's still above the 10 EMA on the 5, which is showing me 17s or 18s. So question for me is, I think I will, because there's a buyer here at 20, and we've seen support at 20 before. So let's see if we get that support right here. And too much left on double SP, so if I do get stopped out, it'll be for a little bit. So let's go ahead, stand right there. I'm just going to give this one a quick look. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead, punch in a little bit more here on double SP, and I'm going to give this to a shekel or two, the 10 EMA on the 5. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go right there. We'll go all the way down to here, and there we have it. Good. So now, since we've already punched some in and our cost basis dramatically from 07 to 20, let's go ahead and put some profit takers up in this you-know-what. Post here, and then we're going to post at 35s as well. So looking for a nice move up on this bad boy. That's what I'm looking at there. I double VD, I got stopped out. So this one was holding trend quite well. It comes into VWAP, it loses VWAP and breaks below that 1140 bar, which was the area low. So this one's putting in lower lows. That's not why I'm in long for the lower lows. Now, for a little bit of a loss on the remaining amount on that one. So the only trades I've got on now is the reload on double SP and ANVS. I'm looking for hold the $0.50, hold VWAP, hold the 10 EMA on a closing print, and then rock it right back up. But it's not doing that, so I'm going to have to pack my patience. So that's it. That's all I've got for now. Taking a quick look at the screen above to see if there are any new small weaseling their way onto the scene. Don't see any quite yet. And as always, though, if there are, tag myself or Joseph, let us know what's moving, and we'll get right down to it. If it's tradable, we'll trade it. If it's not, we'll tell you why we're staying away from it, Joey. So that's what I'm looking for. ANVS and double SP. What do you got, brother?
Good stuff there, guys. Yeah, ANVS starting to pull back a little bit, as you've been talking about throughout the day. There goes some of the other names. So I want to run through the scanner and see if we can talk and the 8 names that I have up here continuously. So IBIT starting to come back in, rejecting the volume average price. Daniel B and Rusty Dutch and I having some good conversations within the chat. It's great to hear different perspectives about different assets for sure without any questions. So we'll keep that in mind. And he's thinking some stuff that if you want to go back, you can read it yourself and see. But there goes Microsoft, though. Not too bad of a look as it's climbing a little bit higher. Let's take a look at this from a daily perspective as well, too, guys. So you can see that we started to form this base. Top end of the range, so that's not horrible whatsoever. Just keep an eye out on this potential double top as well. We've snapped the neckline, but we haven't had the ability to hold below. It shows you some potential strength within that specific asset. You can see Tesla starting to come in off of those highs as well, too, at 421.19. I just don't think that this pullback is going to be overly aggressive. So keep an eye on the volume profile, and that's going to determine a lot on whether we continue to move higher or we start to sell, come back into VWAP. So that's our game plan there. ANVS coming in from 340. That high of the day was $4. So that's 60 cents off of that. Netflix, same thing. So guys, what you can notice here is pattern across the board on multiple tech names. So essentially what you want to do is just find which direction, as simplistic as it may sound, is obviously not that easy. But if we're failing to construct new highs on Qs, SPY, Microsoft, Netflix, Tesla's the only one going oppo, AMD failed to construct a new high as well too. And if we take a look at Apple and see what that one's up to, if that failed to construct a new high, and which it currently is, then maybe it's a continued short side. And I think that's something important and that we need to note. No, that's not real, is it?
Oh, it's as real as it gets.
No way.
I was telling Brendo today, he didn't know either.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. Wow.
Apparently,
all right.
it's a well-known thing, and I had no idea. Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. That's insane. Well, hey, I mean,
Hey.
yeah, I mean,
It explains a lot.
Well, IPO, and then sure enough, and then we'll be all right.
We'll find out.
Wait, so Netflix coming back in, guys. So maybe there's going to be a potential short there. Run through the scanners one more time, but I'm just not seeing what we're in love with right now, Shree.
Yeah, guys, I got stopped out of both ANVS and double SP as they both broke trend. I still like both of them, but they've regained trend again. So let's see how these bad boys set up. I don't know. I think I put my a little bit too high on double SP, and yeah, I should have been putting it at the 10 EMA because it looks like it defended the 10 EMA. This one ends up doing. If it gets above 30, I think I'll take that trend break. But at the moment, right now, I'm not liking anything, guys, because everything is not trending in the right direction. I only take the so. Two things have to happen for me to get back into ANVS and double SP. Let's talk right about it. So ANVS has to print the first 5-minute candle will make a new high, so it can, stop the blood of the downtrend. If it was to break on this current candle, we'll have to get above 360 for me to get in. It really will on what the prior candle's high was. I'm not going to base it on 360, based on prior candle high. So ANVS, that's what I'm looking for there. Double SP, wait for the same thing. If we can get a move above 30, $4.30, I'll get back into that one. But I don't want to give too much on winning trades. So give back too much, I should say, on winning. A lot of people have been asking me about SGBX, and I really want to get into this. I mean, I don't mind the look of it so much. It's got a great bull flag that broke out right, 5 minutes before the open, right 9:25. We pop up, we consolidate. It gets another volume spike after 10. Rockets all the way up into the high day, 318. But since that time, we've been putting in lower highs, and they've unbroken, right? You ever hear that CrossFit brand called Unbroken?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, because that's the thing in CrossFit. If you can do it, whatever it is, unbroken without resting.
Yeah,
so they started making a brand called Unbroken.
I liked Rogue for a long
Rogue was
time.
pretty sick.
Yeah,
Rogue was good.
It's still sponsored by them, right?
Yeah.
How come they haven't dropped any of the new, like the games, the
High Rocks
documentaries?
is eating its lunch.
No way.
High Rocks is dominating.
So do you think
Brendo's
that's
got High Rocks at his gym?
Yeah, I see it. It's right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's across
Everybody's
the street
talking
from me.
about High Rocks, and nobody's talking about CrossFit anymore. Can I tell you, having done CrossFit for like almost 2 years, cult, bro.
It is a big time cult.
Yeah, and like when the open comes around, it's like you live and die by the. It's like my life is not going to revolve around the open, okay?
What does that mean? The open?
The open, it's like the 3 different workouts that's standardized, and everybody's tests or everybody's are compared. And then you see where you rank worldwide.
Okay. Yeah.
There's 3 different
the
ones,
regionals and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The open, and then from the open and then from regionals you go to the CrossFit Games, and I don't know where they're doing it now. Anyway, digressing there, but all good. So what I'm looking for, guys, double SP, got to make a first 5-minute candle, make a new high. Same thing with ANVS. If we can get above 360 or where higher bar is, that's what we're going to get in. But for the moment, there's nothing setting up in my way. So tag myself, Joe, if you can tell us any new small cap gappers that are running.
All right. Yeah. Nice work there, Katina, man. Nice short there on the TQs. He's saying he's been in there almost 7 now, just like that, as the overall market failed to construct a new high, and this is what we were talking about earlier in the day. So nice little trade, Katina, man. And we know you got that one working for you. PL short of the day, without any questioning. As you can see, you get in. When I was looking at a chart, top tick up here at 174. And then takes that move all the way down to 170 with a couple reloads. So prime time price action, especially in the midst of all of this choppy PA. It's not easy to navigate, so way to grab that up there and take that nice leg to the downside there, brother. Nice work, nice work. But yeah, aside from that, guys, is what we're talking about. So we didn't get that breakup that we were looking for in AMD. It's just a consistent downtrend, a trend to the downside, I should say. failed to construct that new high, not too good of a look, so that's still fully intact. Those bases are holding up. We had this indecision print off of those lows, which gave us a bump volume weighted average price, but you see the selling pressure within these 5-minute candle prints start to step in once again as well too, and then sure enough, take that additional leg lower. Are we going to head towards the low of the day? I don't know. You can see this is the opening price right here around 242. The low of the day is 41. You don't get quite there on the second attempt, so maybe they needed to absorb some more liquidity for that move to forward just chop, and then sure enough you have the compression within the price and you find a specific direction after that. You want to follow the volume profile. That's going to tell you worlds, especially price compression patterns. You have those, you have that flat base or that flat top, and then you have that wedge starting to form. Once that volume steps in, you'll be able to pick a definitive direction. So we'll keep an eye on AMD for now, Sharif, and then we'll also take a look at what the quantum names have been up to. They're starting to break too, guys. These have been choppy though over some time. I remember I was trading RGTI last week and it did the exact same thing. A lot of overlapping candles. Makes that leg, it absorbs a lot of liquidity. So there's QBTS now heading towards some key support. I think you can only touch the support level so many times before you do break, but you can see that the volume is stair stepping down. We want to see that increase before we take that.
No, Bitcoin's dropping again, Joey, rejecting 95. How low do you think we get on this one?
But how long?
How low do you think we get?
I don't think it's going to be good, man, because just from what I'm looking at right now, we have that trend intact, but I mean, I think that we go a little bit lower.
Yeah, I would have to agree. What I would definitely be looking for to hold on a closing basis is that 80,000 area. Look, this is kind of what I don't want. I don't want a lower high, right? Sorry, a lower low, pardon me. So if we break through 75, that's a lower low, and that, I think, opens up the door to a lot more blood.
Yeah,
but if we hold that 80 area, that would be an add area, because then, well, not 80, but, you know, holding above 80, if you're at 82, 80, 85 and a half, that's a higher low, and that's a trend continuation. So.
Yeah. You know what does? Daniel B in the chat some very valid points, and I was saying this a long time as well too. They're all the way up there, but he was just speaking some facts. But I just to dumb it down, to break it down a little bit. I was saying this for some time, is that the second half of the halving cycle is typically stronger than the first one. First half, right? So the first 2 years typically weak. Second half is when you have those rallies. But anyways, his data points say that you typically see 75% retracement off of those highs in that first half of the halving cycle. So that would put Bitcoin at an absolutely disastrous price. $1,000. Yeah. But he's not wrong. Those are the actual, because I've read up on this multiple times, and I've said it on multiple occasions. That typically the second half is stronger. So that would be 26 to 28. When did we have it? No, in 25 we did in April, right? Or 24 did we have?
No, April of this year.
Yeah. So so it'd be 20. It'd be 27, 28 that is going to be relatively stronger. So.
I agree. All right, guys, here we go. It looks like ANVS might be changing trend. This is the candle to make a new high for a while. Let's see if we can get that continuation. What do we got there? We got 55s. They still do have a breakout trade, though. Nice, I saw the bit stepping up and it bottoming tail off VWAP. Look, we're not out of the woods at all. All we did was just print the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. But that doesn't mean we're decidedly breaking trend. We do have a higher high and a higher low on the 5-minute candle relative to the 5-minute candle. But no, not rocketing up by any means, shape, or form. 61 seller now. Can we move up a little bit more? If we break above 61, I do have an order to trigger for a breakout trade. Although it doesn't breakout trade because I'm already long at 55. So that's my look there. Looking as well, of course, at double SP. This is breaking trend. Came into the volume weighted average price, which is at 408. Let's see what this one does. Holds VWAP, we can have a conversation. If it loses VWAP, what I'll be watching is that $4 level. Given that VWAP's around 408, 409, it probably is an idea to base your area there or base your trade on a buy zone. And by that I mean, you know, low VWAP is, which is at 8 or 9s, and then obviously the psychological support is at 4. So I'd be looking for a buy zone on double if we don't hold up at this level right now. So let's keep an eye out on that. Let's see if it wants to rocket back up or what its situation is, but there is not a lot moving in small cap gapper world, at least not to the high side anyway right now. So you're going to have to be super selective what you're getting in. I'm also keeping an eye on DVLT, and the reason I say that is because, well, we saw what it did at VWAP last time. Even Joseph pointed this out to me. He's like, look, man, this one's getting absolutely is. So the issue with DVLT is it's got lower highs all the way through ever since that 219 high a day that printed at 1040. It's been a symphony of lower highs, but we do have that higher low also to contend with, 194 area low or 2 or thereabouts right now. So let's see exactly what DVLT wants to do, whether it wants to start trending to the high side or what its situation is. Keeping an eye here on double SP. Okay.
You tapped in there?
Oh no, I'm sorry, SSC. No, brother, I didn't punch. I didn't back in.
Tapped
That's
in.
a strike for me there, eh?
There's no strike, but we'll give you a ball.
bad.
We'll give you a ball on that one there, so you can fit the play. All right, guys. For too long, trading meant risking your own
Get it,
money.
Joey.
Enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming on how traders act. With its limited risk trading models, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now. % off your first evaluation. No Bev. I'm not too sure what that means. Do you have anything else you want?
No, you're good to go.
Yeah, all right, let's rock and roll, guys. I think it's just time to go with the flow on this one. So yeah, we'll see what we get as we're heading to the day. We start relatively small on this to see if we can just let it grind lower, and I think that's going to be the case. Oops, let's get involved in this here thing. So there it is, not too bad. We 53.10's a little bit lower than that, 53.04. I'll post up at 53. Small ad to see if we can get that test of the 52.70 level. I think that's going to be in works for the set. So we may as well take that stab. AMD starting to bounce off of the lows, or some of these consolidative lows as well too. So take that into consideration as that base is being formed. This is what we marked out earlier in the day. And if that cracks, there can definitely be some more momentum to the downside, my friend.
All right, ANVS lost. So I got stopped out again of this one. It's a no-go now. It's losing trend, and it's got like this consolidative look that lose at 3.25. 3.25 is a price action support, but I will not be taking it long there, as that by definition will be below the volume weighted average price. So we're gonna have to stay clear until this one can get and stay above 350. ANVS all back. All right. Keeping an eye here on double SP. There we go. We got 8s on. I do have an order here to defend 4, but it popped up off that volume weighted average price pop when we get the fill there at 12s. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of let longs loose to the high side over here. We're going to keep tabs on that one. Let's also load up DVLT. I'm going to take off IVVD. DVLT could be an interesting dip trade off VWAP. We are there right now, though, okay? I don't know, man. We defended our hold last time. I'm talking about 11.05 and 11.10. Here we are again. What's the area low? The area low there is 194. We're at 197. Let's get long here. We'll give it a little bit of room into that prior area low. So let's see if we can get filled. So we're going to go like that and see if we can catch a winning trade here in the later time of, well, it's not even really that late, man. It's 12:30. Usually they run a little bit longer. So we'll throw in that stop there on DVLT. Let's see if it holds. And then we'll have to obviously put some scalps for a move back above 2. So that's kind of what I'm doing there. Let's layer these orders. Something up and maybe into 210s. Showing me 95s or 98s, excuse me, for the moment. TMQ, okay, so this one is a little bit of a slower mover, but I want to mention it because it's got a nice uptrend, and that's more than we can say for a lot of these names. Okay, it's not up big percent. It held great at 395, but it also looked like it was going to be a flat top break through 4, right? We were accumulating into 4 with higher lows. We get that 4 break, and then we drop. So that's kind of how you can tell the small cap in today, because typically these type of patterns, when you get these ascending wedge patterns into highs, give you more than 6 pennies through a flat top break. You get the flat top break, but it's insanely anemic, and it quickly loses trend. So, you know, be alive to the, you know, characteristics of the small caps on any one day. If they're biting, go aggressive with size. If they're not, like what we're seeing today, be careful. So TMQ could be an interesting one here, especially if it can take out the high day of 406. Though it's back above 4, which it had a lot of trouble clearing first and foremost. So that would be something I'm looking out for. TMQ's thing. But I'll just keep my eye on DVLT and double SP because those are the ones that I've got on at the moment. But what do we got here? Show me 2. Okay, so no prints yet above that $2 area. There we go. Now we get a quick print into 201. So DVLT finding support at VWAP. Can it get back though above 205 and start trending above the 10 EMA, because right now it's below it. Let's load up TMQ on a trading screen so we can get an idea. Time and sales looks like. TMQ on the NY? No, it's on the MX. Okay, so TMQ is on the MX. It's done 5.3 million shares on the day, trading at $4. Area low I would submit to you guys is 390. Bunch of bottoming tail candles into 394. So if it doesn't hold up there, I wouldn't be looking to DCA into an oblivion on TMQ, Joey. So those are the ones looking at DVLT, double SP, and TMQ.
Beautiful stuff. All right, guys. So there we go. We pieced a little bit out there. 33 on IBIT as it's heading towards the downside, moving lower and lower. So we'll piece some more out. We'll post up at 52.90s to see if we can catch a fill there. We'll take another 33% off remaining, or I guess 50% of the remaining position we currently have on, and then that will leave us 33% of the total remaining. So we'll see if that can get a fill. I should front run it a bit, go to 92s or something like that, but who cares? YOLO it and see what's going on. And so someone in the chat, I know we've been talking a lot about Bitcoin and what's going on. Shane, so when does Sailor start dumping BTC? I don't think he ever will. I'm pretty sure this guy's in run. I think he said if Bitcoin goes to 0, he still won't get liquidated or something along those lines. So you think Sailor's with the ship? He has to be, man. At this point, you got to go down.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice, Joey.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice, man.
If he doesn't go down with the ship,
yeah,
the investors are going to come after him, bro.
You think it's going to be a bad day, eh?
I don't know, bro.
What would you see? Like in the headlines, Michael Saylor sells 33% of his stake in Bitcoin or something.
Mike goes missing.
That's
the headline I see.
Yeah, what was that one CEO in China who they just didn't know where he went?
Yeah, that's what happens when you piss off President Xi.
He just didn't know.
Be messing with President Xi.
That's going to be the case for Michael Saylor. Just no idea where this guy went. He's just gone MIA, which is. But there it is, guys. We caught a nice fill on IBIT. Tesla was most definitely the better trade of the session. As you can see, we played that consolidated flag. You do take that leg higher, which was nice, but we're happy we take it out, some off 66% at the high of this consolidation and then piece some more out right there. So too bad. 52.90 is our next primary target. We have the same pattern being formed on Netflix in which AMD, and that failed. But I like our chances here on NFLX considering we are still down currently. I believe it around 12.5 or 18% from that high. A lot of these names are starting to come in at what we haven't looked at today for me personally is NVDA. I have not looked at it today, Sharif. So down 12%. That could be a solid discount there. And then I see Katina Man. I remember Katina Man said, you know what, we might see a one handle on this thing here. And that might be the case, Sharif, down 23%. If we go down box, that's going to give us the 35% drawdown roughly. So. Hey, it is what it is. We sold more than happy to buy some more. So anything south of that.
Great trade, Joey. Great trade, brother. All right. I'm going to try my hand here at TMQ, looking to go long. We got 2s. I'm setting up for some profits at 4.6s. TMQ's got a good chart pattern. It's above $4 and has been above 4 multiple times now. The 10 EMAs, putting in higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if it's able to get above that 406. 406 has been quite an aggressive saying for TMQ. By the way, guys, this trades on the MX exchange, okay? So I'm not saying it's going to halt because it's really moving slowly at the moment. So for the moment, it's not a halt candidate. But if it does halt, we won't be able to see the tap. That is the case as well for New York stocks. The only one we'll be able to see the tap for the theoretical auction price and kind of gauge buy during the hold is the NASDAQ names, of course, okay? Just wanted to mention that before anybody weasels on into it. Let's take a look at what DVLT's doing, still holding at 2, not rocketing up. How's the double SP? What are we long here? 8s. We're showing 7, so nothing really doing there. Looking for a hold, though, above 4. It's going to happen, or otherwise it ends the trade for me. So that's my look there. You guys have been mentioning some small cap gappers that are trading below $1. APLT is the one that I think keeps getting mentioned. So because it keeps getting mentioned a lot, I'm just going to talk about it, but I don't want to trade it myself. Let's go to the 5-minute over here on APLT. It's got a, look, it's a market high, but barely. Like, look at that level at 605. The high there is 33.86. The official high is 34. So barely above the pre-market high, but above it nonetheless. Trend is decent. The fact that it's holding up at the 10 EMA is also good. Look at that hold there. Generally, the entire way up, the 10 EMA, and you can get a bit of an aggressive red candle there, trading around 31.5 EMA, 10 EMA that is, just around change. So that could be an interesting entry. We'll pack our patience there. Alfonso with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Is there a hidden seller on BCAB at the dollar? Well, one key way to tell if there's a hidden seller is to watch the action manifest and then look to see if any size is coming off the gateway, despite the fact that there's a lot of chop and churn, a lot of orders coming in, for example, on the bid. So what you typically see on my left where the time and sales, you see a lot of green, a lot of orange, but you wouldn't see any movement from the level 2 above $1. That typically means there's a hidden seller there. That's your telltale sign, okay? When there's a lot of chop and churn, a lot of taking place at that specific level, yet no size is coming off that level. That's how you know there's a hidden seller there. Different ways, obviously, of spotting that, but thank you for a great question by Alfonso. $5 super chat. We do appreciate that. We're going to the big desk.
Be aware here, guys. Pretty significant move lower here in Expedia. EXPE. It looks like this is actually a travel sector-wide move. BKNG and ABNB also moving lower. For news on this, I don't have anything as of right now. But again, travel sector weakness. I am looking for the news on this. Back to you.
There we go, guys. Take additional fill there on IBIT, the one we posted up at 52.90s. Now our next is going to be 52.70 right at the low of the day. So we'll post up there to see if we're going to continue to bleed our blood here in some Bitcoin. So 52.70 is what we're going to be aiming for on the day. It's all right. Post it up now. Just wait. Be patient. Wait for that fill. What's going on, Mike P? So as the market is starting to come back in a little bit, this is what I was talking about earlier. As we break through some key support levels, continuing that downward trajectory. So keep that in mind. This is going to be the move. It's a face slapper. Katina, man, nice work there as that's starting to come in off that failed high. We'll pull up the TQs. What's your re-entry? There you go. 105.70. Katina Man is in. There we go. I don't know what I was trying to say there, but 105.70 continuing to bleed a little bit. Support level. Once that breaks, watch out. You might get some tests of the low of the day there, Sheree.
All right, Joe, I still don't have anything. It's the same trades. There's nothing moving right now in small cap gapper world, so we're going to just stay clear for the moment. So if you want me to look at any names for you, tag myself for Joseph in the chat. We'd be more than happy to look. But I'm not seeing anything at the moment, sadly, moving in the world of small cap gappers. I do see that APLT, but I won't that as it is trading below $1. We're going to put it on the side chart there just to talk about it for you guys. APLT, 52%, having done a good amount of volume, about 127 million, but we know it's a bit thicker trade south of that dollar, so I'll leave that for you guys. And if you have any killer trades on it, let me know. We'll shout you out. We'll call it out. For me, it's a no-go at the moment. All right, people talking about GNS. Let's see what Farm Trader is talking about there with respect to GNS. All right, I don't know what Farm Trader is looking at there, but I think he likes to take these small cap gappers short because this is not a buy signal for me. Great afternoon on Friday for whatever reason. This starts moving at 6 o'clock, and when all was said and done, We're up about 53%. This morning as well, right at 4 a.m., we pop all the way up to $1.56. That time, yeah, we've lost about 40% of that move, trading now below the dollar at 95. So thank you, Farm Trader, for putting that there. John Trainum, do you know Trainium by Amazon, is saying ELF a good buy, long at 73 ELF. Let's have a look at Elf Beauty. I'm assuming you're talking about the daily, or are you talking about an intraday trade? It's right at Friday's closing print, 73.50, closed out on Friday, and as we know and as we always say, you know, these closing prints are awfully important. It's the committed money that you need to know about, and that committed money stays there after the close. So the closing print there, 450, but as you can see, it is really losing the bid quite aggressively down into 73.21. So it looks like it might be a flat top or flat bottom break, I should say, on Elf Beauty. Day Trader LA, I went long at the wrong time on Google. I'm 33K. What would you do? Well, I would just tell you that personally, I think that I would probably have stopped out before I was long down 33K on Google. You know, what could you stomach on a daily basis in terms of max loss? You gotta, you know, get used to taking the outs when you don't necessarily want to take them. Right now, I see weakness on Google, quite frankly. It's an area high from 950. That takes us all the way up into 293, almost 294. Then if you're looking at a next area high, that's 291, which we couldn't clear. And we were unable to clear essentially from 1020. We started losing VWAP at around 1055. Then take a look at what it did again. Once it was below VWAP, it got back into VWAP, rejected it at 289.50, and now is putting another lower high. What I would be looking for, though, is a break of that lower low. Look, I like Google. I think Google is a great tailwind. It's about to take out Microsoft in terms of market cap. It's about 200 million away. So if you were looking to swing trade something, Google could be a fantastic name, up 4%. But, you know, it's probably a bad idea to switch a trade into a swing trade. So I don't really want to recommend that. But Google, for me, look, man, you're just going to have to make sure that you're playing, or you're trading, I should say, with an understanding of what your max loss is going to be on the day. And if that stop triggers, you've got to get out. Don't find yourself in this situation where you're down 33K. Even if it's worked it for you in the past, you know, you dollar cost average into an oblivion. Some people can do that. They have a big account and it doesn't work for them. So I hope you end up coming out of that. Google's a good name without saying. Go to the big desk.
This move here on EXPE, ABNB, and BKNG, these travel names. One headline that I'm seeing that could potentially be related, but let me get into it. So Financial Times reporting that the UK is going to be banning resale of tickets above face. That doesn't immediately seem travel related, though it did come out right when we got this drop. However, Live Nation is actually also moving down on this. So again, this could just be the market trying to figure out how to react to this story. And I haven't seen much more beyond the headline. If I get more details on the story, of course, I'll keep you all apprised. And I am still actively looking. But long story short, you have travel names and LYV moving here after Financial Times report that the UK is going to be banning the above face value. Let me see if StubHub is moving on this. StubHub's also dropping. So ticketers and also these travel names moving lower here. Back to you.
There it goes, guys. Bang. There we go. We catch the fill on IBIT to the short side. 53.10s. And then now we're 52.70s. So we got that low of the day as it's continuing to bleed significantly. Look at the momentum pick up on the tape here, Sharif. This is crazy.
Oh, no.
Oh, look at that. Going, yeah, absolutely. Katina, man, I got something to tell you. I'll tell you, everybody, the whole team after. Sharif, once we're done here.
Sir.
So there it goes. Bitcoin drastically selling, taking that momentum move to the downside, and that's exactly what we did. I'm going to send a little, actually, I'll do it after. It's not that important. We're going to get into the news, though, momentarily, Sharif, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's lots of good stuff. I like the headlines that you got that you have going today.
Sure.
Earnings relatively light as we are in the tail end of things. Of course, we have you on Wednesday and NVDA as well too. Before we send it over, let's go take a look at some of these names and what we got going on. We can take a look at the expected moves just so we can gauge what we have going on. So to start it off this morning, bang, let's go calendar and see what we got. So TCOM, we don't really trade that. So we had XPEV. We're going to be going over that momentarily. Other bigger names, really, aside from that. We have TCOM. So come Tuesday morning, Home Depot. This is going to be a massive sentiment gauge right here, in my opinion, is Home Depot, Baidu, Futu. Those are some 3 solid ones right there. For after the bell, nothing crazy. KULR Technologies maybe something to keep an eye out on. Aside from that, we don't like Tuesday, but come into Wednesday morning when the really going to get started, guys. We have TGT, Target, as Obi would like to say, Wix, and then TAX companies. But NVDA and PanW are going to be some big-time moves in market tomorrow. Now, let's take a look at some of the expected moves. Let's pull this up. Sorry for the radio silence. We just want to pull this up correctly. NVDA. There it is. So our expected move here is going to be approximately a 7.2% implied move with a high of around $200 and a low of around 173. I'll take the 173 all day. Why? Because I would love to buy NVIDIA at 173. I think that's going to be a solid buy. Let's take a look at the options chain to see if we have any specific call or put walls that we need to keep an eye out on, because we know that is extremely, extremely important when it comes to writing options, or sorry, just options in general and expected moves. So 200. Look at that, highly correlated to what our expected move is right there. That's probably going to be a potential ceiling. Expect that level to grow throughout the week. 128,000 open contracts. Last time we seen that on NVIDIA's earnings report, it moved south. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. We're going to document this. 128,000 active, 61,000 contracts traded on the day. Now that is going to be expiring this week. Is it anywhere larger? We go further in expiration? No, it's actually smaller. But now as for a put wall, Sharif, 180,78,000. Your highest level of open interest on the put
Good,
side.
Joey. Sounds good. All right, let's get. Actually, I want to keep an eye here on. It's starting to move, or PACS, excuse me, starting to move up. We had an ill-fated trade on this one as well, as this one didn't hold VWAP, but it's trend. What I'd like for this one to do is get above that 16 and a fifth. If it gets above 16 and a fifth, 16 and a quarter, that creates a new area high, and a clean hold of VWAP could be reacher as it got up into 1682 on the day. I can put a breakout trade for that above 16 and a quarter, and then it could give you a nice move up into that 1682.17 area. We can keep an eye on that one certainly. So that one I can set up an automatic breakout trade on. But let's take out some more profits here on double SP, as this one is really slowing down in how it's trading today. Let's get right down to business, though, Joey. Let's bring in the news, and let's get down to business. So let's talk about the main headline that everybody's talking about. Berkshire adding Google, Alphabet, of course. Holdings sending the shares markedly higher. We are up about 3.4%. We're off the highs, mind you, on Google. About this. So yes, Berkshire Hathaway disclosed a fresh stake in the tech giant. They bought 17,085 shares, a little bit less than 5 billion, 4.93 billion, and the acquisition was made as of September 30th. It's a rare tech purchase from Buffett, which is seen as an endorsement, of course, of the long-term AI and CapEx cycle, despite recent volatility in the space. Why this matters, though, because past comments from Buffett and rest in peace Charlie Munger pointed to their regret for not having in Google earlier. You know, analysts saying maybe this purchase appears to correct that miss, and their holdings remain heavily concentrated in financial. A meaningful shift for Berkshire towards tech, albeit a much smaller position than the one they still have in Apple. Although Berkshire cut its position in Apple, it does remain a bet. And Alphabet, Joey, has outperformed markedly this year. The stock up, at least at the time of writing of this article, 46.5%. But I'm seeing it on my side chart here, YTD. We're up 51.57, so a little dated is this article. Great move for Google.
Yeah, it's a really great move, and it's crazy to think that Warren and Company sold how many millions of Apple shares, and it's still substantially their largest tech holding, which is crazy just to think about the sheer size. But as for Google, man, as soon as the judge ruled in their favor, they had a weight on their shoulders, and it was just lifted off, and sure enough, boom, off to the races. You go from these April lows to where we're currently trading at 106% in this tech giant is an absolute phenomenal move, and I think it's going to continue higher and higher. There's a lot in the pipeline for Google. It's one of my favorite stocks that I owned at a significant price, and I sold at a horrific price. It's almost nightmare-esque, but no matter what. And it's funny to think that Warren and Company are getting in this late, but that just says, hey, what is the potential outlooks for this specific name? I think there's a lot of positives behind Google.
Well said, man. Let's go on to the next story. Let's see what we got here. NVIDIA. So $500 billion backlog could signal a 2026 super cycle potential. Let's talk about what we mean by that. So disclosed $500 billion in combined 2025 and 2026 orders. It covers multiple products that they have. We're talking about the Blackwell GPUs. We're talking about the next-gen Rubin GPUs, as well as their networking components. And it's implying, if you believe that $500 billion number, it implies a year of explosive growth, though at a slower pace, of course, than the 600% revenue surge we've seen over the last 4 years. Wolf Research also chiming in today. They say they're estimating actually data center sales could exceed prior 2026 forecast by $60 billion. We're talking year 2026, of course. So what are analysts expecting?
Whoa, repeat that one more time. I got it. I got to hear it. Just sounded really good. Exceed by
Wolf Research estimates data center sales could exceed prior 2026 forecast by $60 billion.
That's crazy, brother.
It's big. It's bigly, as someone would say. Let's talk about what the street's expecting from NVIDIA this earnings report. They're talking about their Q3 revenue to come in a little shy of we're talking 54.83 with EPS, that bottom line, at $1.25. We'll see what they get. Now, with respect to guidance, what's the street expecting with their guide? They're looking for Q4 January guide to be in the region of $61.88 billion, markedly higher than that 50.83, which is implying here a re-acceleration into the year end. NVIDIA, though, for their part, they're not going to guide past one quarter. So the only guidance we're going to get is Q4. We're not going to get full year 2026 guide. Maybe the analysts give us what, but we're not going to get it from NVIDIA, okay? Now, we know that they've been announcing aggressive deal cycles, whether AI deal valued at over $10 billion in exchange, of course, for OpenAI buying 4 to 5 GPUs. There's also the Intel deal where they're investing $5 billion to ensure Intel CPUs pair better with NVIDIA's GPUs, which is critical, of course, for their AI servers. Or there's many other partnerships as well, but Nokia, $1 billion to integrate GPUs into future telecom gear. But the wild card and the sector, the declining segment for them has been China, and that has been a persistent problem for NVIDIA for the last little while. Their China-targeted H20 was effectively blocked earlier this year by the Chinese regulator, despite getting clearance by the American regulator to sell it there. Since then, China's expressed pessimism about and no H20 successor has been announced. We did hear briefly about a B30A, China-specific variant based on Blackwell architecture, but we've heard very little about that since. I'm assuming because, of course, the Chinese regulator has made it clear that they don't want their tech companies buying NVIDIA chips. And analysts, listen to this, Joey. Analysts are estimating that if China becomes open again for NVIDIA, they're talking about a $50 billion annual revenue increase just on that Chinese market, so to speak.
Yeah.
What's your take on this?
You know what, Sharif? It's funny because a lot of the companies got their license to, the institutions got their license to H20, but that's obviously a regulator's choice now.
Yep.
So not to say that there wasn't any demand, it's just the government saying, no, you're not getting these whatsoever.
Exactly.
But as for the earnings report and upcoming from guidance, It's going to be really important. The street is always looking for a surprise, and if you come in at a beat, this name can go absolutely insane. We know the growth cycle that it went through a couple of years ago. Go through that once again, and by these numbers and what you're talking about, it sounds like they can 110%. So the NVDA is going to be a monster, continue to be a monster. As long as that CapEx is going to continue to increase through some of these hyperscalers, I like NVDA a whole bunch. We're going off to Adara.
Yeah, we have to talk here about these travel names once again. So interestingly enough, I did mention a story here with regards to ticket prices coming from Financial Times. It looks like that's what caused the drop in LYV and STUB, but there's a different story here for XPE, EXPE, BKNG, and ABNB. So the reason the travel stocks are dropping is apparently because Google announced the expansion of its Google Flights to include an AI trip planner, which covers hotels and itineraries. So any of these hotel and itinerary related companies, including EXPE, BKNG, and ABNB, are going to be hit. Long story short, I sort of provided an update on that. These stocks appear to be dropping after Google Flights has apparently their offerings to include the AI trip planner, which does cover itineraries. Back to you.
Let's go on to the next story here. Oh no, Bitcoin has dropped 25% from the October all-time high price of 126,000. Where is it at right now? I gotta tell you, Joey, I'm just worried about the people who bought at the top. Okay, 92,640. The blood is. Let's see if we get 80. This marks one of the biggest unwindings in a momentum-driven market this year. Experts cite a two-stage sell-off. They're saying first, it was macro-driven. We'll get to that one in a sec. Then it was the forced liquidation, flushing billions of leverage positions all at one time. Let's talk about that sentiment shift, the macro-driven sentiment shift. The turning point came October 10th when the U.S. renewed their China-related and triggered an immediate sell-off and a global de-risking event. In the days that followed, the liquidity for Bitcoin operated essentially, and forced liquidations accelerated the drop. We'll talk about that one in a second. ETH also not spared, down 35% from its August highs, and the liquidity is thin here across crypto. Post-crash liquidity remains extremely shallow. Even a small routine trade can cause price swings, says Presto Research. But the BT ETFs, which saw over $100 billion in inflows since their approval, now they've slowed dramatically institutional money, and now we're starting to see a trend emerge of outflows as opposed to net inflows. That is something to note there. But this isn't all doom and gloom. So let's compare it to 2022 all the way down to 20 or whatever we were at there. So unlike in 2022, today's reset shows no credit contagion. There's no insolvencies happening, especially, with these miners, which we saw consistently in 2022, and no systemic failures to speak of. Analysts emphasize this is a liquidity reset, Joe, not a structural confidence collapse. The long-term fundamentals, according to analysts, remain good. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's tough, right? Like if you're overexposed to a specific thing, kind of like how I was, you feel the brunt of the force. I'm not 100% all in like Mr. Saylor, but nor do I have any form of, or anywhere close to the size. I'm a needle in a haystack compared to what the amount of capital Michael Saylor has spent on this in the day. Is there something to worry about? I think there might be in the long term, right? Just because we're just so focused on everything in the near term, I do believe that there's going to be to get involved with. With that being said, Bitcoin continuously bleeding. You can see that we're almost down 2% on the day. You just have to wait for that bottom. It'll display itself. You'll see consolidation, and then you'll start seeing some more aggressive updates back to when it was putting up those 5%, 10% even sessions. Right now, we're just not seeing that. We're officially in a bear market in Bitcoin and a lot of the other crypto names, so I think that's something that we need to most definitely take into consideration. 92,000 and change. Are we going to breach 90,000? I think so at this point, just due to the momentum. So you can see the breadth within this underlying here. Every time, the volume is just dropping off a cliff. And then when we're starting to move to the downside, the volume profile definitely starts to accelerate. So I think that's something that we need to be cautious about. I know we have this trend line. If that breaks, I think that you're going to head in towards that 74 level. And if that's going to be the case, then I think that's going to be a opportunity. 80s, you start grabbing some, but right now it just looks like this is a falling knife, Sharif, that I don't want to try and catch right now.
Well said, Joey. Let's go on to the next story. XPeng beating Q3 revenue, but the outlook and the sentiment is a shares, says this article. So what did XPEV do? XPEV's been rocketing up lately. Q3 EPS of $0.01. That beat expectations of a 5-penny loss. So good bottom line check there. How about the revenue? $2.9 billion, and that's well above the consensus estimate, but wanted a lot more on forward guidance and deliveries. They jumped 102% year over year. Now a little bit less than 50,000 units delivered, 46,530 units, while Q4 deliveries, their guide expected to what the hell? That can't be right. Nah, that's going to be full year. I got to double check that. I think that hallucinated. 125 to 130,000 units. That's incorrect.
I have the same thing. I don't know what you.
Yeah, I don't know, brother. You can't be jumping from 46,533 to 125 to 130
three times
in one quarter. That ain't gonna work, right?
Times,
management called the quarter another strong set of results, citing record gross margins as well as rising production and improved cash levels. We'll get to those cash levels. Very important, of course, for an EV company. How about their forward guidance? Q4 revenue guidance is what disappointed investors, which overshadowed that top line beat. Investors expected a Q4 surge to be models, waiting for that Q4 tone to hit near-term enthusiasm, which didn't happen. The stock's already up, or was at the time of the writing of this article, 112% year to date into earnings, setting up a too high of a bar scenario. And let's talk about their growth momentum and their cash position. Rivian's cash position, Polestar's, other EV companies, how much cash they have on hand because they burned through of it. They ended the quarter with $6.8 billion, not UN, in cash, giving it one of the stronger liquidity positions in the nascent EV market. Gross margins improved from 15.3% to 17.3%. How the hell did that even happen when we've been hearing about the race to the bottom with these Chinese electric vehicles and raising the ire, of course, of the Chinese regulator? The company continues, though, to fund its robo-taxi, autonomous driving, robotics R&D, leaning heavily into long-term AI competitiveness. I feel like this is just like the Xiaomi and Apple are the pairs. Xiaomi copies Apple, and XPeng just copies Tesla. You're telling me all the EVs, the robo-taxi, autonomous driving, robotics, you want to be Elon Musk.
Hey, man, it works. Like the Xiaomi phone, man. The Xiaomi phone is insane. It's a good phone. It literally exactly like it, for sure.
Can I say something to you, though?
Yeah.
The Xiaomi 17 Pro Max fits into the case of the Apple 17 Pro Max. It's a direct fit.
You see kids
No, I didn't see that one. It was somebody else that actually took the case out, so literally would fit into this joke.
It's crazy. All right, guys. At the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, NASDAQ Silo, SILO, is rewriting the playbook. Their lead drug, SPCE is advancing towards FDA submission, a potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD and anxiety, with data already showing strong safety results. At the same time, Silo is asset model investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology designed to strengthen, improve its crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. Learn more at silopharma.com. But no, as for it's honestly not horrible, right? Like you have the I don't know if this is the IPO here. So yeah, essentially, so since inception, you're relatively flat, Sharif. I mean, up 2.4%, which isn't horrible. But we've seen some of these other names like Webull just get absolutely destroyed. We're kind of comparing apples to oranges at this point, but that's not compared to some of these other names. But as for growth drivers and business highlights, expanding retail charging networks with 690 stores, 2,600 self-operated charging stations, enhancing customer reach, overseas expansion accelerated, increasing revenue from AI tech-driven services. So tell me your Tesla, as Sharif would like to say without necessarily doing that, and the Xiaomi, but not too bad of a look here. We want to go to these April lows. We'll go August of 24. You're up 250. But you're relatively flat since this IPO.
The only thing I can think of they do that Tesla doesn't do is eVTOLs. And Tesla's not throwing their hat into that ring at all, and I don't know if they're ready.
Remember, I know Elon says he would never do one, but do you think...
Did he say that?
No. This is what I was getting at. No. Do you think that a crotch rocket, a street bike, Tesla, but he said he would never get involved with those.
He said motorcycles.
Do you think that would be a needle mover for Tesla?
I don't know. That's actually interesting. Yeah, if they get into it, that's going to disrupt Archer, Joby, all those ones are going to go. They're going to
from the
get
eVTOL standpoint.
Smacked.
Yeah.
Because those are had into the ring, right?
Because they have more cash. It's the cash, really.
And they have the production capacity and the know-how how to scale things, whereas Joby is still a science experiment. All you're getting good deals with Dubai, this, that, fantastic. You're doing the right thing. But when you're actually switching from a science experiment into a real-world product, who's got better knowledge than Tesla when it comes to that kind of stuff,
well,
right?
We talk about it in the likes of Waymo as well, too. Yes, we know that the regulators may be favoring the LiDAR, but it's the production capacity that is going to give Tesla that potential edge when it comes to just the full autonomy and the robo-taxis.
All right, let's get into Apple. Possible succession plans underway and a new watch import probe. Let's talk about both headlines. So Apple has apparently, if you believe the reports, intensified their internal, underline that, not external, internal succession planning, preparing for Tim Cook to potentially step down as the CEO next year. This is being reported by the Financial Times, so I haven't seen other news outlet except FT. John Ternus, who's the senior vice president of hardware and engineering, is viewed as a leading candidate to take over from Tim Cook. Apparently, according to reports, he is Tim Cook's most trusted and operationally aligned lieutenant. Unlikely to name a successor before the January earnings, according to the article. And if you don't know, Tim Cook's been at the helm since 2011, since taking over, of course, from Steve Jobs, who resigned to deal with his health. Let's talk about the International Trade Commission reopening, or launching, I should say, a new proceeding against Apple. This time, they're trying to decide whether Apple's updated watch models should be banned again over alleged Massimo patent infringement. Investigation is set to conclude within 6 months. The question here being inquired by, or the that's inquiring, did Apple's redesigned watches, which is meant to circumvent a prior ban, still violate Massimo's blood oxygen patents? That's what they'll be investigating. We expect that within 6 months, so we'll have to see how that all works out. But this is on again, and on again between Massimo and Apple. And that Massimo company been fighting across multiple courtrooms and agencies with disputes covering patents, trade secrets, practice, product redesigns. They've been arguing about everything. And a federal jury in Santa Ana ruled that Apple owes $634 million to Massimo for infringing the Pulse patent. So we'll have to see how that all works out. Yet another issue here for them to sell their Apple Watch domestically in the United States.
Yeah, that's a great. So I wanted to ask you this. So we know when it comes to drugs, you have the patent for what is it, about 6 years or something, and then other manufacturers have the ability to make the same thing just under the same name. Would that be anywhere around the same with this stuff here? Not
no, there's some stuff that the patent never lapsed. The reason they did it for drugs is
you make it with, exactly. Right? Okay, yeah, makes more sense. But yeah, I mean, as for Apple, I think that's just again change for them at the end of the day if they own $634 million.
Yeah, it's not the money that they owe, Joey. It's the not being able to sell it that's the concern, right?
So yeah, you'd have to come up with something else and get around that bush for sure. But Apple has been fantastic, guys. Up 50% off of those April lows.
All right, Adara, give us your take on Apple.
I'm going to be focusing on the CEO side of things because you guys know me. I love looking into employees and executives at companies. I want to talk here about John Ternus. He is, again, as mentioned there by Sharif and Joe, he is widely reported as the candidate to take over Tim Cook, current CEO, when he steps down. Now, I did look a little bit into John Ternus, and his pedigree with regards to his tenure at Apple is kind of similar to what we had with Tim Cook when he took jobs, and it's a long tenure at the company. Apparently, John Ternus has been with Apple since roughly 2001, so he's been well over 20 years, and he's only like 49 to 50. He was born in 1975, so he's relatively young. He actually, as of 2022, according to Bloomberg, was the youngest person in Apple's executive suite. He's been an exec since 2021 at Apple, so again, he's got the Apple experience. He's got the executive experience. He currently reports directly to Tim Cook. He seems like an interesting candidate, and yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit more on possible new Apple CEO, John Turnus.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go on to the next. Disney. Finally, them and YouTube, they'd restore ESPN and ABC after a blackout. So let's talk about this. Google's YouTube TV reached an agreement finally to restore all the Disney-owned networks after a fee dispute caused a major blackout since the 30th of October. Channels returning include your ABCs, your ESPNs, FX, National Geographic, and of course, what would it be without the channel, baby, as well as all ABC news programming. Millions of subscribers regained, I should say, access just after key sports and election day coverage. So there was stuff missed there for those who wanted to watch. YouTube confirmed as well that the full ESPN access, including ESPN, will become available to their base tier subscribers at no extra fee by the end of next year. That's YouTube TV, including all of ESPN access at no extra charge. Part of the deal they struck here with Disney. The terms of the financial agreement were not disclosed by either company, but CNBC had reported that Disney was seeking around $10 per ESPN subscription per month. They wanted to take that much from the YouTube tariff. And I think the YouTube tariff's like 80-something bucks. Tag me, guys, in the chat how much you guys are paying south of the border there for that YouTube TV subscription. The on Disney's TV business is worth noting. The dispute raised investors' concerns over their legacy and linear TV decline, and we've been persistent. The advertising dollars keep leaving linear television. Disney already missed quarterly revenue estimates due to the cable weakness, and so that obviously a little bit more of a bit of a twist there, Joseph. Disney accused YouTube TV of demanding preferential lower carriage fees compared to Hulu, Live TV, and Fubo. YouTube TV claimed Disney used the threat of a blackout to push through higher prices, and YouTube rejected Disney's store ABC for the election day only, saying it would confuse customers. So people who were looking for election day coverage, of course, didn't get to watch that. The blockout also blocked high-profile events like Monday Night Football on November 3rd, but, you know.
Yeah, Dan Gale, that's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, if it looks like the subscription is around $85 to $86 a month.
Yeah.
I don't know who's paying for that right now, to be honest with you. Netflix is a fraction of that, and then there's other ways to beat around it. But as for Disney stock, guys, and for the streaming, wars as well too. For a while, took them a while to turn a profit, but then now they're slowly starting to gain a little bit more market share. But you're right back at 2015 levels. I mean, if you think some things are disastrous, imagine just holding Disney stock, which I thought would be an absolute cash cow, considering their parks I thought are just so super expensive. But the margins must be absolutely horrible because it doesn't make too sense. But once again, you're April 15th, 2015. I can't believe I'm saying that. $105. We're trading right at that specific right now. So talk about a decade of dead money. We say it in Intel quite often, but Disney has definitely been there as well.
Yeah, that's a tough look there for Disney, but not a tough look today for Tesla, which is up 2%, the second best performing Mag 7 name after, of course, Google. And quite frankly, it's just Tesla and Google that are positive on the day. Every other Mag 7 name negative. So Tesla pushing to remove all China-made parts from its U.S. cars. Good move. They actually started on this before President Trump had his, Build in America push, but they've really accelerated since that time. Let's talk all about it. They're formally requiring all their suppliers to eliminate China-made components from vehicles that are manufactured and built in the U.S. The Wall Street Journal is reporting this, okay? Haven't gotten it from anybody else. The company's already swapped out some Chinese parts, and they plan to complete the transition fully within 12 to 24 months. Executives have struggled. Of course, as executives have struggled with unpredictable U.S.-China tariffs, a little on again, a little off again, 100% here, 40% there. You guys get it. And Tesla, as I mentioned, began North American sourcing 2 years ago, but the pace has really sharply increased given the geopolitical risk that's emerging and getting a little even tougher. But that hasn't helped their China production, which continues to suffer. It's not just the China market that's suffering, it's what they're producing there as well is also declining. The China Passenger Car Association data shows China-made sales are down 9.9% in October, down to 61,496. reversing a small gain in September, but we know why that gain came in September. It was largely due to that new Model YL, the long-range model, which has 3 rows and it has longer range, Joey. So we continue to see problems with Tesla in China, whether it's stuff that they're producing there or whether it's stuff that's selling. I don't think we bottomed yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe, who knows? You said there might be something under the hood as well, too, Sharif. But I'm just curious to what that's going to do for margins. Obviously, moving the supply chain. Considering you're getting parts from China, where are you going to get them now domestically? Is that going to be an increase? What does that happen to the margins at the end of the day? Compression. Again, with the car business, we all know that it's a tough space to be in. Considering we look at all the other legacy names. It's just the pipeline and what you're looking forward here with Tesla, but not too bad. Shifting supply chains from China in order to, I don't know, because it's government regulated at the end of the day. So an eye out on Tesla. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a new high. Not immediately, but eventually we will, just due to robotaxi expanding geofence and everything.
Of course, and we have to mention this as well. Elon posting on the weekend. I showed you guys this earlier. If Gates hasn't fully closed out the crazy short position he had against Tesla for approximately 8 years, he had better do so soon. So we don't really know what Elon means, obviously, but one could make the assumption that something is coming in the pipeline that may cause the price of the stock to rocket, and he's just trying to kind of be clever with his wording so he doesn't raise the ire, of course, of the FTC. He did with that funding secured comment back in the day.
What years was it? It was like 22, 23 when he was just on a hiatus on X or on Twitter, just tweeting things all the time, Dogecoin, buy this, all this, and all that. It's just like, yo, what are you doing, man? You can't manipulate the market like that. And sure enough,
look, if he's going to talk about other companies, have at it, baby.
Fine, but you
can't be talking about your own company, and you know, and that's the thing, right? Let's talk about Baba. A White House memo was released last week. We reported to you in the afternoon on Friday. Allegations that Baba was targeting or helping military with targeting against, well, obviously we know who. So the Financial Times, when they reported this, they reported the White House memo accuses Alibaba of providing tech support for Chinese military operations targeting the U.S. We should mention that Alibaba is up on the day, by the way, okay? So this was last week's news. The Financial Times could not independently verify the memo and did not release a full version, leaving major gaps on timing, source, and specifics. Factor in, of course, into the veracity of the report. The White House did not comment. The Financial Times stands by its reporting, limited details. So make it out what you will. Alibaba, for their part, they're strongly denying the allegations. They called them completely false and labeled the memo as a malicious PR operation. The company suggested the leak came from rogue political actors trying to undermine Trump's recent trade de-escalation with President Xi Jinping. Questioned why unverifiable claims were leaked anonymously and surfaced immediately after high-level bilateral progress. Alibaba, you need to understand politics a little bit better there, by the way. The geopolitical context everybody knows about, the United States, China engaged in a trade battle right now. But let's talk about the U.S. restricting China's access to advanced AI chips, which is elevating the sensitivity, of course, around these Chinese tech firms. And Alibaba is one of those companies right now that's with their LLM, Quen. We saw all these different additions that they're adding to Quen last week. They want to kind of bring that to the fore and make it a multimodal LLM like we have over here. They're copying chat a little bit, which is fine because chat clearly works. What do you make of this whole thing, Joey?
I think it's interesting what they got going on. These guys are all about the spend, and we talk about the race, but where's the end of it? We know that Baba's essentially going global expansion as well, too, with data centers in Brazil and other places around the world. But what I take from this, I'm not surprised about it whatsoever. Take a look at some of the technicals here and see what we got going on with this. We know with these ADRs, guys.
How much? Like, right? Three and a third. Right?
Today, on today's session, yeah, I mean, it's positive, but starting to come back in a little bit here. Let's get rid of this here. Why? Come on. Boom. And just kind of just phase out. A lot of this noise, you're obviously going to have to endure these gap ups and gap downs just due to it. But if you go from these April lows we're currently trading at 62.9%, Not too bad of a look whatsoever on Alibaba Group.
All right, Adara, give us your take on Alibaba and this supposed White House memo.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. So I think this is a story that obviously dropped the stock pretty sharply on Friday. But today, I think, as you guys mentioned there, the Quen release offset things a lot. We know the market loves any and all releases of Quen. So I think, you know, Quen Moon for Alibaba, it certainly was pre-market today. Now, with regards, though, to the memo, a bit more into this because I do find it interesting that, as mentioned in Sharif's note, Trump hasn't commented yet. Either Alibaba's denied it, and the Financial Times apparently stands by their reporting. Now, I like to always think about the source that we get this info from. So Financial Times is generally, I would say, like, I haven't think off the top of my head, I can't think of any examples where their reporting has been disputed. Bloomberg, I know we've seen some examples where that has been disputed by the companies involved. Reuters, we know Elon Musk and the Reuters is lying, Reuters is dying. Debacle. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'm kind of tempted to trust this from Financial Times, but obviously without context, a lot of things become kind of questionable. Now, with regard to details in the memo, I wonder what happens if and when a reporter asks Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, about this memo during a White House press conference. And that's not guaranteed to happen, but I think if it does, that's probably the closest we'll get to some actual confirmation or denial from the White House. And in that case, I will be watching Alibaba next time we get a White House press conference. Usually they're once a week, pre-scheduled ahead of like the day of. So that would kind of be where I'd be looking for more info in this Baba memo. For now, though, the veracity is anybody's guess, I guess.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next story. Boeing, massive order by the Emirates. The Emirates, the airline. So they announced a 65 jet order for the 777-9 variant, valued at $38 billion. Actual negotiated cost is far lower. That's a ticket price. We don't know what the actual price is. This pushes Emirates' total 777 family commitment to up to 270 aircraft, reinforcing, of course, the airline as the world's dominant wide-body buyer. The order comes despite the 777X program being 7 years delayed, with the first delivery of the 777X now pushed all the way down to 2027. We gave you news on that variant last week as well. The feasibility study for an even larger 777-10. So Emirates secured Boeing's agreement to conduct a feasibility study for a stretched 777-10, anticipated to exceed the 400-seat capacity of the 9. The airline negotiated conversion flexibility. It can switch to the newly ordered 777-9 into a potential if it does actually come to fruition, or even drop it down according to their needs to the 777-8. Good flexibility by the Emirates there. Their leadership has been pushing for longer haul aircraft to maintain that hub and spoke dominance through Dubai that they've been basically doing now for the last decade and a half. The order was announced at the Dubai Air Show, shifting attention whether the Emirates will also expand its Airbus A350 backlog next, because they have those under orders as well. The CEO of Emirates emphasized the order's impact on hundreds of thousands of U.S. factory jobs, subtly, of course, reinforcing the geopolitical ties that they have here. Wow. So Boeing's risk profile and delays, continues to be at the fore. They previously booked a $4.9 billion charge on that next program, followed by another one-year delay announced last month. And the Emirates President Tim Clark publicly said Boeing and Airbus remain very risk-averse, pushing manufacturers to avoid bold new designs, something obviously that hurts the airlines, as if they don't have new products for their you can't really charge much. Well, you can't charge higher, but it's harder to justify an increase in the price. Yeah, if you got
Boeing,
new stuff, you'd be like, oh, we got a shiny new plane.
Check out this, exactly. Yeah, no, it doesn't. But listen, Sharif, let's not beat around the bush with Boeing. These orders are coming out of the wazoo. China deals, obviously, with this. Now they're also getting an increase in production as well, too, so they can deliver more. They just have to meet these expectations. Boeing has been in a slump with the overall market, but the demand of these new planes. They just have an insane backlog. Well, I shouldn't say only, but it is down 20% off of that previous pivot. So once again, running a monopoly essentially in the commercial airspace, I like Boeing to get their act together and then hopefully start a big time rally, which I think is warranted for this company.
All right, let's talk about Dell. Let's see where Dell's at, because Morgan Stanley double downgrading Dell today. Where is it at? Oh no, Dell is down 8%. Whew. Morgan Stanley slashed underweight from overweight, marking a rare double downgrade driven by what the company or the is calling a deteriorating margin outlook. Analyst Eric Woodring cut the price target from 144 down to 110, implying an 18% downside from Friday's close. Fell immediately to the tune of 6% after the call. Here's what's going on. So Woodring warned that Dell is among the most exposed OEMs to rising DRAM and NAND prices. And as Micron has been rocketing up, today's flat on the day, but we reported to you guys last week that Samsung raced their high band prices up 60%. We saw immediately Micron take off as well. I haven't heard anything in terms of price increases yet from SK Hynix, but those are the big three that you need to keep your eye on for bandwidth, for a high bandwidth memory, RAM, DDR5, or whatever they're using these days. Those three: Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron obviously American. What they mean when they're talking about the rising cost of DRAM, key components that represent about 25 to 70% of the total BOM costs across Dell's core product segments. Rising memory cost pressures are expected to compress gross margins for the next 12 to 18 months, which obviously creates valuation risk. Historical patterns here are also important. They show negative correlation between memory inflation and Dell's ability to maintain margins, which as your input prices go up, your margins get compressed. That unless you can increase prices. It's really that simple. History of these demand cycles for HBM. During the last memory upcycle, which was between 2016 and 2018, Dell's gross margins contracted 85 to 170 basis points within 9 months of those price increases. So that's what they're expecting this time around. And the analyst at Morgan argues that today's memory pricing cycle is severe, strengthening the case that margin deterioration will likely repeat, Joey. So this is just another part of the puzzle. We talk about, all the different components that go into making these AI server racks. This is as big of a part as any, Joey.
All the stacks.
On the stack. Talk about the vertical stack.
Yeah, exactly. So there it goes, guys. As for Dell, it went on a big time run, right, off of these April lows. This is what we like to gauge off of. 150%, but starting to take a hefty haircut over the past month. So when you go on these big runs, guys, you just have to be prepared for what's on the other side of that. And you can see that we're down 27.1% off of those. Not even that long ago, Sharif, what is it, November? No, that's not correct.
Oh, that fly is back, Joe.
Yeah, he's back, man. So anyways, in the month, guys, not too good of a look, just a 30% haircut just like that.
Yes, sir. All right, this is not directly relevant to us, but it does, an issue that we've been talking about for a long time. Are Uber drivers self-employed or are they employees? Well, the New Zealand Supreme Court ruled they are employees, which has a big effect for the company there. Could we see it here? We'll have to find out. So New Zealand Supreme Court unanimously the 2022 ruling that said Uber drivers must be treated as employees, not contractors. They're not independent contractors under New Zealand law. Now, the case was brought by two on behalf of the drivers, setting up a powerful precedent for thousands more in New Zealand's gig economy. The ruling aligns New Zealand with countries like which already recognized enhanced employment rights for rideshare drivers. What are the implications for Uber's business model? Uber argued for independent contractors who use its platform, but the court rejected that position at all levels. The ruling cast significant doubt on the contracting arrangements nationwide, according to Uber's managing Foley. Well, the company says operations will continue normally for now. The long-term risk, of course, centers on higher labor costs, which potential reclassification across all sectors, as well as new compliance burdens. So here's the deal. The workers' first union said the decision paves a way for thousands of members to pursue one Minimum wage entitlements, increasing costs. Rest and meal breaks, increasing costs. Holiday and parental leave. You see what I'm going? Increasing costs. Back pay for historic underpayment. Joey, what's going to happen? Increasing costs.
Oh, man.
So, Joey, I think Uber really can't wait for autonomous to come, because let's just cut the crap. The drivers are their biggest expense.
Of course, that's how it typically is. But the thing is, though, they own no vehicles essentially. At the end of the day. Sure,
part of the thing they love, right?
It's just like it's insane at the end of the day. Hey, seen what Uber did here in the city when it came to the taxis and everything? They essentially just flushed them out. I don't see very many taxi cabs compared to what we had X amount of years ago. So
no, man.
Oh man,
way less.
Yeah. And we have obviously the most viral video probably of all time regarding the Uber guy and the taxi guy.
Remember,
oh
right? God, yeah.
And that
of
thing,
course, it had to be Toronto.
Had to be right here.
Why was he holding on to the door, bro?
I don't know. What were your intentions? Like, if the door did open, what is your next step?
He wants to take him out.
So he's like, oh look, there's one right there. There's one right there. Runs out. No,
we can't show it to you because. But you guys can just search Uber driver chases, or say cab driver chases Uber driver Toronto.
Downtown Toronto. Probably one of the most viral city videos. No, but in all seriousness, to add to Sharif's point, going to be one of their largest expenses. What happens when they can get Tesla to sign on a massive fleet?
Yeah, exactly.
Same with the likes of Wayne. What's that going to do for margin? So it's in Uber's best interest to try to eliminate as many drivers as they possibly can, but is it in the best interest?
Very well said. Very well said.
Probably not.
But let's be honest about it, man. If that's going to be a big thing for Uber, you think they're going to absorb the price, the cost? No, bro. The prices are going to go up.
No,
right? The prices of the rides are going to go up. Uber's not going to take the hit, right?
And the thing is, so do we get to a point where it's cost of Uber going up to where it's almost equal to just taking a cab?
Exactly.
Right?
And some cabs you can order like. It's kind of
really?
very similar.
Similar
they use
now?
the same app. All right, let's go to the last story and we'll get to some trades, guys. The Tylenol autism lawsuits are returning to court, citing the Trump call. Talk about this for Kenvue. So over 500 dismissed lawsuits against Tylenol maker Kenvue are back in focus as push the U.S. Second Circuit Court of Appeals to revive their cases. Families arguing that a September Trump administration press conference where President Trump and health officials publicly linked Tylenol in pregnancy to autism supports their claims. A lower court threw out the suits back in 2024, ruling that the plaintiffs' expert were unreliable and failed scientific scrutiny. So what are we talking about here? What's scientific consensus say? Well, researchers, they maintain that there is no firm evidence linking acetaminophen to autism or ADHD. Kenvue reiterates that exclusive data show the product is safe when directed, and plaintiffs insist the original judge misapplied expert standards and failed to evaluate critical interpretation of. But here's the deal, Joey. Kimberly-Clark, their $40 billion acquisition of Kenvue is still expected to close next year. Filing autism-related allegations cannot be used to derail the deal. So if you think that this was going to stop the deal, apparently there's a clause in the acquisition contract that says no. Kenvue also faces a Attorney General government lawsuit alleging the company concealed pregnancy-related risks. A Texas judge denied the request to block about $400 million dividend or force changes to Kenvue's marketing. And the plaintiffs appealed in 2024 April 2024 and used President public remarks to nudge the appeals court, arguing the administration's validation of their concerns. The judge overseeing the consolidated litigation previously ruled the plaintiffs' experts obscured weakness in underlying science. So we'll have to see how this all works out. Joey, how's Kenvue looking?
Damn. Not too good of a look here, Sharif, but I mean, that's just kind of just along the line. You're down 38% right there. We're going to call it 40 flat. There was essentially no rebound off of those April levels. Try to gauge that whatsoever. So Kenvue, most definitely a tough look. But that's the IPO world, man. Fatal these. It's not good whatsoever. I personally wouldn't want to hold this name just yet, anyways.
Not.
It's just there's too much bad news looming around it.
Yeah, let it settle.
Let it settle. That thing's a little bit. But yeah, aside from that, guys, the chat is there. Smooth buns. Yeah.
We just have to go to Adair.
We're going to Adair there.
All right, Adair. What is your take on Kenvue?
I am of the opinion that I have a feeling this lawsuit's probably going to get quashed again. Now, why do I think? Because if you look at it here, and again, shout out here to Sharif's note, the issues here that the judge had in the first time with this was apparently that the plaintiff's experts were obscuring weak science. So unless the underlying science is markedly changed, it doesn't really seem like there's a reason for this to go through now. Now, obviously, sentiment could be a big factor here because we know public sentiment towards Tylenol has changed quite a lot after Trump, told everybody not to take it and decided to tough it out, et cetera, with regards to pregnant women with some risks. So my take on this is I still think if we're going to use science and the strength of said science as the be-all end-all of what's been said by the current administration, I have a feeling this lawsuit isn't going to go through, but I do recognize that public perception is really powerful. The perception here, Kenvue and Tylenol is obviously very negative. We know we've seen some reports they're trying to switch up their executive strategy here. They're also going to be having an acquisition deal here with Kimberly-Clark. So I think anything with regard of Kenvue is going to be pretty big, and I think that's maybe the reason to watch this. But that being said, I highly doubt that this lawsuit gets anywhere this time.
Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, that concludes the news segment. Thank you guys for hanging out. All right, so still very much focused on this TMQ trade. It's been holding $4. I don't know, man, this is how long, let's just say since 12 o'clock, but I'm trying to look at the trend here, and what I'm seeing on TMQ is nice higher lows. You're getting that rocket ship, though, buyer, and you're not seeing that displayed in the volume bars either that have been kind of stagnant, each, representing maybe 80, 100,000 shares per 5-minute candle, but that's also dropping off now at about 50,000 shares. What I'm seeing, though, is higher lows on every successive dip without really having an identifiable flat top break. Doesn't really feel like there's a seller at one specific area here on TMQ. Sometimes you'll pop into 407. 406s, no specific area. Most notably, though, you are accumulating with higher lows in the 4. So we'll see if TMQ's got the juice to take out some of the shorts there, hanging out in the low 4s. 2, PACS. I was involved in this one earlier. This has got to be my biggest loser of the day. No, that's not the biggest loser. That's a different one. CMC. PACS. Decent bounce off the volume weighted average price, but every time you think that this one's making a new area high, like at around 50 when he got into 16.25, it drops back down. So I'm not really looking for a breakout trade on this. In fact, I'd be looking for a dip trade off VWAP, PACS. Right now, nothing doing there. At least double SP. I just flattened out this trade for the exact reason that I'm still long TMQ. You're getting lower highs on this one, but you're getting the same flat top or bottom area here at $4 as Asino. This one could be a flat bottom break through.
All right, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one place. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
Okay.
So yeah, you cooking up there, brother? You're cool. TMQ.
All you, my boy.
It's all me, baby. Oh yeah, by the way, Leafs have lost 5 straight.
I've heard, man.
5 straight.
Hold on, the Raps have won 7 out of 8?
Yeah. They're not too bad, man. They're not too bad.
And they murked Indiana at Indiana? They just destroyed them.
But Tyrese Halliburton's out, though. Their best guy. Yeah, their best players.
They're not going to
He's out.
be finding.
But yeah, no, the Leafs are an absolute tire fire. It's like, it's bad. It's really bad over there. As for Tesla, guys, this is going to be one of our trades right here. And then also for the IBIT short, guys, just flipping that bias as we head towards that low of the day bar. Out, and then we get all out right there. So not too bad whatsoever. We're not going to complain because you can see here on the 5-minute time frame, we can even bump up a time frame. intervals, so still fully intact. So just keep an eye out on that. Someone said MSTR at the low of the day as well.
Oh.
Let's take a look at some of these quantum names. MSTR, Yeah, there it is, guys, down to 190. If we look at this from a daily perspective, it's down 75%. Like you have to take into consideration. So from this point here, you're down 58%. If you're down 58%, you need the stock to double just to get back to. Then you need it to double literally just to get back to break even.
Crazy.
So some monstrous moves are going to happen in Bitcoin and in MR as well too. As that, this was a monster move here as well too, Sharif. This is just over exuberance in the earlier months of the summer, June. There, you climb all the way to 60. Come on, you can do it. And then now you're currently trading down 80% from that level. So you got to be cautious, man. Who was it? Someone in the chat for the super chat. I reminded you were talking about it, Sharif, and I wanted to touch on this.
Yeah.
Day trader L long at the wrong time on Google. You're 33K in the hole. What do? You got to write options against that, right? If you're bag holding, you got to sell calls. It's just covered calls. So if you're down 30. I'm assuming you have a bleep ton of shares. With that being said, you just got to start writing and mitigate that loss, whether it be 10% or 20% at a time. That's the way you just recover from that. And you're collecting this passive income. And then when Google rebounds, which it does, in my opinion, you've banked that cash, and then sure enough, you're going to go in.
A bias. I've told you that bias. I think Google overtakes Apple in market cap next year by 26. I don't know when. And it's awfully close to overtaking Softy. Look at this, Joey. 3.776 trillion. Softy. Google, like goggle, 3.453.
So that's like 2 solid days. That's like 2 solid days of trading.
It could easily be 2 solid days.
What do you think drives Google to surpass Apple and Microsoft?
Yeah. I hate to put it so crudely, but they've got their hand in every. They've got a lot of money to make sure that that segment of their company does quite well. And let's cut the crap too, bro. They learn from their mistakes. Gemini was hot garbage. It was, to use a term that is not liked by a lot of people. It was a little woke. You an example, and I'm not trying to take sides here. If I put in a summary of an article, or if I put in an article, and I asked it to summarize it that included Donald, it wouldn't summarize it. It'd be like, I cannot summarize political stuff, blah, 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 blah. That to me irked me. Right? So I stopped using it, right? And it's like, dude, Donald Trump is involved in everything we do now.
Exactly.
Don't tell me you can't summarize. But they've made gains. They've made gains. They've improved substantially. Be fair to the company.
But we know during, I think just before the April lows, is that they were having front office issues with this wokeness apparently, with obviously regarding the LLM and everything that was going on with that.
You know what I mean? Like, look, if you take whatever side of the political spectrum you want, but you don't get to me like what articles I can summarize, because you know what I mean? Like that just, come on.
But as for the ETF, like I think it's down. You have the search.
There you go. Now
you have the streaming. You have the quantum play. You have the autonomy play. Like I'm missing. I feel like I'm missing something else.
Digital ad sales.
Digital ads. Exactly. Their main driver.
Main thing.
Exactly. So again, just a lot going on there. Meta 2X. We got a super chat by Mohammed Bugatti. Meta 2X market cap by 2026. Super underrated. Speaking of digital ad sales, this is the name that you want to own if you're looking for that.
Well, yeah, Google, I think their digital ad sales are almost double Meta.
Actually?
Something like that. 80 some odd billion, 70 some odd million. Metas are like 46.
Because I guess the search, right? Not everybody's on social media, but a lot of people are using, more people are using.
But so I think Google is a fantastic company, and I think that the Buffsters there did nice business there. White Rabbit Trader, what are we looking for in TMQ? I'm looking for continuation, brother, and let me show you why I feel that way on TMQ. I see higher lows of a 4 break and hold. So as you can see, this trend line here kind of is just an easy way to visualize those higher lows, but that's what I see. brother. I see good continuation there, but I also see resistance in and around 4. So the staunchy seller has been hanging out there for a while. It's up 14%, but it can't seem to shake that 4 seller. 403, 402, sometimes it gets up into 404, so we'll keep tabs on that. Double was also getting into that, but when I started seeing the lower highs and that flat bottom start to manifest at 4, that got me. It all changed though on double SP. If we break and hold above this 415 area, that will be an end to the trend of the lower highs, and that changes my analysis on things, and I could certainly back into double SP. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to the big desk.
Here, guys, update here with regards to Amazon bond offering. This is not really moving the stock at all, but I am just seeing here, apparently they've set the size of that US dollar bond offering at $15 billion. So again, Amazon, $15 billion US dollar bond offering. That size has now been set as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
What's up?
Yeah. Oh, you have
Go ahead,
something?
Joe.
Oh, okay, yeah, do your thing over there. So there's, guys, we're out BTC. As you can see, we bounced off of that 52.40 level. Now just looking at potential opportunity. Is it going to be Microsoft, AMD? So I think a little bit tougher of a session here. But this is what I was referring to earlier in the day when we went over our options activity in the morning, right? You're forming those condors later in the session. This is absolutely beautiful. And this is what we were talking about. This is just a flat base. But we had the 663s, right, as we're trending down. In the pre-market, that been like, ooh, Joe, that's a little bit optimistic in my opinion. But next couple of hours, ask yourself, you had the ability to collect $100 per contract combination in a day. If you sold 3 of those, your specific stop loss at a 1-to-1, so you're risking 300 to make 300 on a 77% probability of profit. This isn't looking so bad. And this is what I'm talking about, the sideways price action, not necessarily having a directional bias when it comes to options trading. So if individuals are interested about this, feel free to ask me any forms of questions, but that's a solid trade, and I think it's more warranted for this current market sentiment, considering we're not putting in any new highs, we're not necessarily putting in any new lows just yet. So be patient, allow yourself to the manipulation of options contracts, and it allows you to set up trades like this today.
Oh boy, let's have a look at the coin. Oh, the coin's now 92.8, Joey.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, well, it is what it is, brother. Where's IBIT at?
It's at 268.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not good, buddy. It is not good, man.
Okay. All right. Well, that's where it is.
It is, yeah, exactly.
That's where it is.
It is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Dude, we might lose 3,000 on ETH too.
Yeah, I mean,
The low of the day is on ETH. Take a guess.
Well, if you're saying that we might lose 3,000,
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say probably.
Go look. You're looking at the chat.
I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm gonna say $3,089.
Oh, your 3,000 is right. It's 3,000 and.
Oh, dollar? Oh, man.
Yeah, man. The blood is in the streets. All right, man. Look, man. I got the patience, so
that's good, man. You got the diamond hands.
Yeah, well, who knows if they're diamond hands? I just have patience, though. But
yeah.
We'll keep an eye, and we're going to be adding at strategic areas. So let the coin drop.
I think if you're going that route, man, slowly, you're down. Think about it. We're down 30% off of the highs in Ethereum, down 25% off of the highs in Bitcoin.
Right.
At what point? So you're officially in bear market territory.
You are.
What time do you start slowly grabbing some? Is this the time?
Let the technicals tell you, Joey.
Yeah, it's true.
Let the technicals tell you.
My hands might be. My hands ain't even close to diamond. More like salt.
Look, every time we count out Bitcoin, just look foolish. So let's not do it anymore.
In the long run, listen, we're just gonna stick to the second half of the halving cycle and say that. A strong one. We'll write this year off. I mean, there is a month. Are you going to get a little bit of a Christmas rally?
Right.
God willing, at the end of the day. You have to be patient and wait and see. But disclosure, I had to trim some in the long-term account. I just had too much unrealized going away. And I have too much exposure, so I did reduce my position.
Fair enough.
I did reduce it.
Guys, I want to mention a couple of different names that are moving here. Double SP is about to take out 15s, and that's a level that we talked about as an interesting area for a continued breakout trade. Look, this held $4 very, very well, but I was of the view earlier that the lower highs were operating. Wrong. Those lower highs have now broken. The lower highs were coming. The high of the previous area was 14. We're showing 414s. Let's see if we can get above 15. I'm interested in taking this one long again. Okay. So double SP, looking maybe to get back into triple fours. That is the high of the day on double SP. In fact, let's just work our way in over here. Okay. And then also, I just took some profits there on T as it worked into fours, looking for fives next. And DVLT. DVLT is a trade that I had very little to say about earlier. I had one beak wetter from 197 above 2, then it broke all the way down. Now it just got back into 2 and it's dropping again. Let's see if it can stay above that $2 level. I'm interested in DVLT if it can get and stay above 2. And SGBX. So many of you guys were asking me about SGBX and why the hell I wasn't trading it. Well, that's because it was below the volume weighted average price the entire show. But look at this, higher lows, yes, more higher lows with that flat top being the volume weighted average price. If you're looking for a breakout trade, you've got a clear area off which to, take the breakout. That is VWAP. And it's not just a line on the chart. You do have price action resistance there. Look at the double top at 1140. Take a look at the rejection at 115. Again, the rejection at 130. And again, the rejection at 140. So, followed by higher lows. So you're getting that ascending wedge pattern for a flat top break on X. So many of you guys were asking me about this, and as well as you should be, because look at the price action that we had there in the pre-market. So it was a good looker. Let's see if it can kind of maintain that look above the volume weighted average price, possibly a breakout trade maybe above 88s, 90s, or if you want to get in here and give yourself to maybe an area about this candle right now, you could stop out through 2 3/4. That could also be a move, but make sure you're managing risk well there. But other than that, those are the ones. There's not much happening on IWVT, not much happening on ANVS. PACS also remains above VWAP, but not moving, Joey. So keeping an eye on those bad boys.
Yeah, I mean, Bird Vision TV, brother, write it up. Thank you for just having the ability to just understand the writing of options and the power of them. Otherwise, yeah, a lot of people not doing so good. All right, Adair, what do you got for us?
Trump talk on Watch at 2 p.m. meet with the FIFA World Cup Task Force. That stream right now, I'm seeing some streams that are open. They're not live yet. Trump is not always time for these types of events. So either way, the point is around 2 p.m. we are expecting him to make these comments. I'll, of course, keep you guys apprised in terms of when he takes the podium and if there's anything that is being said. Back to you.
Thank you very much. So other than that, guys, I don't got too much going on. We're heading right towards some key support levels, which I was talking about earlier. Floor 1 being snapped, and then sure enough, we have that key pivot at 667.72. Looks like we're going to start to head towards that, and maybe potentially establish a new low of the day on the SPY as AMD is continuously bleeding. And we had Alibaba up here. This was a really pretty print right here. Pretty bird. Yeah, again, that's a Dumb and Dumber reference, right? Pretty bird. The blind kid, they sell him a dead bird, and then. Like, what is going on here? Oh, boy. But anyways, so yeah, there it is, guys. You can see that there's a floor being established. If that breaks, then watch out for some more down. But a lot of overlapping prints in which I was referring to earlier in the day, so keep that in mind and into consideration. We went over those now. As for Robinhood, we can buy this back already at a better price, 116.03. I think that's going to be the case and something that I'm going to do. Sitting on some nice cash now, so I'm just... Where do I go shopping? Where do I go shopping? It's probably going to be in the legs of Robinhood. And if we do sell in NVDA, then by all means, we'll most definitely be grabbing more of that. I still have full position in the long term. I wanted to here, we got Pan W. So we'll take a look at some Pan W options activity on the chain itself, considering they report to the bell. And we want to see if there's any call walls. Listen, this isn't the most active, so you want to look for anything in the tens of thousands. If that, then hey, we look at the expected move. It's not correlated with any of this open interest. I'm not saying that's the case. That's an if and when. So what we want to do is just look for high levels in 220 strike price, 6,003 contracts. Let's pull up the expected move on it right now. AI and see what we got going on. I'm going to have to... I'm gonna have to save this one so I don't have to continuously pull it up. Expected go, and we'll take a look at what Pan W is going to bring us this week. We like Palo Alto. We like Palo Alto. We like the cybersecurity. Okay. There's other names that I want to look to get involved with this one. What's that, brother?
TMQ, no, I'm just talking to myself here.
So there it is, guys. Expected move 7%.
Oof.
With the 1859 and a low of 190.02. That is going to be correlated with our highest levels of open interest at that 220 strike price.
So we dare bring FIFA, and this was myself and my cousins back on Thursday. Joey, we're at BMO Field, and here's kind of the look there. We had great tickets.
Yeah, these are great seats, man.
Yeah, we had great tickets there, and then obviously look at the ultras coming up.
Yeah,
on the left.
I love
so
these guys.
Right here, I want to pause this. So this is all going to be built out. Be the south stand.
Yeah.
So they're going to build out this side and the other side. So imagine the other side as well as blank.
Yeah.
They're going to so that we can reach 35,000, which is the minimum.
Yeah.
But that's where all the ultras sit, and they're crazy. There's like these guys there that don't even watch the game. All they're doing is just
yelling.
The other guy is ready.
They're sick for the TFC games. That's where all like all the
that's where they all are. The ultras are there.
Yeah.
And then here are my cousins. This is my cousin who's practices right down the road.
Oh, nice.
These are all brothers. So that's George, Mark, and Bishoy. They're all my first cousins. The only odd one out there.
Yeah, that's all right, man.
Yeah,
that's right.
So there's the boys.
Well, hey, man, listen. So my cousin doesn't have any siblings, right? Only child, but he's like our brother at the end. Go back. Oh, we got Shreve shredded.
Oh, hold on.
No.
We can't show those ones, Joey.
So one more. Go back one more on your thing there. Ooh.
We
don't want that. Well, anyways, what I wanted to show you was that big thing above where the ultras are. You see that big tower? I was there when they had to ship a crane in from Sweden to
right here?
Install that. No, on the other side. So you're gonna see it up here. Yeah, you see that thing on the side there? What's going on here?
I don't know, bro. All right.
Oh man! All right, there we go. We're back there.
There we go.
Tarp off. At the top, in the top left. So yeah, I was
right there.
Yeah, that whole roof there.
Thing.
Yeah, and that second part, I was there when we're talking to the project manager and the coordinator. Like, yeah, we needed to ship a crane in from Sweden in order
put that whole thing on?
to hoist that whole second level. So I'm not going to be surprised if they have to do something along those lines to add more of the stanchion.
Either, for sure. That's just to cover people from the rain, right? Like it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how they make the soccer stadiums in Europe, right? Like the stands are covered, but the main field is
not.
That's kind of the look there. Oh, guys, TMQ is dropping. I'm going to have to get out of this trade already. It already stopped out. So my stop triggered as this one lost. Took one quick beak wetter into 405, dropping back down. How's double SP looking, though? Let's bring that bad boy up there. Well, we're still out of the money on this one as well, but it's still holding trend. Looks like it wants to take out the volume weighted average price and head into the high. So I'm going to pack my patience here on double SP, and I could stop at prior bar low. But I don't think that would be the right idea. It's generally defended 4, so if it fails 4, I think double SP's trade is over. If it holds 4, I think there might be something here, especially into that $0.50 as the volume picks up on this one later into the afternoon, as you know. The volume typically comes back into that power hour time slot. So double SP looking for above 415, but there's been a seller in the low teens. I want to say 14, 13 at times, but that 4 hold is important as well. So be on the lookout for that. That's all I'm looking at. There's really nothing going on other than SGBX that I'm talking about, which could be a flat top break through the volume weighted average. Look at all these higher lows on SGBX, all of which do reject generally at VWAP, but for how long until the shorts get, they get over. And this one could be a big mover, possibly near high of day on SGBX, which is currently still 318. So that would give you a nice little upside there. So that's what I'm looking at. What else are you guys talking about in the market? Apparently the market's bleeding again. Yes, we are down below 25,000. In fact, we're losing 24,900 as we speak. We just got into the low of the day. The market, 24,886. We are at low of day right now. All 4 major averages right on the day, with the worst performing being the Russell 2000 down 1.25%. Will be covered. shortly on the afternoon rundown, but it has not been a positive day for the most part. There's only two Mag 7 names in Greensville. That is Google and Tesla. Given back some there. Google, of course, the headline with Berkshire Hathaway. Joey, otherwise, NVIDIA negative. Softies, negative. Meta's negative again, but holding 600. Apple, the worst performing Mag. No, that's NVIDIA. The worst performing name on the day, NVIDIA, and then second, Apple, third, Amazon, as that's also down 1 2/3. So drop it down, baby. What do you got, Joey?
Drop it down. All right, at the intersection of crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, NASDAQ, SILO, is rewriting the playbook. Their lead drug, SPCE 50, advancing towards FDA submission, a potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD and anxiety, with data already showing strong. At the same time, Silo is expanding its digital assets model, investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology to strengthen and future-proof its crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. Learn more at silopharma.com.
All right, guys, it is 2 o'clock. Time to send you to the big kahunas who are waiting in the wings, baby. Everybody at the big desk. Take care.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, we
Market be falling.
market be falling. We just actually like 10 minutes ago at 104 there on this futures trade short. We only had like less than 5% left, but we reloaded that futures. Welcome back, guys. The market is getting crushed right now, and appropriately, obviously, heading into, again, a big earnings week and a lot of nervous hands waiting for NVIDIA here today. Continues to fall down, man. We've just been like this Palantir short. We reloaded that one. That was a great one. Now you're at the lows of the day here. There's an Apple even continuously lower here as well. Apple's the one that really hasn't broke the day low right now. But welcome back, everybody. It should be a banger of the last 2 hours here.
No, Alphabet, which was so strong all day, like it's been stair-step to the downside. Whether it matters, long this Buffett thing plays out. Certainly, if they're going to be dip buying to add to position, my assumption is they'll be very patient in doing so. So this is like it's a blip for, but this is exactly the problem we were discussing on Friday with regards to let me just look. I'll just pull up my futures chart. We've done it's just we have not been able to get past the hump. That's the best way to think about it. Like last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, we were in this range and failed. Friday, we had a huge bounce to get back into the same range, barely above 25,000, and now we're losing it again. Like every time we're bouncing to the place that we catapult down from, and then we head back to the lows. So this sell is still on at this point, the market, and it just feels like 1% isn't even that big of a day. Like, are we not headed for a retest of 24/7 here? It seems like every single time we lose 25,000. We've headed down to 24/7. Can that trend get bucked today? Nasty, nasty. It's not looking good. One of the things we were saying actually to each other in the middle of the day was, it's not a good market when you just get a downgrade and percent. Like Dell's down 9% because they got a downgrade. Like that's the story. 9% down analyst. Yuck. Yuck.
Yeah, I mean, an SMCI downside as well. The market's falling apart, man. I mean, we sort of rang some registers, a little while ago, but not enough. NASDAQ down another 1% here. Yeah, not looking good. It's not good when the ES and the NASDAQ right here are both kind of tied, both down 0.85, 0.86 right now. I still, man, why I even put that stop at 104 there? Something that I saw. Yeah, that's too bad. All right, now all the way down to 102, but there it goes. The market now making new lows here as we look to see some sort of in this marketplace. I don't know if we can find one, but we'll find one at some point. I don't really want to catch the bottom here.
Like it just doesn't care, it just lands right
that fly there.
I don't want to
too bad that wasn't on the keyboard. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Too bad it was on the keyboard there. I would have nailed it. But you know what was doing for a minute? Tesla. Yeah, not so much, no more here for Tesla as that's going downside here again. So we'll have to wait to see. This was up to 420 at one point here. So shout out to our Tesla shareholders, and I'm one of them, so it's not celebrating that. But Tesla's still green. It's nice. I was going to say, like, if we're going to try to find some strength, maybe at least here. But
This is starting to feel like capitulation bottomish. I was thinking about was I sincerely and honestly and really hoped that my physio guy unwound that whole I'm selling Tesla shares to buy.
oh boy. Well, I mean, unless you're able to get out of MSTR.
No, but this was, I stopped my physio months and months ago, and like, we don't talk as much. He loves Tesla, so I imagine at some point he saw the Tesla bull rally and realized it was.
Yeah, hopefully.
I just, like, if you think about what's going on in Bitcoin and in crypto, like the BMNRs, and taking it, like to say that it's taking it on the chin is, like, I don't even, like, look at the daily chart of this. Oh, goodness.
We talked about this earlier today. It's down huge.
Like, it's now broken 10% down from the April. Like, it's 10% under the April lows, which is absolutely nasty. Okay, this move here, I'm just looking at it until this is getting very parabolically low. So I think if there's a bit of a trend break here, I'm going to jump out of that. LACs from the morning are still trending the same way, like Bitcoin's breaking the low of the day. But this is getting like capitulation bottomish. It's time to get out and look for something new. Obviously, we're going to look at all the names that you guys are interested in once we're ready to set up. But the market is not looking healthy. What's crazy to me is it's not even 1% down. Most days when it's bad, like we've already done the worst, but we're halfway to what was the normal down day. So yeah, only 1% down on the day. I feel like maybe you catch a little bit of a bounce, maybe short some pops then. I'll have my eyes on AMD, SMCI.
I can't believe that short.
Obviously Bitcoin, Mara, that kind of a thing. But yeah, there's not a lot of places to hide today. Problem.
Oh man, getting stopped out there on that TQ sucks. Yeah, no, I was going to say hiding in Tesla for me would be the trade. I still want to think about that here because you're still there, and then we talked about one of the strongest names. And I feel bad for our viewer day trader there. LA is suffering on this Google long here as it just keeps on getting worse. And Google's still up 3%, but looking to hold near this 284. So that would be an interesting level here if indeed we do wind up holding right there. Meta, another play off 600. I mean, ooh. Bounce off 600 clean right there, Meta. So that might be something. Okay, Meta, okay. I see you. Maybe something there. And then, yeah, as far as the shorts are concerned, I mean, Amazon's been, oops, too many M's. Amazon, AMZN, right there has been, where's AMZN? Oh boy. Amazon hasn't been having a great day, even from the beginning of the day there, but got for some a nice pump up there, 11:30. Actually, I didn't even realize that. So this one started heading to the downside there. And the names that can't make money are not in a good spot right now. The SMRs of the world, the big bear AIs, like some of the names that have been running in the past. Obviously today, of a break right now as that's down another 10%. Open Door probably back near 750, I believe. Yeah, 770. They're actually holding up 750 bounce level. And then in the chip space, I keep seeing Broadcom flashing in front of my face here. Why is that?
It's somehow still
that's
green.
probably why. Yeah, it's still green right now, Broadcom, if green. But looking to potentially get lower here, Broadcom, and then, I don't know, AMD.
Sick.
Yeah.
Remember this morning we were saying how, there's some strength coming into energy? Nope. So much for that. No, it's like this. Remember, we're looking at specifically XOM.
Yeah, it's nowhere to
It was trending higher, looking like it was going to break out. The second it got too far, and it's red again.
Yeah, it's only money. Yeah, you're right. It's only money, Dragos. Yeah, it's only money.
And we're.
It's only a lot less money than we had. That's all. Yeah. It's and then this crypto nonsense continues to be like, what's up with that, man? I mean, down another. I don't know. When we started today, it was what, 95? Now it's 93. So you're down you're in quite a bit of a territory, dare I say it, right now for crypto. I mean, the high of IBIT was $72. You're now down to 52. So if you lost 20 on 70 right now, you're in and around that 23 to 25% of a down draw here on IBIT alone. So yeah, not great here as continue to monitor these markets and work through them here today. Thank you so much for everybody for joining us. Yeah, Jay Lee, I was short, man, on these TQs, and then I just had that last 5% left, and I put a stop at 104. So we actually reloaded this on the midday. So this was like an absolutely, it was another one as we ride that bear, Jay Lee. Came back up and we just shorted that 106 area, brought it all the way down to 103. That's $3. Getting stopped out. I wish we were still in it. Let's reload that if it gets back to 103. But yeah, for me, I don't think I'll be looking today. I thought that was a guest we had on the bottom there, and all of a sudden it's just a different there. 3D Capital.
Like a couple of really good views, shots of Toronto.
Oh, do they? Right here. Is that Toronto? Yep.
It's really,
Look at the background there.
the drones, the little drone footage there.
We want to thank.
Not as cool as that though.
No, nothing is as cool as that. I want to thank everybody. You see that big, huge board in the back there. Yeah, look, if anything, man, I think the market's down so much now. You can actually, instead of even buying the market on dips, if you do find high quality names, they're not few and far between. There's a lot of high quality names that are getting hit every single day. And we're going to go through the list. I mean, check out days, right? I mean, JP Morgan going to crack through 3 bills. It was just at 320. So you're 8% off the all-time highs right here in 3 days. You want an 8% right here on JP Morgan, a very, very high quality name. You mentioned some XOM names going through. Apple, obviously a high quality. I can understand stepping away from some of the tech names. That's why we go over to JP Morgan.
It's not dipping.
What about
Caterpillar
a high?
It's not dipping.
Which one?
Caterpillar.
Oh, that's exactly what I went to. So
But
Caterpillar.
it's not dipping.
Yeah, or John Deere. No, I know, but whatever. But you're not. Well, it's dipping. It's dipping. Okay, this is 600 to 550. So you're off the same 8% there in Caterpillar as you are in JP Morgan. And if you want high quality names, you may have to look outside of tech right now. I mean, just because of the thought of a drawdown there seems to be happening, and we still have the Wednesday night is NVIDIA.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Now everyone's asking NVIDIA to save us. Oh, save us.
I think they will. I think NVIDIA's going to have a big quarter. Thing is, NVIDIA rallying 10% just gets us back to where we were Thursday.
But the thing is, NVIDIA rallying 10% doesn't necessarily save the other frothy names. Like, does it necessarily save Oracle? Does it necessarily save, like, the nuclear energy names?
I don't think NVIDIA can say anything about those.
I don't think, I think it'll be...
Just NVIDIA specific.
Yeah.
CoreWeave, like, have you...
CoreWeave's its own problem.
You know what price it's at? If you can guess? Yeah. Too late.
No, it's...
73.
No, it's too late.
Yeah. I've guessed. That's why I asked you. I would have thought, like, near 80, 90.
See, but even this is coming to a... Like, it wouldn't be interesting to buy CoreWeave 50s? That just seems like a place to take a shot, right? Like the prior high into this support. Yeah, like the more these, like Circle's going to get back to its IPO lows almost inevitably. But let's talk about the rundown. I know I have a pretty decent idea which name is going to be at the top of the list, and we can see what else
Walmart.
After Tesla.
Hit the follow, sir. Welcome to Run Down the Show, where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they are locked, they're loaded, and they're ready. Takers outside by you, but the only way to get those takers right there, you gotta get in the chat, and you gotta vote every day. But make sure before voting, you throw in that followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all 4 major averages and take a guess. Yes, all 4 major averages are in territory, with the NQ down 0.75%, losing for the moment anyway 24,900, but most notably below 25,000 for now. The ES also trying to hold on to 6,700. It's also down more than 4/5 on the day, but the Dow, after making record highs last week, continues to bleed, trading below 46,800. Leading the way in negativity, though, is the Russell 2000, the small cap heavy index, below 2,400 and down 0.25%. Tesla, the first name decided by you guys. A couple of headlines today on Tesla. Firstly, Stifel did boost the price target from 483 up to 508, maintaining their buy rating. Separately, we heard from the Wall Street Journal that they're very much trying to look to all the parts that may be sourced from China eliminated, and looking for domestic parts for the domestically sold and produced Teslas. We're talking about at a Fairmont, Austin, etc. So looking to diversify their supply chain, guys, sources.
Yeah, Tesla always at the top of the list. It just seems like no matter what Tesla does, it's going to be at the top of the list. We were talking about how it's impossible for any of the crypto-related names to make the top of so I see BTC there, but you know, you could, if someone types in $IBIT, then obviously that's not going to count with BTC. And I bet you it would do much better on the list. Like Tesla, like everything else, dropped. Good news, he'll start with the good news first. It's green on the day. And more good news, it's actually some support at a key level from Friday, which was 407. Like the afternoon, like the late push in the last 30 minutes was 407, and then support early in the day was 407. I had the short, that's obviously the wrong spot. Don't even think I was looking for this reversion up here. By the time it got to the top, other names, like just short something that's weak and not Tesla, which obviously Tesla would have worked out, but you stick to what is working. Is going to close underneath that 420, unfortunately. So when you look at it from this standpoint, like that support that we had in here, we're gonna wick that top and close underneath. So even Tesla, nice recovery. We said Monday's gonna matter more. You're gonna end up with like a rejection candle breaking back above that prior support. And as bullish as it's been the most of today, that's not gonna be a good looking candle for Tesla. Almost inevitably, right? Like anything can happen in the last hour of the day. Entirely possible it could jump up $10, $15. I'm thinking that's a little bit unlikely here, given what the market is doing. And all this to send this back into the mid 300s still exists to me, despite the fact it's up 1% today.
Yeah, so, I mean, trading Tesla. And, that was quite the move higher there as we waited for the NASDAQ to do something. Right? I mean, when the NASDAQ was making this move, Tesla was as well. And now NASDAQ's doing this and Tesla's doing that. I feel like we're back to following the market here on TSLA, which is not a horrible thing. It makes it pretty easy to guide. But we do know that it's positive. It's greater than the market right here as far as a beta or anything matching what the market's doing as opposed to what they're doing. The market's down 1% and at lows, and we're nowhere even near that. If we're going to play catch up at some point here today, whether or not you like mustard or ketchup, I think the trade's going to be here with Tesla. I think you just want to wait for it to maybe have found a bottom. If these futures can get going, then maybe we break view up at 414. No point in waiting for this right now. Or sorry, no point in trading it right now. It's better to wait for it and wait to see if this bottom is now in or what. So I would say a trend change is generally the 200 period. That's 416. So I think if we can get into 416 area, these two, the 200 period and view up, will probably try to join up here around 413, 414. So about $5 more upside. And I think we can start to initiate a little bit of a short look here on Tesla. That's kind of my initial ideas here with it. And yeah, let's go talk about Bitcoin. Part of the problem with Tesla, I think, is also the weakness in Bitcoin and just the weakness in this overall market.
Yeah, guys, Bitcoin drop, trading at 92,225 as it works its way, oh no, down to 90,000. Look, the price has plunged below 96,000, down more than 20% now from the October highs, and erasing the 30% year-to-date gains that we had. Major market impacts, obviously, some of the macroeconomic situation, as well as maybe not getting the rate cut in December that we had been projecting, as well as, of course, guys, these leverage, which continue to create a lot of volatility in the market. In any event, IBIT here trying to hold on to $52, down 2 1/5.
Yeah, well, this morning we were like, oh, we haven't actually, technically we haven't gone all the way to that prior support or tested the trend line that was forming for pretty much, I mean, you go all the way back. Like, you could make the argument this trend line starts in 2023. I think you can back in October. It's been holding. Well, we've done it now. We have gotten to that bottom. Like, we broke that 92. I think something is going to be the low. That all that's left is maybe the next, maybe there's a little bit of a consolidative bounce. But once this gets 70s, mid to high 70s was the next support level. And then you pull back 3 time in a while, since we've made the top end of this range. So it's looking pretty bad. That said, when you're at a level intraday, I think maybe you can get a little bit of a bounce zone here, because kind of blowing through it on day one seems a little bit unlikely to me. That being said, it's a short till it's not. I like Mara and look, it doesn't really matter. BMNR, Mara, strategy, MicroStrategy, MSTR, whatever. Like, all of these things are going to get crushed more. Some of them are getting to interesting price areas. So like I have a trail in tomorrow, and I'm going to short pops probably 50. But one of the ones that we're looking at is like Circle. Circle's down 8% today.
Oh, wow.
Circle is now underneath the high from its first day of trading. Like these are prices. Remember, like the first day in the IPO, then we're trading it in the afternoon. That's the last time you saw these prices. Like it seems like it was yesterday. It was all the way back in June. It has been a few months. But like the open IPO price is now less than 10% away. We're $6 away from that open at 69. So like these are levels I expect might have some defense on them. So I don't know if this happens today on Circle or maybe it's tomorrow. But the IPO open, and then the low price on day one was like 64. Those are two levels I'd be looking for some bounce. And on top of that, just as a side note, the first one today would be down over 10% in SSR. So I have Circle on my mind for some ridiculously key levels coming all the way, pun intended, full circle.
Yeah, I was still looking at Tesla here. For me, I was going to look at, we talked about MSTR a little bit earlier today as well, and just how much that continues to sort of hit the skids here. There's a lot of people wondering about the leverage associated, obviously. You know, you can't just keep on issuing shares and going back and forth with it, and eventually I think it's going to wind up burning Mr. Saylor and company, if it hasn't already. I mean, I don't, Bitcoin's never going to zero, so I don't know about that, but this has been pretty beat up. So I would just say, man, stay the course here. And I like, and I heard Joe or Sharif say something, or I think Neil and I always talk like this as well. It's like, this was never an asset that made anybody any money. This is just a speculative call. It's not, there's no earnings behind this or anything behind Bitcoin. It's what you're willing to pay today versus tomorrow versus yesterday versus a week from now, and supply and demand is essential. We can't say, okay, you know, Bitcoin is solving the world's problems or anything like that. There's a lot of people that may think that way, and if you do, then that's fine. I mean, there is a right now with just printing so much money, the devaluation of fiat currency. So, you know, Bitcoin's trying to solve that kind of a problem, but it is going to have its peaks and valleys. And right now it's definitely in one of the valleys and a pretty big draw. You know, you go from 127 down to 92. That's not great. You know, like if that was the NASDAQ, people would be beyond losing their minds right now. So hopefully a lot of you have been a little conservative with your investments here in crypto and have heeded some kind of warning that this stuff can happen. So yeah, I just say just get comfortable with it because I think there's more to come on all of this. So very tough to make a prediction on where stocks or where anything's going, especially when we have such a big earnings week ahead of us. So. And it's not even the week, it's just we have retail, which is going to give us a good idea of how strong the consumer is, starting with Home Depot, with Walmart coming through, and then Target coming as well. And then you also, of course, have NVIDIA on Wednesday. So yeah, lots of good talk here, and especially with the next one. Here's another retail look, Amazon.
Multi-year agreement between Box guys and AWS to transform agentic AI capabilities for the future of enterprise content, reads the headline. So what it is, Box and AWS, Box obviously under ticker BOX, announced a multi-year collaboration to enhance AI capabilities for enterprise content. The partnership here between the two companies aims to create new Box AI agents using, of course, AWS's services. Focusing here, guys, on secure content and value extraction. So good luck for the company Box, but not Amazon, down 1.5.
Yeah, I mean it could be worse. Amazon at least bounced off the 50 period on the daily. It was able to hold 229. So for now, this is one of those. Okay, it's a Mag 7 name that's trading above the 50 average. We can always come back to that tomorrow and see whether that's actually true. But it was a solid buy off 229. And then look at it kind of ramp job off that level. So I think that's where you're watching this afternoon. You know, you can make the argument to maybe short this one in front of VWAP. I just feel like the better shorts probably like chip and crypto related if we're going to reload some of those. But that 229 bears watching here on Amazon. You know, like right now, Google just feels a little better in a general sense. And I do think like most of the support hasn't really even been the 50. okay, but the 200 and specifically like 210 to 215 has been the spot on Amazon. Like it happened on earnings a couple of times now, bouncing in front of it. I think you wait for that if we lose the 50-period moving average. I think you wait for like 210 to 215. And then, of course, with getting more retail earnings this week, you probably want to wait for that too. Especially after Walmart, right? Like, let Walmart report and then see how they react to that. And you might find yourself with a better dip buy.
Yeah, so for Amazon, you got to like the stock. I mean, AWS is going to be huge, and it already is huge, sorry. But again, just quite a nice pullback here from all-time highs. A great spot to start dip buying, though, is the 50-period moving average. We always say that. It didn't hold here, 200. But again, just imagine you did dip buy this into the 50-period moving average. At any point, you would have been happy with it, except for when you dip underneath, and then you wind up holding the 200. So if you were lucky enough or smart enough or, I don't know, to sell up here somewhere around 250 to 260, right now is not a horrible spot to buy a little bit back in and then eventually wait for a flush into the 200. So I think that there's something there if you want to wait for it, but a little patient and do that. So I would start buying here around 230 bucks and basically close your eyes. It's just a matter of stock. You're never going to get in at exactly the right spot. Most of the time when I'm speaking, it's going to be, what names do we like and are they at levels, that can somewhat be supported, because NASDAQ right here, I still can't believe I'm still not net short the Qs. I should still be in that trade. But you're breaking lower right now. So to sit around and catch falling knives here on these stocks seems a bit ridiculous. So if you want to start with 100 shares to build up like a 1,000-share position or something on Amazon, why not do it right here at, maybe it's 1,000's a lot, but right here at 230 and then start from there. So yeah, good level for Amazon, probably more downside. Look at this market. Now over to DVLT.
Well, Katina, earnings and the market liked it a lot because it rocketed up there. It's up only 3% now. They get up into that 219. Report is as follows. Q3 2025 revenue up 148%, up to $2.9 million. I don't mean to laugh. Net loss down 33 cents per share, but a lot better than the $1.39 loss the street was expecting there. And they also 2025 full year outlook by $30 million and 2026 by over $200 million, up 3%.
Yeah, okay, so the market cap is $500 million, and you guys just heard the revenue number. So frothy much? But I guess it's already pulled back. It got cut in half already from the highs. So you could make the argument that it's done the decisive dip, and hey, look, it's bouncing off the 50 here. Just, this is also, we keep talking about these companies that, forget about price to earnings. If your price to sales, it's not going to bode well. And I want to try to say, the only thing good I could say here is you've held that 50, maybe there's something above that 160 level and you can keep a little bit of a trend. But look at the selling at $2 and it's already underneath it. As far as just looking for a small capper that could be gapped up and going, well, one to me, lower highs under VWAP, all that. So this actually looks it actually looks bearish on the afternoon as well, underneath $2. Not much positive to say about DVLT. And it's not even that big a short flow, less than double digits on the short flow as well, and did not sustain this morning's move. This one will be a pass. Maybe volume comes in or something, and you take a 2 break later, but probably not.
Yeah, I don't think these trades are too rocket science-y, right? I mean, this is 65,000 shares right now traded on the day. 65 million shares, sorry. It only has a 260 million share float. So, a lot of traders get real excited early, as Sharif had mentioned, a good beat. So early, then it just comes right back into reality. I think it even surprised Sharif a little bit when it was only up 3% there, because it was really raw early, and now it's just sort of faded with the rest of the market. So sorry about Vault there, traders. But yeah, this one does not look like you can open up the vault and get some profits anytime soon here. So I'd watch out for DataVault. Good name on the daily here, but we just topped out again 3 days in a row, topping out around 215. Sorry, 3 times in the last week or so, topping out at 215. I think that might have showed you where it wants to go from here. So yeah, great trade if you're able to find it, DataVault.
All right, guys, let's talk about NVIDIA reporting after the bell on Wednesday. Be a big one. Here's what we're expecting, guys. On revenue, we're looking for $54.84 billion, with EPS coming in at $1.25. See how the company guides. Their previous guidance was between 52.92 billion up to 55.08. So the expectation here, 54.84, is within that range. Separately, again today, we got comments from Jensen Huang, the CEO, over the weekend about a $500 billion backlog between this year and next year for his advanced AI chips. That includes the new Rubin, as well as the Blackwell chipsets, guys, as well as the networking components. So NVIDIA on the 2.5.
Yeah, well, cross your fingers and hope NVIDIA doesn't break 185, I suppose, at this particular moment, because that was morning support and it was Friday support after the ramp job that happened in the first 15 to 30 minutes. Basically, it then held 185 on Friday, and now you've double bottomed it here today. If we lose that shelf, I mean, the gap down, I think, is pretty obvious. Look, the reality with NVIDIA is, as bad as it seems like it's been, this has pulled back, again, how many times we said 8% from the highs, right? Pretty much is the market, and it's held a 50 period. If this were to get down to bigger numbers, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull this up on a monthly chart, just to put a little perspective into NVIDIA, just in particular. If you look at the monthly chart, whoops, where did that go? There we go. On a monthly chart, this doesn't even look that bad. You could pull back into the prior high in the monthly, would be 155. That's another $30 from here. If it pulled back into that high, that's still kind of structurally not ridiculous. We're back into 170. So the downside potential is bigger. All that said, this is the biggest month that we've had notionally since this run started. So that's already a very, very hefty pullback. I kind of feel like there's other, there's more dangerous names here at the top. Certainly, and look, I know I've been sort of harping on SMCI a little bit here, but you had the Dell news, and then they're down another 7%. This feels like almost a lock to see the high 20s, if not the 30s. So I think they're getting punked. Intel seems like it's made an obvious top. It's literally losing the 50-period moving average as we speak. That's down 16% from the highs, double what NVIDIA is. And if that pulled back into 25, would anybody be really that shocked? I don't necessarily think so. So I think there's some weaker names than NVIDIA out here that could be in a little bit of imminent trouble.
All right, we have a new position alert right here. I'm going to go with Tesla. So I don't know. I'm just going to see, like I said, it looked like the market was trying to battle back there a little bit. I considered this break here. We're going to only give it to 406.50. So not a huge position here. Just a thought. So I was going to, I didn't. It almost broke 410, but that was going to be a level that I sort of was looking at. I was like, you know what? If we can go back to the upside, we may have bounced off of here a little bit, 407. I'm going to wait. I'll put on, oh man, that's
lovely.
That's very squeaky. But we're going to put on basically a third of a unit or so. I don't even, basically 1 unit for Tesla purposes here. And why I say that is this is trying to catch lightning in a bottle now. Definitely something where you say, I'm green on the day, so not something where it's I'm willing to turn red on or anything like that here. And we haven't had a hugely success. We've had some great trades, but we did have, we lost on Apple, and then we didn't get the greatest price on the Our Palantir trade is something else. But I'm kind of working on trades, not the combined net of the whole day. But this particular trade, I don't want to lose a boatload on this if we're wrong. So I'm gonna try to buy again. I have another bid right now, 407.15s. So that might come in right there. And then I'm gonna just try to use basically 406.75 as our most recent bottom. And if that breaks, then we're gone out of here. 406.50 out for Tesla. Trying to give this a little bit of room. Right now we're out 50 cents. Very, very comfortable holding on to this trade and looking to get some more downside right now at 407.15. So if that prints, which is, there it is, we just got it. So here it goes. We may be out of this trade even before I talking about it. 406.50, we're gone. Tesla, there's our price, 407.85. So let's give this one about $1.50 or so to see if it does want to move off this level. But the market just hit new lows. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm trying to catch a little bit of lightning in a bottle here.
I just heard silver's falling. Like even the metals have been reacting to this rate story. I'm going to hit the restart on the refresh on this. Louis Julian, gold is selling off, but you know what? You can type $GLD in the chat, and then it'll show up here. So I'm going to do a fresh start. My guess is Tesla probably still stays at the top. See, someone just typed in, maybe you just did GLD.
Nice.
So I'll do SLV. Why not? Just to get it on there. And now gold and silver, probably for the only time ever, are going to be 1 and 2. Hey, there we go. Get them in there. SMR. Coke. That's an interesting one. So just keep those coming in. Obviously, want to make sure we're looking at what everyone wants. SLV, which I was actually just about to look at. This is what's nasty. Double top. This is pulling back into the 50 period. Now, unlike some of the other things, I think actually be a dip buy if we get down to 43 in the 50 period moving average. But this is like an everything sucks kind of move that we're looking at right now. It kind of is what it is. But I have my eyes on the fact that IBIT, or at least Bitcoin, right now, see that bounce? Like that Bitcoin bounce, so you're catching a little bit of a wick bottom as 92 is holding, and I'm still in the last of this Mara. So I've got a trend line from VWAP in here that I keep on moving my trail to. But it feels like you're making a little bit of an attempt at the bottom here, at least in crypto. And if that's the case, then it's that time to maybe jump out of some trades. Rusty Dutch, don't fall for these BTC bounces. Well, I'll trail out of it. I don't mind getting back in. If we bounce, I'll try to get back in at better prices, but I don't want to give it all up and then not have a chance to either maybe like reload it on the trend line or reload it at 1150. Like I'd rather here and then see if it's worth getting back in at the top of the trend line, or get back in at 1150, or get back in at VWAP. That's where my head is going to be at here. 92 might hold, but this is a day trade. There's 90 minutes left in the day. There's still opportunities out there for this thing to move around. So want to make sure we're looking at all the names you guys are interested in. And I just saw BMNR in there. Obviously, when I said Bitcoin's making bounce, yeah, like this is also attempting to make a bottoming tail candle. And now SSR, 11% to the downside. 11 on BMNR. What's the actual all-time low here?
All-time low?
Oh, you know what? That's because it did this.
Yeah, it's hard to know that.
Yeah, because it went from like $5. But effectively, since BMNR went parabolic, I think the realistic low is right here. It is this, like this $30 area that it's testing right now. So you are 1.5%, maybe 2% away from flat bottom breaking on BMNR. Like that's nasty. Like we come in tomorrow and this is under $30, Bitcoin breaks 90, like this is probably the short. Like forget about MSTR. Like MSTR, yeah, MSTR is already broken down. BMNR, man.
Yeah, all these,
I'm kind of half speechless. I don't really track BMNR that much. I didn't realize it was that bad, to be honest. You pull up the chart and you're like, man, that's way worse than what I thought that chart looked like on BMNR. Like I look at MSTR, I had no idea. You're all the way effectively at kind of like an all-time low on BMNR.
we could have, it just printed 408 Tesla. Like we could have close enough to that. And so now I don't know. I was going to put an offer there at 408, but I don't really want to. We're only long at 407.90. So it's more, I'm 408.95. Okay. Let me just put one at 408.50s just for like 10% if it gets up there. But like for right now, it's just like a matter of waiting for Tesla to go. It's the long that I have on right now.
You know, it would be really cool if we could like move this Tesla.
Yeah. Wait till 4 o'clock and get in a what, Aziz? What's up, Aziz? In the chat there. The only one that's really hitting anything for me is Tesla. We did have Roblox looking at again today. That broke, it looks like, around 11:30-ish or so. Broke into 99.80 and stopped. So again, everyone's asking us, and I see in the chat, like, is the market doing this? I don't know if you guys can hear that. like
What is-
an effect of the market here at all. This is just like they're blasting something in the background. It's all good. This is more for dramatic effect, of course. But there it is, $55. See, I'm still in that.
They're
that
drilling
zone.
through the low of the.
Yeah, they're drilling. This is the NASDAQ. They're drilling for oil. But right here, this is part of what's happening right now to the overall market, right? You got a 55% chance of no rate hike at all, or no rate cut, sorry. 55% chance of no cut with a 44% chance, so 55-45 right now, leaning now. I think you can go back like look at that. 1 month ago, it was 93% chance that we were going to get 350 to 370. I don't know if you guys can see that, but 1 month ago, 93% chance, of 350 to 750, 350 to 375. Now you're at, so you chop that in half right now. Just 1 week ago, it was 62%, and now you flipped it over the other way around. There goes bye-bye, by the way. So we'll have to slap a fail on it, but our nets were almost nothing right there to the downside. So you can see right there, Tesla just dropped out right there again through 406.50. So that came out a little bit. But there's Neil. He's got on the headphones there.
Ramin came over.
I just put in my other AirPod and then cancel this all.
That was good.
These are noise canceling. I don't know. These are pretty good. Probably better for you.
Actually, you know what? If you get what's interesting about visualization is you get older. If you ever have any susceptibility to vertigo, the super noise canceling isn't actually that good for you because anyways, it's like a big
That makes
balance
sense.
thing. I was told that because I had a belt like a few years ago, and then watch out for that when you wear earbuds. Not that it's happened.
I still want to buy this Tesla.
But, this market. No, I wish I could tell you they're doing anything except dumping.
I can't believe I'm not short still.
Dumpsville. Only 5% down for Rigetti. I guess that's at least something. Looking for something that's setting up right now. Stango Mango, last Friday you said Monday will be more important to understand when this market is really going and it's tanking. Yeah. I said I do believe that. I didn't believe that the rally on Friday was telling us anything. Because we'll go back to the futures chart. It's effectively look at the NASDAQ, look at the ES, same story. It doesn't matter which one I look at. All we did last Friday is the thing we did the Friday before, is dump the same level to find the same bid and not follow through. If buyers had followed through and bought up here to take us into a new high, that would be something. This is now we're just back to square one. Again, it's now a triple bottom here on the futures. I kind of wish it hadn't gone this way, but that's what it is. So it looks like we're headed lower. Zed in the chat, or Z, the MSTR subreddit users are buying more MSTR using margin. Is that still not risky? Well, I guess some people really believe. Look, I'll be a dip buyer of Bitcoin. I won't be a buyer of MSTR. Someone in the chat mentioned this good point. How good has the old, just go, when you're buying into Bitcoin, short MSTR. That's worked pretty well.
That's not bad, actually. That's not a bad hedge.
But it's that hedge. I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of. There's hedge funds that are doing that.
I think so.
That's working out pretty well for them. I would imagine if hedge funds are doing that, then there's got to be some funds that are doing the same thing with ETH and BMNR, because what are we at? 30,000? Double check. 3,100 on ETH. So if that breaks down, you could be if you like either, just don't DCA into that and short BMNR or whatever. It feels like it's worked so well. Do you put that hedge on now? I don't know. Or do you just stay away? Wait for some kind of a capitulatory sign at the lows. I think that's what you're looking for. Either you get to those 70s or you're waiting for some kind of bottom. That's all. Is Ethereum, is it under? Oh, you know what?
Ethereum?
You know what happened? My thing is, if I only looked at Bitcoin today and I hadn't actually pulled this up, I didn't refresh it. We are under 3,000 already. Ignore me. I just only look at Bitcoin, so I don't refresh it over the weekend. And that was the first time I clicked it. So down 5%, underneath 3,000. This is already breaking down. So what's the next level? here I can actually go ETH, I believe, and then this should actually pull it up so I can see where 24, that's what we're waiting for.
It's bad. I mean, this is the thing.
20, which is, there's symmetry to that because the next support level is exactly 50% from the highs. That's something.
Oh, boy.
I think ETH might be, ETH at 24. That could be a play.
I cannot believe.
That's a play.
Yeah, I can't believe I popped out of that future short, but I think that's right. I think you got to wait just a little bit longer for all these crypto and even the NASDAQ to settle down a bit more. We were saying last week, I mean, volatility is heightened, right? I mean, you have whipping around. You had a couple 2% moves last week. You were down 2% intraday and then ripped up to close green on Friday. I don't get the same feeling today. But I do have a feeling on Tesla again, and I want to go if we break 408. I want to go long. I just think there's so much upside here. And look, we lost already. It's fine. Small little drop in the bucket, but we're going to try to go again. Breaking this 50-period moving average is 408. Look, we really haven't broken it at all. The last time we went to the downside was 1215 right there. That's a break up to VWAP. This time if we break it and go to VWAP, I'd be fine with that because that would be a huge move up. And if you want to drop down there, I don't think I'll still be in it if we're in the money $5. Well, maybe we'll be in some at that point. But right now, if we could break 408 and then maybe even just use this 21 period as a route after that, give it about $1, maybe $1.50 to the downside. I'm using enough shares right now that this is what goes is if it breaks 408, do I want to go in? So that question first is yes. I've already picked a stock that I think can rally, you know, significantly if this market rebounds here this afternoon. So I still don't think the market's necessarily going to rebound as much we hope it to, but let's just say we can rebound just a little bit, get 20% back or something like that. I do think Tesla would be a good little look there. If you're going to try to go short, I've already indicated a name like Amazon, I think is a good short into a day like today, especially with retail coming through. Amazon could be a good short if we get to VWAP there or here, or even a break of 230 lets that start to fall back down. So I like that for a short. I got out live on the show last week at 256 on AMD and not willing to reload that yet. Like you guys know, we're trying to get into a little bit of cash. So this was actually the very last trade I made before we went to hockey on Friday. This one, and look, or getting out of it at 256. It's not like 256 was that great. We were just there on Thursday. Right up there, which is where we shorted it during lunchtime. Now it's 238, so I think this could go down even further again. Look at the trajectory here. Back up to the 50-period moving average of 239. Probably sends this name a little bit lower as well. And then just a quick little look at all of the names in the universe today. Finance getting hit, right? Everything. This is a... Oh my God, Neil. This is going to be... I killed the fly. Yeah, so I caught the fly in my hands. I don't know if you can. Yeah, it's not good, but there it is.
It's over.
I mean, there it is. So sorry. Right there. Anyways, I feel bad.
They have a short look. They have a short lifespan. Come on, the flies die. Like,
yeah. Anyways, that was I just.
He had to go.
Yeah,
it's all over keyboards. You can't hit it when it's on the keyboard. That's a frustrating. It's like he was smart for a little bit.
Well, the fly tried to. Come through, but no, it was bothering everybody. I feel bad about getting rid of it there, but the market is, man, IBM's CRM right here as well, downside, Palantir, Meta, or Palo Alto even, yeah, Softy over there. I don't know why Microsoft's this big, like considering like Meta probably like all these other names should be. I don't know why. I think maybe total value.
I think they do theirs more by market.
Market. That's what I'm saying. So as down 1% on a, $4 trillion name, I guess, is what's bleeding. But yeah, like Datadog, Take-Two. We had an upgrade on Snowflake, I think, today, but that's probably downside as well. All right, we'll talk more about this when we get back from Adara. I mean, all the financials also down nearing 2%. So day, broader market. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, we've talked about the fact that Donald Trump, US president, has finally started his FIFA stream. I say finally because he is roughly 45 minutes late. This was supposed to start at 2 p.m. He is speaking with a collection of individuals here, including the president of FIFA. He's also has up with him Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Group. If anything market-related is said, I'll keep you guys posted. But either way, this FIFA-related press conference with Trump has just started. I'll be here to cover it all for you live.
For anyone that wasn't looking at the move there in gold, Like this was GLD 15 minutes ago. If you don't think this isn't like an everyday kind of bleed, like this is what makes it feel like you could be getting some capitulatory bottoms, at least in the short term, right? Like at least, like I said, at least in the short term. So like this is a bit of a bottom and tail looking to reverse. I'm still looking for that reversal in Mara. Oh, the other place, oh, here's the other thing I was looking at just a couple of minutes ago. You just got to 34.5, almost at the absolute bottom, like round trip. Until like that's a bottom, I'm also looking for a bit of a reversion on. But I think you're getting a little bit of a bottoming tail. So I said I would jump for potential re-entry if we broke prior channel, a couple of cents away from trailing out of Mara, and then just looking for a re-entry point. Might be 1150, might be 1135, kind of cross that when we do get to it. Bitcoin is trying to bounce off 92 as we speak, so there's a little bit of a bounce happen here. But as I say that, I just want to put things into perspective. On a 15-minute on the NQ, there's one green candle since the middle of the day. That's it, like one. So we haven't even put, you were kind of bouncing, we haven't even put in a single green candle at these lows. So just be patient with it. For now, the trend is still on, easily.
We're trying to go long Tesla 408 if that breaks. But right now, we do have to remind you guys that if you are a sophisticated trader and looking for 3 times the leverage, go make sure you check out. They have this Beta Pro product, and you can see on the screen right now, it does offer 3 times daily levered ETFs, including S&P, the TSX 60, utilities is another one there, the treasuries, semiconductors, they're all over the place. And also, they are dropping, so it's more competitive pricing. December 31st, their management fee is down to just 65 basis points. So great opportunity there. Go have a look. Thank you to betapro.ca/3 times daily, as you can see right there on our screen. Scan the QR code, it takes you right there. If more about getting 3x. This might not be a bad opportunity to do that, especially if you do think this market potentially is going to bounce from here, get 3 times the exposure on that. It's just like the TQs, right? So here's the NASDAQ down 1.15. What I normally trade is the TQQs, and you can see they're down 3 times the exposure there, right? So that gives you that difference, minus 1.14 versus 3.5. Remember, please, like these are not meant to be traded daily. It's meant to be held, you know, over an extended period of time because you get the decay in that relationship with options and paying fees if you do hold this in your account. But for a swing trade, if you're going to hold this for a couple weeks or days, yeah, TQs and the Beta Pro product, definitely something to grab a look at. Yeah, it looks like Tesla trade, man. I still have it in to see if we break right there, but I don't know. So we're going to have to wait, sitting on our hands a little bit here until that does happen. It's one of the trades that I really look forward to. I'm going to refresh right now my e-signal charts just to make sure that I get the right look, because right now I just get here, all my alerts are just Tesla, 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 and that's from 2:30. So I don't think that's right. So I'm just going to reboot right now and go new, reload the page, which will fire this all back up, and then we'll get a better look to see if there's anything actually ticking out right now. PLTR, yeah, down through 170 again. So we were really short this name. We got stopped out right where we got short the second time. This starting to bleed down another 3%. And again, like off the highs of 220. That 220, forget about it. It's more area, 205, you could have got out day after earnings. So I feel like between 200 to 205 is a good level for Palantir, but still looks like it wants lower right now. So Palantir still not out of the way. This is a get up area. If it breaks 170 back to the upside, I could see that. So maybe Palantir back upside 170. And then of course, Tesla is what I'm looking at. Robinhood, yuck, man. I don't know. Like when this was at 150, I said I'll see 100. Didn't think it'd be this quick, man. But a week later, that's where we are. This name has dropped 50, I was gonna say 50%, but that's not right math. $50 almost here. I don't wanna say a straight line because there was a little bit of a get up there, but we did double top here. Middle of October, 153. Now you're down, so it's not $50, it's $40 now. All the way back down to the downside. So you're getting off about 20% down there on Robinhood, as well as another name that I really like, SoFi. And then the name that I think everybody that's been dripping into this, dripping blood here, like you're on an IV right now, Webull, down to $7. And just, yeah, it's to your point about that whole WonderFi. Like, a lot of these names, man, like, people is like a WonderFi.
They better close that.
I know, this was at $16. Now it's at $8. So I'm thinking Robinhood might not want to buy WonderFi anymore.
You know what?
What the hell, Neil? The fly is alive. Look at this.
Get the hell
Look at it.
out.
Look at it walking around. But it's just clearly disabled. I have to really.
I think you should just put it out.
I have to put out of its misery.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
just
guys.
put it out of its misery. No, legitimately, it was like hobbling around. That's
I-
no, that's.
But I did grab it. I feel like that was a good Mr. Miyagi moment.
So it straight up
Right there.
played dead for like a good 5 minutes.
Well, it was. I left it there, and then I was like,
That's a smart fly. He played and thought maybe, you know what, if I played dead
Tried
long
to sneak
enough,
away.
and then I could creep away.
But I think I broke one of its legs or something. All right.
No, the wing was all mashed. You broke more than his leg. Yeah, a couple legs were mashed. The wing was
Good. We'll
all
have to
mashed up.
Wipe our hands.
No,
here.
what I was gonna say,
Disinfect.
it's so bad in crypto land that you could like Robinhood is buying WonderFi for 36 cents per share. 36 cents. 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago, they provided an update saying that this deal is expected to close in the middle. That means you could actually buy this right now for as many shares as you wanted at like 26 or 27 cents, and then get 36 cents in essentially 7 months. Like, that's how bad crypto that nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that. And I've seen nothing to say this deal won't close, but that's crazy. It doesn't really matter. But candidly speaking, I've been buying some. So I'm like, whatever. I don't know what else to put the money in. And someone's like, don't get out if there's a pop. Let the market go down. But my trail hit on Mara, so I am out of this one. I was looking to either reload at top of trend line or more likely 1150. Either one of those things are going to happen if we continue lower. Bitcoin just hit 91.7. We are still heading to the downside. 91.7 on Bitcoin. IBIT, the light trailed out. I think we're just hitting some fresh lows in here. Yeah, unfortunately, pretty nasty. Coinbase backed out. They could back out. The only thing with Robinhood and WonderFi is, yeah, even if they would, they got such a ridiculous, and it was so small for them that I can't see like why they'd even bother. Like WonderFi was pretty chump change. So
Yeah, it's not a big
yeah, like
deal.
the deal was so ridiculous in their terms that it's like, yeah, whatever. It would be surprising to me if they did, but this move down, like yikes. I thought maybe you were getting. Remember we said that there could be a little bit of a bounce. Like gold looks like it was overlooked. They're trying to reverse. Nope, not anymore. Not anymore. Fresh low for GLD, right at the low for SLV. I'm kind of looking over my regular list of wanted to short the pop. SMCI didn't come anywhere close. Resistance, like that's still heading lower. Not much of anything is doing good. The only thing that's strong
Laura's fine.
is the VIX. Like if I look at my, what's up?
I heard her mention Laura, but I don't know if she knows who that is. So
Oh, okay.
like the assistant for the show.
No, if you look up today, I mean, look, Alphabet kind of doesn't count because if you look at it from the open, it's actually down. Like I like to sort by this at this time of day. Like up since the open on my board, UVXY, Eli Lilly, Tesla, I mean Moderna. I have TD because I own the stock. Whatever. Broadcom is very barely up since the open, and pretty much everything else in red. This is just looking at. Go Eli Lilly. What does that tell you about Eli Lilly?
What's it
Also,
doing?
well, from the open, it's actually up. The other thing that tells me is why do I not have Caterpillar on my quote board? I just realized that I should, so I'm going to add that. I must have deleted it or something. Usually Caterpillar is on my,
Caterpillar up on there.
almost always on my quote board, but it's not, which means I must have screwed up and deleted it. So I'm going to put that on. Eli Lilly, like I said, relatively strong name. If healthcare is going to be good, then they're going to be great. Look at it, holding on for dear life, but that's a strong stock. I'm not necessarily saying it's a place to hide at all times. Find some value in healthcare, maybe energy. Maybe you're okay. J&J, someone just said is green. That makes sense to me. That's another, that's another one. Sort of steady eddy to the upside. The healthcare, at least for now. I'm just looking for bottoms. I saw someone saying Palantir. A couple of people were saying, look at Palantir.
Were they?
I mean, it's shaping out a bottom. Anything else? Like everything kind of looks like this, consolidating off the lows. Like what I want to see is break some of these and start trading up in here, and then it's a long. not, I can use a drawing tool, but you guys, as long as you're still trend down, I'd rather not be trying to take anything, trying to bounce off the bottom. I want something which is in a clean downtrend and breaking said clean downtrend. If I don't see that, then there might not be that many trading opportunities. Maybe we should have just held on as we keep breaking lows. That's the story of this afternoon.
Yep, it's definitely trending a little lower. I did adjust my Tesla expectations here. I'm at 407.50 now. Just this break right here of, again, the 50-period moving average. I just want to give it a go. I really think that if, I mean, we could, this is why I see how I'm not trying to catch falling knives here. Like I'm 405.50, although 405.50 has been such a great bottom there for Tesla, at least in the last 20 minutes. I'm still not sitting there buying it. Like what's going to happen is I'm going to get filled. I'm going to wind up punching out at 405. Like I'm going to get filled on the way down, and then it's going to do that. I'd rather try to play some kind of a momentum game here, breaking back to power. I still cannot, honestly, even though it was such a small trade that I had left, that stop out right there is like, wow, epically sucky right now. But we did have a good short in the TQs and another good short right there. And now it looks like we're on our way to break up and on the NASDAQ, and not good. Breaking now below 25,000, yuck. Oh man, it's not a great day to be looking at things, I think, right now. I really like SoFi to the long side. But other than that, if we go through our little list here, this is what's going off on my list today. We kind of always do this. There we go. Yeah, Andre likes this. Probably a good thing. If I just go into, what's been green today, if we sort by green right there, we've got Google, Alibaba, and Tesla are the green names. Let's call up Tesla because I'm going to get into this if it breaks 407.50. Then we've got Uber barely holding on. It's nice to see Broadcom holding on today. Disney, that doesn't excite me that much, but still okay. We'll go to Adair, then we'll come back and I'll show you the other side of this list. And you don't want to see that. If you are nervous about red, don't look. Let's go back over to Adair, then we'll come back here.
Trump just started taking questions at this FIFA event. He's really only discussed FIFA right now, also related to their FIFA pass, which has to do with getting visas for people to come experience FIFA. Again, if I get anything else here, I'll let you know. But either way here, Trump started taking questions at this FIFA event as we send you back to Sean O'Neill.
Oh, someone's going to ask the guy something about, either crypto, but definitely about the market, and maybe something about these numbers that are coming out. What does Trump think about inflation? I mean, they've said that it's really at levels that they like right now, in and around that 2%. So we'll see if we can get that, and then it's going to be the employment that's going to be a problem once we see that employment number. If it's still weak employment, I think that as most of us bulls are looking for, we're looking for weaker employment. So more people losing their jobs to let us know, which is not going to be good for obviously the economy, but that should let us still cut in December, because if they don't, that's a problem. Okay.
Man, back to the lows again.
There's Coinbase 9, Robinhood 8, SMR 8, SMCI 7. I mean, Mara, we've talked about Marvell, which we got, again, lucky to get out of a little bit of that news of SoftBank wanting to buy them out, right? That was $100 2 weeks ago. Shopify, a great company nothing wrong with their quarter. Great run at it.
Where's that?
They're down 5 right now. Everything else, man, Intel, forget about it. I'm glad I got rid of most of that up top. $35 right now. Nvidia still bleeding. The last time we bought was one. That's coming into look right now as well. Micron's been great. Hey, man, if you guys thought that you missed an opportunity to buy some Donkey Kong, you didn't, man. DraftKings right back down in again as well, as this continues to bleed off of a bad day on the weekend, just before the weekend as well, as that's come back in off of a $31 high. Apple, man, the best getting hit today as well. Downside, PayPal down, Boeing down. There goes Meta, by the way. Here, get rid of that. Meta just cracked 6 bills. So there it goes now, finally, for the first time.
91.4 Bitcoin.
Did this? Yeah, in danger, right? 90 in danger. Meta, did Meta break? Is this the first time it broke 6 bills, or did we break it here?
No, it broke this morning.
My phone's in the. Oh yeah, broke it this morning. Yeah, right this morning. Yes,
like barely.
It's right to here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the morning, so good. No.
Oh no,
Bro, no. This is last Monday. Last Friday.
No, never mind. That was last Friday.
Yeah. Just Friday. This is this morning. I'm like, what am I looking at? Yeah, right into there. So we did get down there and back up to 614, but there goes Meta, man, down another 2% there as well. So what an epic flush. experiencing now in the overall market. It's not good. Alibaba. Oh no, this is a name that's holding out that we could maybe go long on.
China.
I was looking for the China play. I was looking for some love here in
China.
I was looking for some love. Find something here, and maybe it's Alibaba up 2%. So that could be something there. Remember, the U.S. government just labeled these guys like I don't know, what was it? Something about, not that Bob is a terrorist group.
That they were aiding.
Yeah, it wasn't good, whatever it was.
The Chinese military in collecting data on Americans.
So that didn't go well with
I mean,
government.
Here's the thing that didn't get said in that. Like, the U.S. government has deals with all of its big cloud providers. How is it any different that China does the same thing? It's not. It's like, why would we think that they don't do that if the U.S. government does it? You better believe China does it. But anyways, someone just said in the chat, BMNR at $4 would be great. No, I'd stamp that too.
Correct.
I mean, if $4 too, that's not happening. I mean, it's bad. I don't know if it's that bad. But okay, I think here comes a little bit. All right, I'm just gonna go over to iBid because that's right here.
Maybe Baba down there. Oh, well.
Like, here comes a bit of a bid. Actually, was looking at that Palantir trail, or not trail, but this little trend from the lows. It looks like this might actually start making trend here. I'd like to see a candle actually close above it, not just get in here, wick it, and then fail. You know, wick top, kind of fail that top. I want to see it close above. You close above, then take a shot at the long. We're into power hour. There's probably like one last salvo. This is the kind of day where profit taking means buying into the close. So if I can see some kind of close above, then I get a little bit more excited, jump into something to the long side. Should probably adjust stop on LAC because that's not going to do anything. So I'm looking at Palantir in particular. It was like Intel and then Mara, but there's the close above on the close of the prior on PLTR. So I'll try nibbling into that one. Bitcoin's not bouncing that much, still under 90. Nothing's really bouncing that heavily. Palantir just looks pretty good, at least into the 170. Like, that was a brick wall. Well, we talked about this in the lesson of the day. Palantir 170 the last two sessions, like, look at it all morning long and then look at it on Friday, like that dip level. So I think it's kind of an obvious spot where support would turn into resistance. Alphabet's probably another one worth looking at as well because that was so strong.
All right, here we go. Almost in. If we break 407.50, I mean, I want to go with it, so I'm gonna give it a go if it does break it. I wanted to give it about $1, which makes sense. 406 break, downside there. I don't expect this to be completely clean, but we'll see if it wants to go. So this is gonna be a trade that I'm gonna be on. So if you guys want to hop on with me, I'm gonna do it. 407.50. It's a break period that kind of just happened right there now at 406.80, and I mean, I might have had the level dead on as we stopped at 407.50. So I don't know. I'm just laughing because it's like, instead of me looking long, I should have just looked short there, because if we had looked short, it'd be $1. Like, how easy, we just got $1 short off that level, right? It takes us to get $1 long if and when that breaks. But there's a little bit of a pullback on a fake break. So that's good to know that we just bounced completely off 406, which was going to be our out anyways. So here we go, man. 407.50. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, guys. I'm talking about chips, saying that we, meaning the U.S., will have a big portion of the chips within a year. He did say that the U.S. used to be a huge place for chip makers, but they lost the market to Taiwan, but they are going to be getting it back. So again, Trump touting the potential of the U.S. making the bulk of chips within the year. As we send you back to Neil and Sean and guys, make sure to like and subscribe.
Yes, sir. And it's hilarious about that FIFA.
Go.
You got tickets, right?
No, I didn't.
I thought you. Well, I know a couple of people that got tickets to the World Cup, and it's just like one that had a chance to see Team Canada, one of our, and didn't pull the trigger. He's like, yeah, the price is too much. I'm of the attitude now when it comes to tickets, just like if it's a bucket list thing, just do it, because the worst case scenario is you get to the moment you're like, yeah, whatever, I'm just going to resell them, or you get to decide to have the optionality to fill something in your bucket list.
All right, we're long.
And then of course there was that the UK. There was actually a story today while we're talking about this. The UK mentioning that they were and reselling of tickets above face value, there was a big downside move on StubHub and a couple of names after that. So maybe worth watching. I think that's crazy, but whatever.
All right, let's go. We'll just do this, and then we'll go to Adair in a second because we are in. I don't know if it's going to work. Like I said, man, I mean, we are putting out some money into this trade, so we're hoping that it does wind up working. But we might have just broke through the top there and have to suffer through this, making a. This breaks 406 flat, then we're going to be gone. And we'll walk up an L for this, but very comfortable, like knees weak. We're not weak at all.
Yeah, you don't want Rigetti.
Yeah, we don't want that. No, I'm just going to say, like, we're not in a stressful spot right here. This is just to play a game, see if it can go. I mean, when I'm looking for $1.50 on this, it's definitely not going to be, you know, like a full position or anything. This is just a quick little break to see if go here. It's the power of power, man. We have 50 more minutes, and we got to look at those imbalances at some point too. What those are doing right here. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, kind of an interesting comment here on trade from U.S. President Donald Trump. His voice is a bit raspy today, and so when people asked him about it, he said it's telling about trade. Now, when asked to clarify, he basically said that there is a country he refused to name that is trying to push back on their trade deal, and Trump had to be very forceful to ask them, I guess, to keep the terms as they were. Now, again, he did refuse to name this country multiple times, but either way, guys, keep an eye, long story short, on some potential trade turmoil. Trump apparently spent some time yelling at the leader of an unnamed country over tariffs. Back to you.
That's why I wasn't.
Oh, you're not plugged back in.
Yeah, I didn't plug myself.
Anyways, there it goes, man. We did spend a little bit of money there. We didn't get it out, but Tesla Go 75 cents. Breaks, sorry, 50 cents. There it is. Okay, I just took in 08. 408 right there. 94, we got 95s, 97s. All right, I got out at 10% there. All right, now I'm at 408.25 for another 10%, and then a net, we had 15% at 409. So hopefully this trade will continue to go. We've been waiting pretty patiently to try to get this trade, obviously, and here we go. Like I said, I hope you guys are on it. I thought that we talked about that pretty decently, but who knows where it's going to go. Like, it's just around. It was just 75 cents in the money. Now it's pulling back in again. Now it's going back up. So you guys do whatever you want to do with it. I'm taking a little bit out there. My stop eventually is at that 406 breaking speed. So I'm willing to ride with this and see if the market wants to get back upside. But just also noticing right here that 2080 on 24,800 on the NASDAQ just got hit again. We just tried to break that 50-period moving average. The reason why we're into Tesla is because we broke it, and we're trying to go higher. So here is on Tesla. We broke it. Now we're trying to give me those quarters, man. Like, I need these quarters. Yes, sir. All right. Nice as we get going to the upside. So we'll just wait. Just excited that it's actually working out, but not a big trade. Yeah, Kenvue. Texas judge declined to halt the company's planned shareholder payment, ongoing litigation over Tylenol.
Getting Kenvue.
Yeah, so here, I mean, here's the story. I'm not sure if Adara brought this to us or not. Oh, so there it is right there. Kenvue has given up its priority, and Kenvue shares were trading higher after judge declined to halt the company's payout plan. But I'm guessing right now that maybe the decision made there, Kenvue starting to go a little lower there, because this is the news that I have. Kenvue right now not. They're reviewing. So here's the news story right here. It's actually on Benzinga, Adara. It's right here. I'm just going to pull it out so you can see it. Adara will have this in a second. It's two judges, appeals court. So they're reviewing the dismissal of these lawsuits. So yeah, going down to the downside. So we'll get that all figured out. Adara will review this on the story, but starting to view itself in a more negative light. But it had actually a really nice bounce. I actually didn't even realize this about Kenvue. 14 up to 17. Now back down again. All right, Adara, give us the goods here.
This is a story from this morning. So there's nothing new on this. I was wondering why I wasn't really seeing much talk about this on X. Basically, as of, I guess, a couple days ago, though, again, first trading day would have been today, the court rejecting this bid to block Kenvue's $398 million share payout in the Tylenol safety dispute. Now, apparently, there We also, I guess the most recent update here potentially is of 3 p.m. 2 judges on the appeals court are reviewing the dismissal here of private lawsuits over alleged autism. But again, it's going to have to do with some expert testimony. This was also mentioned during Curious Morning Note. So nothing brand new. And also none of this was really showing up heavily on my news blotter. So yeah, I mean, I'm still looking into it here, but much new. There's just Ken View here with this potential renewed lawsuit with regards to Tylenol. And again, the evidence here has not changed. It would just be now the fact that we have the Trump administration trying or guess in regards to Tylenol and potential links to birth defects and specifically autism, I guess concerns about autism. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks like we're coming. Palantir broke trend, went to, this is how you know it's like we're weak. You break the trend line to the first possible area of resistance and make a U-turn is exactly that price. So as we come back in here, like my stop is actually in here like 168.4. I'm just underneath that. So if it can bounce off that level, I load. If it can't, then I'm just jumping out on a breakdown. Everything is just incredibly weak. I thought there was going to be would pop higher to fade. I think I had mentioned.
Market might just get hit.
No, I'm only laughing because I think I had mentioned Intel is something that might pop. It literally didn't even try to pop. It just kept on making lows. Even as the market was bouncing, still making lows. Mara was another one. It couldn't even get anywhere near 1150. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna stick with. Only about 45 minutes to go. 35 till imbalances. Ooh, this is strong now. It was Uber. Uber is a 1.1 million early look sell. Worth keeping an eye on. If you happen to be trading Uber, usually 15, you don't see things that are like a million. But Uber is already 1.2 million. I double checked. There's no actual index specifically happening with Uber. So this is kind of like an out of nowhere imbalance on Uber. But yeah, Palantir looking pretty solid on this bounce. I did not get filled down around 40. So I'm going to see if I can't get 60s. If we fail the same level again, I'm just going to jump out. And this maybe isn't strong enough to 170 or at least into that range. So far, this trend break is still holding out, at least on this name. But some of the weaker names, like Mara's not doing much bounce. As I said, Intel's still literally at the low of the day, unfortunately. Typing in the chat, I feel like there's a lot of Bubba talk. What's the deal with, like, I know you mean Bill, but like, I feel like I missed something.
Oh, Bubba, yeah. Well, that is.
I was very unplugged this weekend. Did a bunch of like.
No, there was apparently videos of Trump and Bubba doing certain things. So. Okay,
that explains a lot.
Yeah, I'll leave that.
Another chat that I'm in. Okay, that actually explains a lot.
Yeah. So apparently there was something about that, and then it's Putin's. I think it's the one guy's brother there. I don't know if we should say names or anything like that, but anyways, that's what it's about.
I was very much this weekend.
Yeah. There's something.
Yeah.
I mean, me
I was
too,
unplugged.
but that was that was all over the place. Yeah, just be careful with that. What you're talking about there.
Okay.
So, but it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
I legitimately did.
Yeah, I think that's what people are talking. That is what people are talking about for sure. So, all right. I mean, Bitcoin, Tesla did make a move back. 406. We stopped out of, again, we held 25%, bought more back as it went back through 406, got some out at 406.75 right now. So we have half the position on right now at 406.08. But we are just lucky enough to average that back in as it did break 406 and then it stopped and then I just got right back in as it broke back up, thinking that might have been the spot. But yeah, not to be the way right here for the NASDAQ. As yeah, again, like, instead of trying to catch bottoms, and I think this is what I do poorly, catch a bottom when the bottom doesn't exist. We keep on bouncing off this 50-period moving average here on the NASDAQ. So I don't know why I'm getting so excited to see something here on the upside. It just doesn't look like it's trying to go through at all. So we'll hold this, but got one in on this. Let's see if Tesla wants to finally at the top. Nothing's even hitting my scanner right now. Like I told you, I reset it, and this is what's happening now. Tesla and Alibaba. So like I'm not really getting any love here for any other trade ideas other than now this is completely froze. I can't move this. Eventually it will move. But okay, here it goes. There goes Tesla news. I don't know. No, probably not. The NASDAQ finally started right now. So we'll put this $1.40 in our pipe and smoke it. And we actually have an emoji for that. There it is. All right, spark it up now, right there. And this is Joe's favorite, if I can find it. Where's my weed Batman going through there? I don't know about What's up, Joe? Yeah. We got that over there. But I'm going to have to do something with this e-signal. I think my computer must be on said RAM right here, as I cannot change this. But there it goes right now. A nice upside play. I apologize. I'll get rid of this scanner. We just got out at 407.50 there, a little piece. So nice upside play for now in Tesla. Hopefully long lasted, but most likely short lived, as it looks like it's still going the other way.
Oh goodness! Like, you know what? This time I'm going to listen to myself. If we're trending down all day, it looked like we're out to 170, but I'm not going to let this lose that same prior resistance level. Just take the there, and if it ends up being like 168.6 and the best I can do is 69.5 and this reverts back to low, I can live with that. Like it'll be literally like the first, is the only long trade I've had today.
I haven't had, I didn't have any long, yeah, Tesla's my first.
Actually, yeah, this is the first. I don't think that's ever happened before. I don't think that's ever happened, to be honest. Like, it's 320 and that's the first long trade I've taken all day long. That's crazy. But anyways, selling and just barely enough selling, and chance that maybe this gets to 170, but I'm gonna back off that. I actually wanted to pull up Uber, and I'll look back at this name because this is not reacting right now. Like, they're not, nobody's front running the million sell on Uber. By the way, that's 10% of the day's volume on Uber. Uber only does like 11. It's only done 11 million shares. That's a pretty decent size number. So I want to have this on radar. If I see that grow before imbalance, I mean, if I see this grow, then I'm very likely to just punch short and just use this local high. And if it's broken that, then maybe use that one. That's what I'm going to look at now. Uber, kind of take what you can get on any bounce long and scalp it, do whatever you can. It was a decent trend break, so thank you guys for pointing out that Palantir was trying to break. Warrior in the chat says Lilly is strong. It is, but it's actually back to red, believe it or not. So as the market bounced, I guess Lilly is moving down a little bit. I can deal with that. Tech is making a little bit of bounce. Qs are coming back. You probably have the things like Eli Lilly and we were talking about before. They're going to start to find a little bit of weakness. But my eyes are going to be, I'm just going to look at that imbalance, see if Uber gives a short, maybe VWAP, maybe in here, the closer we get to 350. And I should probably just, at some point, I'll just bid out. I have LAC at VWAP. My stop is at probably move that. This isn't going anywhere. LAC is actually up 7%, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, Lithium America is up on the session, but much like everything else, if you weren't long in the first 15 minutes, then the long was wrong. Like that it was for most stocks. Tesla would be an example of something that was a little bit different, but I should just get out of this. It's not moving that much anyways.
No, we just put on some more shares there at 406, but not like, so I just have back half the position. That's it. Like we got out of half on the way up, and our best out 406.50, like, you know, thought it had a chance to go, so we wanted to hold half, and then we just reloaded to on exactly half. We had about 40% left, and now we'll put back. Okay, there it is. It took some out at, and now we'll start to go back up to. We just reloaded at those O's. We go O's to 50, and I'm just trying to do the thing situation because my stop is 405 half. So if we break 405 half, which is there, which is where we last stopped, then we will get out. And I'm sitting at 406.75 fill, and then hopefully we will be able just to go from there and watch this name continue to climb back up. I mean, someone just said in the chat, would you buy CRM there for the long haul? I mean, not really, no. I mean, I just, like, there's key levels at all these. I just, if you're talking about long-term trades, like, I don't know how long-term is for most people, but by great quality companies that are potentially just getting hit like over the last couple weeks due to a valuation of what people feel is overvalue of some of these stocks, PEs coming back in, things. CRM's really been getting hit like basically this whole year. You know, when you're this far away from the 200 period, you know, it's definitely broken and it needs to have a couple better quarters underneath its belt. And obviously if that can happen, then I'll be there and be pretty happy. This is the name that I hold in my account, and I think that this is getting near good spots to start dip buying, but to say that we push, I don't think so. It's not just the earnings weren't great there for CRM, which I thought reported earlier. I'm gonna have to find out what their date looks like right now for CRM. But yeah, right into there, 235 might be a good spot. The low we got there back in May of 24 was 220. And that was looks like a pretty epic collapse there. So I would think close to right now, you might want to sniff a little bit of CRM there. But there it comes right now. We're now $1.50, Neil, in the money. So here we go. This trade was 50 cents worth of risk. We told you where was 505.50. So right now this is $1.50. So 170 cents in for 60 cents worth of risk. So there it is again. We go like this and we go props up to people trading here with Tesla. But I'm getting more out. Let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, Trump just concluded his press conference here to FIFA. He was asked some questions. I mentioned earlier that he did talk a little bit about trade and specifically about goal to have more than half of U.S. or more than half of global chip making in the U.S. He mentioned that earlier. He also mentioned basically near the close, or sorry, not near the close, near the end of this conference, that he's not happy with Mexico with regards to trade, specifically because he doesn't believe they're doing, I guess, stop fentanyl. LMT moving a little bit as well. Trump did speak on these fighter jets being sent to certain countries in the Middle East. So LMT moving higher again, and Mexico being mentioned by Trump with regards to trade. So it's just the market on watch here. Again, Trump is no longer speaking. Back to you.
Okay, so IBIT's actually breaking trend from VWAP. There it is. I'm just going to read it. It just broke the trend line. So like the Palantir trade, ideally you'd be in this one at 52.05 or 06 on IBIT, but I'm going to try and weasel a little bit in here and then see if I can't pick it back up in the low range. Again, just looking for things that are breaking the actual trend line. And if they do, hop in, out. Prior bar low is the out, so I'll get my stop in. And it's very similar to Palantir. Like there's Palantir. Actually, Palantir is still heading higher. Looks like it'll get that 170, but it was a distinct trend line from VWAP. It was this trend line that broke, but a similar thing happening on Bitcoin or IBIT. I'll just call it IBIT because that's what I'm trading. Bitcoin bouncing is 82, but it's this from the volume weighted average price, which I'm looking at. When it made that third contact, there's your fourth, and it's actually breaking this time. So we're going to look for maybe the last thing before the end of the day. Just to note that Uber isn't moving, so it's not growing, so not really that exciting to me anymore. If it had grown, I would have looked for the short trade, but as you can see, it was 1 million before, it's 1.1 million now, and it might not be that interesting at the close. That's actually a stock. It's on my maybe list on the daily, Uber, for things that I think could, like it's on the verge of breaking down, and then you might want to stink bid it. Kind of thinking about the 80 level here, well underneath it's probably not until they report, but this feels like one. We're going to reject $100, like it's got some kind of a capitulation or breakdown bottom or something like the $80 on the back of my mind. And then you mentioned Shopify.
I like Shopify.
Shopify is one move away from the 200 period moving average. That could be something as well.
Just out another piece there of Tesla as it broke through 407 again. So right there, 407. We actually wound up getting 407.10 as and getting a little nervous about that trade. Of course, here it comes right back up again. So there it is. If you don't believe me, take it out now for the dollar. It's $1 in the money now. I'm gonna see if there's some get up to this name. We talked about it. We do have the imbalances coming through. Neil just talked briefly about those, and we're just gonna have to wait. That's 350. The imbalances will come out, right? And then once we do that, then we'll see if there's some good news there. Yeah, I don't like all that talk like about Mexico and all that. Like these should be friendly fire, man, not negativity
like
there.
strikes in Mexico? Like what are we talking?
Yeah, you don't want to. Said like, oh well, you know, I don't mind striking Canada for something. Like, come on. I mean, this is not peaceful talk, but so be it. I mean, what's happening in Venezuela and all that, we've all seen some of the the Department of War. So it does. You've already talked about Uber. Uber just showed up on my scan, so that's why I was going to call it up. SoFi, again, I think maybe one more day of pain to the downside, and then I think I'll step in and buy some SoFi possibly tomorrow, just in case this trade continues to go a little bit lower. What about picking up SoFi at $25, $25.50 or so tomorrow? That would be a good trade today. SoFi, I like that name. Robinhood, maybe near $100 mark. Meta's already broke through again, but some other names, man. Kenvue on that story. could be getting some volume into it, which we've just seen. Nice little volume extension from $17 down to 16. That really extended that move down there with volume. So we really like that one. And as Trump gets more wishy-washy about these other countries, like, I don't think Boeing is going to be that great anymore either. Let's wait to see how far Boeing can fall. That was just $230. I put some money in here at 200, but that was just 230 straight falling now. Boeing again. These guys aren't even making money, so I don't know if this is going to be.
I am stink bidding that stock.
Yeah, this is going to be another one potentially that might be able to find a level. But this is why we sort of started here in and around 200, right into here. Again, the 200 period moving average is right there, but this one dips down again. Boeing be. Where is Boeing going? It looks a lot lower. So yeah, not feeling the greatest about that most recent position, but I like the BABA one you put on. So all right, here we go. Right now, for everybody interested, for me it's just Tesla, and for everybody else, let's go find out what Adair's up to.
Yeah, let's talk here about these earnings news tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, actually a pretty exciting day for earnings. We'll get Klarna before the bell. This is, I believe, their first report since their IPO. We'll also get some Chinese ADRs, including PDD and Baidu and Home Depot. More about these expected moves. Check out this infographic just posted on X at TTV Research. This will give you the expected move for all of these earnings names that are reporting before the bell. I already have a Home Depot earnings infographic. There's going to be one on PDD, Baidu, and Futu coming out very soon. Back to you.
For Sebastian in the chat, I said Alibaba was Boeing.
Boeing. Yeah.
That is the one mistake I make more than any other one. I'll be looking at a Boeing chart and I will just say Alibaba for some reason. It makes no sense. So most of the time, if it doesn't make sense, I was probably talking about Boeing when I said BABA, and if it does make sense, I was talking about BABA. No, this is one that I'm actually, I decided when it broke the 200 period moving average, I threw a stink bid. I believe, memory serves, because it was a couple of weeks, week and a half ago, memory serves it was around 180 bucks. Because that was a big key level. I just kind of feel like the worst has sort of come in for Boeing, and I exited, like I used to own this for a long period of time, all of it. I just want to kind of build back into some non-techie things. So that was one of them, kind of felt like it made a bottom. I'm just going to start into it. But with only 30 minutes to go to the end of the day, we'll see. As I said, the second long trade of the day for myself is right here. IBIT is not breaking away. Like, here's the biggest difference. Like Palantir, when it broke the trend line, like it immediately showed that support, but it had some bounce moves. You're not really seeing that happen over here in IBIT, at least not right now. Like, it's consolidating, but in the wrong way. Like, they're all red candles. So I'm going to stop out under here, back some of what we made on Palantir. But again, if you're looking for the long, I think you got to pick your spot, and you have to adhere, right? Like, there's no point taking two shots at it and then being, like red overall. I'm not going to try and fight this one if it's going to continue down. We're going to continue down. Bitcoin, we've looked at this chart a million times. There's nothing that great about where we're at. Like, sure, you're at a major support level in Bitcoin. That'd be a good place for like a temporary bounce or some little bit of something off the lows. But if we break underneath 90, it looks like technically. Like, you don't have to be a chartered market technician to be able to figure out that if this area breaks, why wouldn't we get down here? I don't know. That's where my mind is at. Like, I might try this long here, but I'm not buying Bitcoin again until we see the 70s or something distinct that shows me we're still on the line, which would not be today, by the way.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right about that with Bitcoin. I want to kind of stick away from that 407.50 we just got again right there. So yeah, lead zone here into the close again right now. All right, I just want to go over really quickly here. These are these imbalances that Neil and I keep on mentioning here. We have SOXL with a bid. So that seems to be a little strange to me.
It showed up on Friday as a bid too.
I don't think this is a big one. Yeah, just again, this is just ETF. So again, if you're looking for some kind of an ETF to trade off of, this could be one, and it is, of course, SOXL. So watch out for that if you are interested, potentially a triple levered ETF. I think it's tripled. Hold on a second. SOXL. Double or tripled anyways in the semiconductor 3 times. Yeah, so this 3 times long, so you can see it's getting crushed today. So someone wants to come in and buy that, it looks like. Nike with a sell, that just showed up right now. So again, as we are on to the week of earnings, and Dare just did great there with Klarna, that should be an exciting one tomorrow. But some of these names there, buys and sells into the close. So this is government bonds, so we're not worried about SGOV at all. That's not going to be people looking into it. And then it's this BMNR would be the one that I think there's been some, some trades, especially, by traders in BMNR. It's only it does a lot of volume. This would be an interesting name to highlight in close, BMNR. So we'll have to watch.
What we're talking about is at real trading, there's a decent chance that might be, it's a guess, but it might be probably the top stock in the last month.
I think it's a top
nothing else. Yeah. There's nothing else in the AMX that I think could be giving those types of moves. As we were mentioning on Friday, like SOXL.
Well, SPY, I mean, people could be trading SPY.
It could, but there's only a couple of things. It's the SPY, or it's like.
Yep.
I mean, you could make an argument for like GL. I suppose you could make an argument for, but I don't think that's moved enough. So my guess is just pure volatility-wise, the moves are so gigantic. Like, okay, like here's the example. Like IBIT, I got 52.08 as my price. My stop was just underneath 90, so it's like a move in there for, it's not much, it's a $50 stock. And then you look at from top to bottom, you're 54 to about 52, just ballparking it, so call it a couple of percentage points. BMN has moved 34.5 to 30, right? So it's moved twice as much and it's less expensive. So this has been, I don't even know why I don't look at it. I bet you the locates are actually not even expensive either on BMNR. Like the next time we're thinking crypto short, I'm not gonna do Mara. I should be looking at BMNR because ETH is also the same thing. Like we're underneath 3,000 and ETH is worse than Bitcoin. So if you think Bitcoin's ever a short, it does make sense to maybe jump to something that's a little bit new in this particular. Only about 15 minutes to go to the imbalances. I see people talking about some relative names. BP, the stock goes SSR or short sell restricted, meaning the uptick rule is in effect. It doesn't mean you can't short the stock. It means that you can't hit the bid, go short, unless the last print was green, like an uptick. And that's at 10%. So if a stock hits 10%, then that day and the next day it's SSR. Day trader, what up to you? Guess which? Ooh.
Yeah, I read that one.
Oh, shoot.
Still holding it. Hey, man, I mean, you're never wrong until you sell, but I mean, holding a loss.
I mean, Joe had suggested selling some covered calls against it.
I mean, the thing is today, I would just say if you don't have to get out, I mean, we talked about this earlier. It's always nice to have stops in place in the first place. That's tough to do. But, today is, in my opinion, not the day to be panicking and covering any of these big hits. But that's just, it's not financial advice to anybody else, myself. Like, I find that when I panic is when you don't make the right decisions. The market's getting crushed today. Like selling Tesla down here at 406, like you may get a bounce, on this name specifically. And I think if you're going to talk about getting bounces, I really like it. And I'm sorry about that, day trader. I hate that happens. But I mean, I'm sure you've had winners. I don't know about similarly, but hopefully similarly to some positions like that. But Google has, if there's going to be pedigree to bounce back, I mean, I think you're in the right one. I think Google should be good to go, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. I don't. It's easy for me to say when I'm not in that kind of a trade. So, look. For me, I've probably lost that much on Google too on the way down right here. But my plan is those positions in my long-term account. I was talking about this with Joe.
It's not a swing.
Yeah, it's not like I'm not trying. I don't need that capital for right now. Yeah, there it is. Still got 400. Okay. So I think you're similar to out there then, where it's not the complete end of the world on this.
I see.
But yeah, it does suck to experience. Sorry to hear that, but
no, it's when you're DCing into something sometimes. But you've got powder right there, so make sure. I do think Joe had some sound advice. The whole you can always sell calls against in the time being. For anyone that's I know you can hear that the drilling noise. So it's not anything that's happening behind us. You can't see the entire production. We're essentially everything that makes the show work sits behind us or in front of us, but where you guys don't see. They're just doing some stuff over there. They just recently moved back. So that's the drilling you hear. Of course. It was like a second ago where it hit that like perfectly horrible pitch. Like that, you know, there's always like that one pitch, it just gets high enough where you're like, yeah, that was nice.
It's a little annoying.
But what are you going to do? We're drilling to the lows of the day again, because that's what the NASDAQ, everything is safe. But we're drilling right back into the lows. That is the cues. Right back heading into the lows. Like I just got out of IBIT, so this afternoon, too long as the day for myself. Palantir worked, and IBIT did not, and I guess that par for the course because shorts should have been better anyways, right? So you made the money back from the morning shorting everything, and then try to go long, and it fails. But we're not breaking the absolute low of the day here. Day Trader Lay with another super chat. If Alphabet passes 295 anytime, you'll super chat. At any point, if it passes 295 this week, hey, you don't have to do that. We'll all be happy if 295 gets hit.
Yeah, but I think he'll be super happy.
Oh, you'll be ecstatic. We'll cheering for you. Nobody actually, so that I know of, I don't think anybody really cheers for the market to go down. You can short things as a day trader and make a little bet that the stock's going to go down, but who actually cheers overall the market's going down? Unless you happen to have a bid that you just want to get filled in your long term. So we're cheering for you, absolutely. Let's be real. I don't know that we got 5 didn't cross this morning, Tasia. I think the high was actually 94s. So we need to break Friday's high. No, sorry, that's not Friday. That's like Wednesday or something like that. But speaking of Wednesday, that's going to be a big deal.
Oh,
that's going to be what determines a lot of what happens this week. And Jimmy, how do we think Tom Lee is feeling right now? Like he's still rich.
Yeah, he got everybody else's money. He doesn't care.
But the thing about it is, like, trust me, like when we look at our portfolios when things are down 8% from the highs, we'll probably, I don't care how percentage-wise, it's just like at a certain level. He's good.
He's not down anything percentage-wise, that guy. He just took everyone else's money, and that's that, man.
I don't know. Look, I don't.
I don't know if he.
I don't know. That's the thing. I actually, I know he backs the stuff. I have no idea how much of his personal wealth is in the MNR, if any. I couldn't even answer that question for you. I would imagine if he does have it in there, then it can't be that.
I'd say he has 0 in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So yeah, BMNR dead. Okay, Google, Uber. I mean, Uber now just keeps on hitting. That's why I don't. We had VWAP or something, right? Oh, I guess maybe just this little breakout right there of Uber. So Uber, yeah, up green. We talked a little bit about that, but yeah, I didn't realize Uber was on this kind of a run. That a little bit earlier as we just hold on to this stupid Tesla trade. That looks like right now it's going to break 405 right now to the downside. So here it is right now looking to break through 405, then we're gone. No more trying this, man. I have no idea where these imbalances are coming. Now they're only 8 minutes away. So danger among with Tesla for sure. I didn't even look at the imbalances here.
Nike's now 1.8.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, it wasn't 1.8 when we saw it. This MIR wasn't on here before, so that would be another one there, but that's a bid. I'd say it's not getting any feels from this. I'm just getting feels from the market, and obviously the feels aren't that great, down 1.26. The market really hasn't done anything in a half hour. I think Neil and I have been doing good just to sort of ignore some of the noise here. All right, so that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, good pun.
Let's go back. What did I say? I didn't mean to
ignore some of the noise.
Yeah.
The drilling was going on.
Oh, the drilling. Oh, that's not even what I meant in the NASDAQ here, but yeah, that was a good one.
It does work.
There as the noise has been a factor here today. Okay, let's go back. Are we going to Adara?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, let's go.
We had some commentary coming from Fed's Waller, and he's actually a little bit more dovish than a lot of the Feds we've seen as of late. He actually says that there's really no economic data, including that jobs data we're going to be getting in Thursday, that he believes will dissuade him from the idea that we need another rate cut. So again, Fed's Waller making it pretty clear that it's very unlikely any data is going to make him think that another rate cut isn't in order. So he's very much in the camp of another rate cut, specifically saying the reason for that cut would be weak. This is a refrain we've heard before, though some Fed members as of late within the last couple of weeks are actually expressing some skepticism about the idea that the labor market is in such a state that it would warrant a rate cut on its own, specifically with inflation concerns being measured as well. I do have to mention as well, I'm seeing some comments here from you. Company announcing that their regular schedule has been resumed and they are now operating at full capacity. We know capacity was reduced due to the government shutdown, which ended last week. He
was always Adara. So Nike is on this at 1.8 million to the sell side. So
do what,
Uber's
Nero?
gone, Nike's there, so I'm going to pay attention to that. And again, there's the super
what?
chat
Says it
again.
just-
Trader LA.
You're doing so
If
good there.
Google passes 295 anytime, that's the super chat from before, and we're all, trust me, we're all.
Yeah,
cheering
we
for
want
you.
that to happen.
Like there's, you know, like we're all going to be happy if we see that happen for you, day trader. Like, you don't have to. We appreciate super chats. You don't have to do that. What we always ask is just pay it forward. Like, hit the subscribe, pass the show on to all of your friends, and anybody that might be interested in the markets, right? Like that's what it's all about here. 5 minutes to go until potentially we get the imbalances. Ooh, someone else just said Palantir. No, not. Nope, not going to do it. First thought was, what if Palantir could go right back to the level that the dip buy was good? No, not at 345. I think getting one long to work today is enough for me. Going down day trader like 20 memberships.
There we go.
A second ago was just like, hey, we appreciate you don't have to, and then you drop 20 memberships on everybody. So grab them, and a reminder, everybody that does get a membership or is interested in getting a membership, there is a little something. There is the morning note. So the morning note from Sharif. Today, Outfit was a big story you guys can see here. Well, how many pages is this thing?
I don't know.
13 pages long today. I just checked. Thank you. NVIDIA, of course, that story. Bitcoin. And then it gives you a rundown of what every major story is, resistance levels, in-depth, and it's very, very well sort of researched. Kind of gives you a place to start. You know, you can start with us, then you have a reference material to go with it. For lack of a better term, I couldn't think of a better way, like reference material.
That's a good.
What are we, in school right now? No, but that's what you can get with the membership. So thank you very much, Day Trader LA. We appreciate you.
Let's go.
For sure.
Yeah, good one there.
Reference material.
I really hope that you can get that trade going for yourself. So let's go. Yeah, okay, here we go, man. We're starting to go now. $1.50 in the money on Tesla. Again, we just bought off that 405. So here it goes now, 407 upside. So here's $2. The cash register there, the most gangster cash register you've ever seen. But there it is right there. It's starting to go upside now for Tesla. Let's just hold, man. Maybe we get to the 200 period of 410. Let's put an offer around 50. We'll see if we can get some shares out there. And then we'll go to 409.50, put some more shares there. And with only 4 minutes to go, we can have a quick little look at where this market goes. Well, someone's coming in, so we have to look at this because BMNR, again, is starting to go upside. Now, there is an imbalance there on BMNR, so I wanted to check out what that was doing right now. It's a 1.66 million sell. Write this down and just to see what BMNR winds up doing right now. And that's, of course, at 345. So I just want to see this. There's BMNR right here, sell side. So let's just give to what may happen here into the close for BMNR. And by the way, there's $2 now, so let's go Tesla back up to the upside here as we continue to try to hold this 405 bid. So it looks like it's doing that. We did take a shot on this for sure. So far so good here. I've only traded 4 names today. Apple, which was in and out quickly there early, like real quick at 470, which turns out to be such a good short, but it did kick me out there and we wound up losing 50 cents. We only had to hold 50 more cents on that one. The Palantir short was pretty good. Obviously, this is my #1 stock there. The TQs, we talked about that short and wrong there before being nicely right on the short eventually. The trade that you guys are all seeing me in right now is Tesla, of course. So we have to watch out to see where that one now goes. But that's it. Oh, wow. Tesla, did I just get that? Did I just get 408.50s there? I'm going to take a piece out right now, man. There it is, 408. Neil, $3. Obviously, LAC is not going to go $3, but at least this is going up. I haven't looked at LAC, literally at 1% of the price. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here. But so far, so good now, man. We'll see if we go $3 right here on Tesla. Nice trade. Back up there to the upside, man. There goes Tesla. After all this, we'll be green on it. But we still have 2 more minutes until this imbalance.
Well, LAC is a trade from this morning. I only traded two things this afternoon. The only things I traded this afternoon were IBIT and Palantir. IBIT didn't work, Palantir did. Bounces, I will just punch out. I'll probably just punch out of LAC before it gets to the volume weighted average price. That said, it's Nike that's going to be on my mind. Still, it's not growing, but they're holding the size here on Nike. And overall, like I said, this is a decent chunk of the day's volume at 11.5 million in volume. 1.7 to the sell side. So that's more than 10%. And it's exactly at VWAP. So if I see that come out at or bigger, just going to throw a stop effectively like right here at like 63.10 or just above 63.10. And as long as this comes out at, I want it to be bigger than the 1.7. If it comes out, this is a number I can show anybody. If it comes out that size, not that big of a deal. But if it comes out bigger than 2 short and my stop is already in, BMNR has now grown to 1 million shares as well. So that should be worth pulling up there. Strongly suspect that that has been a big mover the last couple of days, at least a couple of times in the last few weeks for the imbalance trade. So 1 million there, 1.7 on Nike. Those will be the things that I'm looking at. Hey, the market finally catches a bid. In this case, as we said, profit taking would mean people buying going into the close. Doesn't mean I think we're out of the water. The Nasdaq's still 1% to the downside. Same thing with the ES. Bit of a relief rally happening here. Looking at Nike, maybe BMNR, although I'm guessing we had to pay for locates, so probably just Nike.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Don't even have those.
Yeah, here we go. With only just a couple seconds left. I mean, we got it now on Tesla. 350 in the money as we continue to go now. So that's going to be just obviously, hopefully for you guys, a banger trade. As like Neil just said, we haven't given you much this afternoon, but we did give you Tesla. And there it goes now. And buy here to end the day, so that's really nice again as well. So that's a good trade coming through. Cisco, Soxel's still there. Rigetti with a sell. Too much size on these sells right now. Just NVIDIA. I don't know what KDP is, but that's there as well. It looks like it's just NVIDIA for the win right now. JP Morgan with a small. But there it goes, man. Tesla 350 in the money. We did it, everybody. So that's a props trade right there. Props up to all you guys who have this trade on Tesla. 409. $4. Let's take a piece out on this one if we can. We're still waiting for 409.50, but there it goes, man. 405 to 409. We did it again. Like after putting out these kind of trades early, here's another $4 winner right there for Tesla. So right back up to the upside. With only 10 minutes to go, it's IBKR and something else tonight, Klarna tomorrow.
Actually, IBKR, I thought it was tomorrow morning.
Is it tomorrow? Dara sent us IBKR.
IBKR, it usually reports after the bell, and they are not on my list at all. So I'll look into that, but I've not seen that anywhere. Okay, yeah, maybe they're already out. We don't have much.
It's literally, I think it's like trip.com.
Anything. Yeah, maybe it's nothing. I thought IBKR, but might not be right.
Trip.com is the one that's reporting, and they don't even, I don't know, it does like 1 million shares in volume. I'm not even sure that one's going to be that big of a move, but you never know. You always lock and load, but there's so much to go over, whether it's retail earnings that are coming up later. Something I like to do. When there's not a heck of a lot in terms of crazy earnings, that's the perfect time that you get to actually go over, hey, this is what happened in the stock we can look at tomorrow, or we can set up what's happening for earnings later on in the week. Adara?
Sorry, I just want to confirm here. Yeah, IBKR already reported actually a month ago, yes, 16th, 2025. I pulled up the filing myself.
All right, good. IBKR. It reported tomorrow might help like some of these Robin Hoods and all that stuff.
Nothing
right there. Maybe
Bitcoin bounce is the only thing that's helping them. ETH is back above 3K at least. ETH took it on the chin more than a little bit, which I could just show you guys Ethereum's for it. Doesn't really matter. With a nice bounce off of the lows. This is a little more liquidity, same chart, but a little bit of a bounce off the lows. Not even that much. That's the thing. Like nobody, I don't think anybody's celebrating when Bitcoin barely holds on to 92 and ETH barely holds on to 90 or 3,000. I very much feel the same. Like I still feel the exact same way. Like if this is all we get, a small slight bounce, like this is a 15-minute. Like you just kind of go into this channel and then we get the lows. That's not good. It's still bad. I'd come in with the same bias tomorrow unless proven otherwise that we are with a potential of breaking. So the thing is, like if you break down, I feel like it's a bigger deal if you break down than if you bounce. So if you lean short, I think you have more upside going into tomorrow. But you know, we could gap up, come in tomorrow, and Bitcoin's at 95. It's entirely possible. But if we're down here, then I'm still thinking short.
Yeah, it should be around that 95. I think tomorrow we should get a bounce back. Okay, so Tesla again, like we did it. So shout out to Brandon. Oops, we did it again. You are correct. We did do it again. And I hope that you guys did it with me there. As I'll take another piece out breaking 408, but we got a bunch of outs there as the market just gave it up to 409. So like we wanted 450, we just sat there in front of that 409.50 and we didn't get it. So we'll tap out right now. We still have a little piece left, probably about 10%, a little more, about 15% left here on Tesla. We're buying these bottoms and there it goes right back up there to the upside on a nice little relief rally into the close. That BM did not do a whole heck of a lot. It went up with the market, but then stopped right there. So I wasn't able to really identify too much of a trade there. Was trying to hope to see something, but didn't really. It did evaporate from the imbalance. So definitely some funny stuff going on there. But yeah, nothing to worry about because the market did move up and now back in, so money made on that one. And again, a big thank you for all those super chats that came through Day Trader LA. It means a lot to us. Thank you for continuously supporting the show as well. Those are $5 a member. Basically just get you that Sharif note, which is kind of cool. And then all the ability to do those cool emojis like Brandon did when he was talking about Britney Spears there with me. But so far, so good here. Tesla, nice move into the close and no earnings. As we said, TCOM, trip.com tonight. I'm looking for some trips. Bid on, yeah, Neil means bid, not bit. There's, we're bidding it, Sebastian, on PayPal. We could talk about that. Are we going over to Neil, I believe, right now?
Well, whether you're stink bidding or maybe just trading in general, for too long, when doing so, it meant risking your own money or just enough to start. And that fear of losing kept a lot of traders on the sidelines. That's now changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70%. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code in front of you and get 10% off your first evaluation.
And thank you, Neil. And by the way, right there it goes. Face slapper. It's a hot dog kind of a day. You like glizzies? You like hot dogs? He loves hot dogs. There it is right there. So you'll love this trade right there. $4 and change right there as we fire off the cannons one more time as we come crashing in on the plane here this afternoon. Waiting there for Tesla, nicely done. Back up to the upside. We were a little patient with that one, but we do only have a little piece left. We'll take it out there. Our bid filled, 409.50. So it continues to go back there to the upside. Yeah, now everybody wants those glizzies. Hopefully take a couple of your profits today and do that. But here we go, 409. We're going to get out right now. There it is, bang. Oh, no, we still have one a little bit left. There it is, yes, sir. So one more time, it's a face slap right there for Tesla. 405 to 409 there right at the end of the day just to top it off. So far, so good here. As we'll just continue to hope that tomorrow, Neil, is a better day.
Well, I mean, for the overall market, we can hope it's a better.
I don't know.
The thing about this is the thing about trading. You could have shorted today. Like, keep that in mind. Like the longs at the end, a great one on Tesla, but ultimately most of the day probably money was made shorting.
Oh yeah, my biggest
which is for trading.
Too,
yeah, exactly. Like I had 2 longs all day, and it was all the shorts that made me green today, not longs. That being said, do have a lot to cover. We're gonna have Michael Loss coming back in because I want to hear his thoughts. And we talked a little about energy today, and that was one of the things I was surprised didn't hold up better.
Yeah.
But it didn't. But it's just day one. So we have a lot to cover for sure. And of course, thank you so much for the super chats and the memberships as well. And for those that were fortunate enough to get that membership, make sure you check it out. You know, you always want to, you don't want to trade blind. There's no need to. That's why you're here. We have news all day long. We've got the reports in the morning, and that's what it's going to be all about here. Nothing really crazy on, like I said, on those imbalances at the end. Nike didn't come out as anything, so obviously didn't trade it. And NVIDIA has also paired off. So in the last couple of minutes, I'm going to mosey on up to the desk.
Yeah, get over there.
So we can, and I want to say, like, KC, clear, like the money, I got back green because of shorts, not because of the long at the end of the day. Like, I was red in the first 20 or 30 minutes of the day, but then you saw, like, every that you had after, like, lunchtime or during that time was obviously good to stick with. So majority of the day was about the short, and you just have to be able to do that when the market's right now, because it's built a little differently, unfortunately, recently.
All right, yeah, the market is a wild one. Okay, so nice outs there, and yeah. I hope everybody else is obviously green out there as well. But I want to see, did Roblox wind up holding that 100 mark? I think this could be a trade for tomorrow as well. Let's wait to see what happens with Roblox. I think that people are going to have FOMO tomorrow. I feel like the market's going to be up early tomorrow, and then maybe we'll hit it to the downside as more trade. Worry that maybe they didn't get that bottom there, and now worry for buying potentially ill-advised buys tomorrow, but I could see that happening for sure. So let's be careful with that. Where did Meta wind up? Is it over 6 on Meta here, guys? Yeah, so we're still net 6 on this, so we could wait to see if 600 wants to hold, and that could be into tomorrow as well with only 1 minute left. Yeah, I'm not really doing anything over here, just watching the market. Let me call up those imbalances just to see. So right now we got J&J. Wasn't J&J, didn't I hear? They were at all-time highs today. So again, pays to be diversified. J&J with a monster move higher over the last little while. So congratulations, anybody on that Johnson & Johnson tip right there. Obviously, Kenvue having some issues, but not J&J right now. That's been spun off. So there it goes. Nice move higher there for J&J. I don't know what BN is. Caesars Group there to end the day. But yeah, Johnson, huge move. Look at this. I'm in this name, so that's a good one there, J&J. Procter & Gamble, another one. 10 seconds left. We want to thank everybody for joining us. It's Oragenics time, symbol OGen. Thank you so much for sponsoring. If you are in the concussion, interested in that market, go check them out. There it is. Wow. What a battle back. I mean, when we got into that NASDAQ trade or that Tesla trade, I said, maybe we can get back to like 3/4. Something like that. And right now you're down 0.8. So good little move back there in the NASDAQ, creating not as bad of a rebound. It looks like the ES was the one that had a hard time. They stayed down that point. So NASDAQ, nice battle back, probably led by NVIDIA. We did see NVIDIA get that nice little rebound there at the end of the day, only down 1.85%. Tomorrow's another day, everybody. So stay tuned for that. Thank you so much for joining. Very interesting day today. Here, and I hope so far for you guys. If not, doesn't matter. Make sure you do join us tomorrow, bright and early at 8:30, when myself, Sharif, and Brendo will sort of guide you through this market. Joe will be here, obviously, with upgrades and downgrades, talking more about options. We're excited tomorrow. It's Tuesday, but it's just Monday, and it's market recap with Adara and Neil. So get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao, everybody.
Oh,
What the heck was that laugh? Thanks, Sean. Your market recap brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. What was that laugh just now? That was the most ridiculous sounding laugh I've ever heard. But fine. Adara just mentioned something to me which could be a little bit spicy tomorrow. I know we have NVIDIA earnings coming up on Wednesday, but Oracle has their investor day tomorrow. Oracle has its investor. What is the worst that could possibly happen at Oracle, which was part of the not a bloodbath, but the negativity today? Certainly, I would say negativity today led a little bit by crypto space because there was a lot of liquidations in Bitcoin and some of the crypto adjacent names that took a chin the most. There was some positivity in the market. Alphabet, because Berkshire took a stake in Alphabet, which is 10%, their 10th largest position, just a baby position to everything else, maybe leaving some room for more. That ends up 3% to the upside. But realistically, that was trending down for most of the day, just like the overall market. And I mentioned this Oracle investor event tomorrow because much like the rest of the market, it was down 1.5%. Have a look at what's been going on. I don't know if you guys have seen Oracle lately, but when they mentioned crazy guidance entirely due to OpenAI, they are distinctly underneath that breakout on the daily chart, which is at about $223. So they get their investor day tomorrow after they have pulled back, just a neat and tidy 35% from the high.
Yeah.
Good timing.
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts on this, and if anyone's heard me rant Oracle, I know a lot of people have actually been kind of critical of criticism towards Oracle, but here's the thing. If you've spent time going through the company's earnings reports, as I did, going back like 5 years, as I did, then I think you are allowed to have an That's just the opinion I have, and I am fully willing to stand by that. But yeah, let's also the CWAN. I mean, I already heard reports of this. So this isn't really new, but I can't even pull it up on eSignal. Yeah, so CWAN actually is moving post-market here. Thoma Bravo, which is a buyout firm, apparently making an offer to acquire Clearwater Analytics. So I apologize, that happened right at the close. But yeah, CWAN or C1, if you will, around 3:56 p.m. Reuters reporting that Thoma Bravo has made acquire them. We already had this. It was on the watch list like last Wednesday, so it's not new. But I do want to mention Oracle again here, if I may, Neil, and cut me off if we have anything. So here's the thing with Oracle. When you have that you barely were using, like at any point, that wasn't even in your Form 8Ks until that report, and then you happen to tout it out when you have a double earnings miss, I wonder about the veracity of that metric. And then furthermore, like here, guys, here is the actual look at what they've reported. So this is like their 2023 to fiscal 2025 revenue here in this segment. And I want to point out, I had to math these myself. I had to do my own math on these because Oracle have it on their fiscal reports. I did my own math on this. So that shows you how little they cared about this metric. And then all of a sudden they come out with this guidance. They've actually, I think, upped the guidance since then. And you might be thinking, how could they up the guidance since then? It hasn't even really been 2.5 months. Well, they've been very enthusiastic, guys. So yes, I know I have beef on this, but I've done the math, and the math, to put it quite simply, is not really mathing here. I have a lot of questions as to how they're going to justify this guidance, and I think this could be the first kind of, pinata to get burst here with regards to the AI bubble. And I'm not saying Oracle is a bubble, but I'm saying that the math for this infrastructure is a little dubious.
Well, I mean, if you could make the argument that it's more than filled in the gap. They came out with that initial crazy, which a lot of people thought at the time was a bit of a crazy guy. It's lower. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it was really poor timing. It's almost as if they were like the canary in the coal mine, but it is underneath, so to speak. So if it breaks down any further, that's even worse, I would think. That being said, they would not be the first company to try to put some out there and spin something when they know they have some bad reports coming through.
The extent to which they spun it, though,
they've been aggressive with guys. I will say that. I mean, the company, it's been around a while. Like when I started trading one of the Four Horsemen, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, not looking was crazy guidance. But I think we saw a few things today, which I think, I know it's bad and no one's happy when the market. But you can start to see a little bit of kernels of strength out there. We had mentioned Eli Lilly. While not making, I don't think it made a fresh all-time high today.
I got close.
I think it got really, really close to making another fresh all-time high without actually doing so. Ends up some price, I would suppose maybe some profit taking happening up top. As Sean had mentioned, and we had mentioned a couple of times throughout the day, you had J&J, which was showing a little bit of strength. So you got some strength in the healthcare sector as this rotation plays itself out here. Whether it's just the AI trade you say going down, I would argue just the AI trade. Like if you're thinking it's just the AI names going down, look at anything that was frothy in the nuclear sector. Look at that was frothy in the quantum space. Look at anything and everything that was frothy in the crypto space. All of these types of things, whether it's any kind of crypto treasury play is getting crushed today. You can make an argument with the quantum names. Ion Key had positive news this morning. Well, I mean, some would call it positive news with an acquisition. And it was like it's holding green because of that, at least. But at the same time, it also was almost cut in half recently. So you've got some kernels of strength, I suppose, in this Asian play. I think you can look at some financials for that. But mostly in healthcare is where we found a little bit of the oomph, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, and I think one thing, too, the reason I just wanted to say something there is IONQ and QUBT are both attending this Super Compute 2025 conference. That's going to be tomorrow. I would certainly be keeping an eye on that. If I see any updates from them, I'll let you know. I do want to mention as well, and I'm going to do a bit of a shameless self-promo, for our daily calendars here on X at TTV Research, because sometimes I'm not going to necessarily look at all of these names, but if I see some of them moving, I'm going to remember, hey, they had an event. And again, I'm lucky that I will remember these things, but the point I'm trying to make is calendars. Now, obviously, not all of these are going to move on a given day, but if you do see them moving, I think it is worth noting, and that's how you can see here Oracle having its annual meeting. Yep. That's how I knew that, because I was making this calendar. We have IONQ and QUBT at the Super Compute tomorrow. We've got Boeing still at that Dubai Air Show. Shout out to my good friend Kelly Ortberg. I'm not going to live that joke down, so I'm just going to play it up. But yeah, Arista Network, go CVNA. keep an eye on CVNA for sure. And T-Mobile and Visa all attending this Wells Fargo Summit. So tons of events tomorrow, guys. And you can find these every single day. They're posted at 3 p.m. Eastern the day before. So this one for tomorrow was posted today at 3 p.m. Eastern.
And you can see on that note, we get the start of retail earnings with
There's an infographic for
Depot. And let's just say Home Depot, things have not been going very well for this name. Not pulling back off of the highs. No, but Home Depot comes into this report looking incredibly weak. Look, they're not the only ones we get. We're going to get Walmart. But it is outside of NVIDIA, this is retail earnings week. And you're coming in here with a lot of people concerned about it and what that might mean for the strength of retail. You had some admission that prices have been going up, and that's been strapping a lot of the consumers. So this is going to be a big series of bellwether reports, I think, for the market in here. We're going to see starting tomorrow morning. And then on top of that, there were a couple of names that you might have seen there. One of those being Pinduoduo, which last I checked was a Chinese stock.
Yes.
And at least today, I mean, oddly enough, there was some news with Alibaba. Of course, that's a NASDAQ stock, Neil. What are you doing, PDD? But you saw activity with Alibaba, basically because they had, they had a couple of stories last week. Fortunately for Baba, they had that story where the U.S. government was accusing them of helping the Chinese military, and that had tanked. Then they had some positive news, at least with regards to their AI today. A bit of a mixed picture, but so it was able to hold up a little green. Pinduoduo was not. Going into this report tomorrow morning, Pinduoduo is literally breaking the trend line going into the report. So this could be one. We've seen this move before, but it's off the highs. It's already breaking down here. I could easily testing. If it's not good, I can see us retesting that 200-period moving average here for PDD. Baba was just built a little bit differently, which it usually is. Alibaba doing okay, but PDD, I think that one's going to be under considerable amount of pressure, at least going both the China sentiment, which we know has been a bit of a trouble, and then you that it literally broke the trend. The 50-period got closed underneath. You'd say this stock could be under some pressure. So while retail is going to be on the mind, this name is going to be on the mind tomorrow. But realistically, the second you said that Oracle investor event, my thought went to how much AMD moved on their event and how much Oracle is under pressure in this earnings season. And that's the big thing to watch tomorrow. I don't care.
Going to be a difference here too. I want to clarify between like this, which is just like a stockholder meeting, and the kind of analyst fanfare, the analyst fanfare that AMD had. Like they literally had a cocktail reception and intermissions. I don't think Oracle is going to be that, but I think it is worth noting and being aware of. Also, Fed's Waller. Okay, I also want to talk about this. This is our fun retail earnings preview, a master list here on X at TTV Research. So this shows you every single morning who's reporting, in order of the ETA, and then the revenue and EPS estimates for each of these reports. Now, there are also individual earnings infographics coming for these too. So we have one for Home Depot. Tomorrow I'll be posting Target. I might do Lowe's if I feel like it. And then, of course, Walmart's going to have its own. So just be aware, guys, this is a master post here in X at TTV Research. I'm posting all of the other threads under here. Talking a lot about Fed independence. And I don't mean Fed independence from politics. I mean Fed members being independent of one another. He's actually saying that he believes that the Fed may soon show the least groupthink in years, and that these razor-thin votes that we're having quite a few dissenting, actually undermine the confidence that people feel about future Fed decisions. So really interesting stuff. Yeah, very interesting stuff. And I saw in the chat, Ian Rispetto mentioning Microsoft's event starts tomorrow. I'm looking into this. Their Ignite event. It's like a 3-day event. I don't know exactly what. Those are usually pretty low key. I don't even know what's going to be in that one, but it's a 3-day event that does start tomorrow. Don't know if that's, again, I don't know how much removal. It wasn't on my calendar either. Like, no, I literally, he mentioned it. I just pulled it up now. As well. I never saw it. So we'll keep an eye on Microsoft as well. There's going to be a lot, there's going to be a lot at stake, but we were talking, like, you get Walmart and Target later on in the week. It is a retail focus, but I think you put that off for a couple of days because those are the two bigger names, and they come, after the close. Then I think we get Wednesday as well. So you are going to be thinking a little bit more about tech with regards to maybe now Microsoft, certainly Oracle, obviously NVIDIA and everything that comes with it. But before we get to that, I just wanted to mention
Like Oracle, this one might surprise a few people. And if you look at Oracle, going from the February highs, this is actually, if you time it absolutely correctly, like in January, you're actually up on Oracle. But if you look at some of the February highs, Oracle only barely broke and made some new highs. So not Oracle, so Walmart barely broke and made some new highs. Otherwise, it's been very, very quiet. This is a name that I think is, like, I like Oracle, I like Walmart. This is a name that I was dip buying in the, and I'm starting to think, as boring and weak as this looks, I might be wanting to stink bid this one as well after this earnings name. Like, if this goes into retail, this doesn't seem to want to get off the schneid, and might be one that becomes like if it dips underneath $100, I start looking for the buy over there, because, you know, Walmart, and I know I said Oracle a couple times, I meant Walmart. This is one that screams a potential dip buy. It's the name I like in the retail space. And so enough selling in here that makes me think someone's holding it down just a little bit. Costco's been pretty quiet as well. There's Sam in the chat. You're absolutely right. Some people say when a stock is dead money, oh no, this stock is dead money. The way I look at it is this. Okay, fine. If I like the company and everything about it I like for the future, then I'm a buyer when it's dead money. If it's on that list for me. Walmart's on that list for me. So when it starts to look like dead money, if I still like the story, then I'm a buyer of the stock and I DCA into it. That's just a particular approach. I do believe we have the NOS boss coming on and ready to lock and load, so you know what time it is. Let's get a little trader talk with one of our favorite guests. Michael, it was a good day for the Bears. Let's just get away, although it required patience off of the open. So we talked to you this morning. Thank you for coming back on through in the afternoon. Hope the week treated you well, at least for the start. But as I said, it was the Bears really went out today.
Yeah, and dealing with what I think is kind of the most important zone that we got to watch here right now, and that's, you know, your 6,600 or so on the SPY. We bounced there again. That's the third time that we've put in a level there. Honest, I'm just in the camp that anything that happens before Wednesday is just noise, right? NVIDIA is the only thing we really care about at this point.
I tend to agree with you. That being said, it's kind of hard to ignore what's been going on in crypto. You know, like if you look at the daily chart, I have IBIT up just so everyone can see, like this is broken through support. When you zoom out far enough, you start to realize that there's really, from that breakout, the big breakout that happened at the low 70,000 area, really that's if we lose the support right now. If we lose this support level in here, and IBIT it's about 52, you are talking about a 20% gap fill down to the next individual level. And the thing about that is, it might not care what happens. Regardless of what happens with NVIDIA, at least that's a space which might not matter. If it breaks down there and there's more liquidations, it's going to do its own thing technically, regardless of whether NVIDIA saves the market.
Well, and yeah, it's a source of liquidity. That's a lot of what's happening. I think we're still recovering a little bit from that, it was the cooking oil crash or something, where a lot of these crypto went to zero. You were seeing some of these coins just, the bids fell out, huge liquidations happen. That's really got to hurt from a sentiment point of view. You need to see some amount of buying. Michael Saylor, no one cares about anymore. Gurus of the crypto space are just kind of picked the wrong time, but totally agree. You know, you got a huge level here at 70,000. We highlighted this way back about when we had the breakout and the retest. I'm wondering if this is just Bitcoin now, that everybody wanted institutional investment in crypto, and now that they got it, they have to deal with what we deal with in equities, which is mostly nothing and then small periods of time of movements. I just wonder if we're kind of in that zone right now. One thing I did want to point out quickly with crypto is the relative strength is very interesting to me. And you can look at that kind of purely if you just do Ethereum over Bitcoin. So this chart, if this chart is moving up or holding up, it means people are looking at Ethereum over Bitcoin. And I just wonder if that's the case. For me, whole space, what I want to see is MicroStrategy kind of have to liquidate, and that could cause probably the greatest Bitcoin buying event of all time. If to sell his shares, who knows, or sell his coins, who knows what the price could go down to. Could be catastrophic, but I think it'd be pretty short-lived.
Oh, I would tend to agree with that 100%. That would be one heck of an event. So of course, that'll happen on a weekend, but it's a good thing. Crypto's a 24-hour market. But sort of actually now thinking aloud here, in that same vein, if that would be the case, Bitcoin and Sailor and Strategy, well, then you just mentioned some relative strength that's happening over in ETH. What about BMNR? Is that a similar concern? I know you were mentioning the relative strength in ETH, but would that not be a similar concern? I understand that Sailor's been doing it for a while, the position's bigger and all that, but do we not have some of the same concerns, potentially ETH and BMNR?
Yeah, and certainly the whole crypto space is correlated. You're not getting there's a giant liquidation event in Bitcoin and everything else is fine. That's just not the way crypto works. It all kind of moves together. What I need to look up is essentially the ratios of Bitcoin on a percentage basis, or even like, let's say, I guess, average daily volume. Does Michael Saylor hold versus, Tom Lee with Fundstrat and BMNR? I would imagine it would be a smaller percentage, but I could definitely be about that. And that's what I would look at to see. But yes, if Bitcoin goes, then everything else is kind of going with. And again, just to be clear, I don't know that that's going to happen. I level is around 71,000, which is still a long way to go from here. But I'm just saying, if I am running to the bank and getting as much money as I can out and putting into Bitcoin at that moment, it would hurt to be a holder during that. But I think it could be one of those, you just knows and you buy and you make sure you can service that debt for a couple of years while things recover. Because go back, people forget that Bitcoin regularly crashes 70+%. It just does. It's like its favorite thing. It's an 80% drawdown there, right? There's another 80% drawdown here. So, the original holders, they shouldn't be surprised if we get another 50, 60, 70% drawdown from here.
Yeah, a lot for sure. And as someone who has the state, so I ain't getting out of mine, but it certainly hasn't been doing the best. But I wanted to look, if we're waiting for Wednesday, a lot of trades, you said yourself, we're waiting for Wednesday, nothing matters till then. Open the afternoon here talking about some of the strength in healthcare. There was some potential outs that were happening in energy. Right? Like oftentimes, we just sit here and talk so much about what's going on with the tech names, or what's going on in crypto and some of these high. We don't necessarily look at some other place we might hide or find a bull market emerging. So, Michael, you had some ideas before. I just wanted to maybe circle back to, hey, what is there that is still that looks strong that people can have an eye on while everything else seems so doom and gloom? The Qs are like 10% off the highs. It's not that crazy, but certainly we got to look elsewhere at times, which might be right now.
Well, and I agree that this doesn't feel like a bear market. I know if you're in, it feels like more than a bear market. It feels like a catastrophe. Or if you're a big crypto guy, same thing. This is the chart. There's a daily chart right here of the XLV or healthcare, and not only is this a monster, but this massive breakout. And this was, that temper tantrum that happened on Twitter about, birding all the healthcare companies, essentially, that Trump was doing. And then the next rip higher, just a huge move for healthcare higher. So this shows that there is strength out there. And what it feels like more than this bear market is it feels more like this is rotation, where people maybe, and this is just my theory, are locking in gains. And by what I mean by that is if you were long news or any AI play or NVIDIA or anything all year, you made a ton of money and a ton of percentage return. Ever. It may be one of those times where I just want to, if I'm a giant hedge fund manager and I've just posted a 20, 30% return, the one thing I'm thinking about going into the end of the year is my bonus. And what I want to do is potentially roll into sell some of these high flyer names that have made me so much money, but are very volatile and very subject to the earnings report of one company, and take that money and roll it into names that will just be fine. And, if you look through healthcare, if you look at the components, you look at it, this is looking absolutely amazing. But, say we do enter a bear market between here and the end of the year, Johnson & Johnson will likely be fine. Lilly will be likely okay. These things pay dividends. Even UNH, which is kind of, been beaten up a little bit earlier this year with legal problems, that one's holding on. So it feels like under the hood, between healthcare, between energy, between some of these areas, people are just, flight to safety, I guess is the term to use it, is let me just pair some of my AI gains because I've had an amazing year. I want to lock in my bonus, and I want to move that into names that are okay and pay me a little dividend and be defensive if there is something that's going to badly happen to the market.
Yeah, I tend to 100% agree with you there. But the psychology is a lot of traders, and I was just mentioning to some people in the chat, like it's so easy to be like, oh, I'll sell some, but you don't sell out of everything. Just out of my curiosity and all of our curiosities, it's been a really good bull run for swing trading. Like swing trading has been crushing it. But just for yourself, have any, like, of all the swing longs that have been working over the last year, are you still riding anything at this particular point, or has everything come out and it's like, okay, now we're just sitting on our hands and waiting for either rotation or maybe some dips elsewhere? Do you have anything left on?
Yeah, well, more in cash than I have been all year at this time. And again, I'm a systematic guy. The algos drive the way, but I still own some Apple and Nvidia and things that are a little bit strong for our swing trades. I'm just looking down at what got triggered today. Generally, we split our account into 15 for swing trades, so we can have up to 15 different positions on. Right now, we've got 5. So sitting on a lot of cash, probably across all my accounts, over half in cash, which again isn't particular choice. It's one of the advantages of being systematic with trading is that if there's no setups to be had, then the system will just not take any setups, and we don't have to really look for that. So it's been an amazing year. It's been a great year so far. I hope it continues and I can find more trades with it. But yeah, it's been eye-opening, kind of watching my system kind of completely by itself. And I think a lot of it is because it needs stocks to be, over certain moving averages, generic kind of things to determine strength, finding less and less of that, and therefore just putting me in less and less positions.
Which is absolutely fair. And I think that's the thing what everybody needs to hear. Like, what often happens is the market overall goes up in the long run. Spend so much time trading, winning, or existing in bull markets, and then we have these periods where everyone goes into this like panic mode when we start pulling back a little bit that don't end up lasting as long, but it's okay. And I think I'm pretty sure I saw someone in the chat saying that cash is a position. It absolutely is a position. Thank you for sharing. It's just, I know we've been talking about how great a bull market it is, and not to put you on the spot, but certainly it needs to be heard because look, I'm not a big swing trader, so when I sit not really any swings right now, like it doesn't really matter. I don't do it very often. But for yourself to say that, okay, well, 2/3 of your swing account is now out and you're sitting in cash, that matters. But it's being ready to deploy, getting that, you like to call it the shopping list out, I suppose, out there. So before we get you out of here, speaking of said shopping list, Michael, anything that you haven't had a chance to talk about? I know, look, you mentioned the places that you can rotate into, talked a little about energy just now with the healthcare names. Is there any particular names out there that you haven't got a chance to talk about? Maybe it's on your list, maybe you're still waiting for it, coming into levels, something you're looking to put on?
It's funny. So we just talked about how the system's kind of naturally rotating, and I'll go through just some of the names that we picked up today, and they are actually rotating into more defensive names kind of on its own. So Dominion Energy, I don't know when I've ever, this is a very boring kind of energy stock. And it's funny, I brought energy stocks to you guys this morning and had absolutely no idea that this would trigger going into today, right? This is, again, the fun part about being a systematic trader is I come up with my own thesis and then the robot does whatever the robot does. And it bought this Dominion Energy. And the simple idea here, it's a lot of these look the same, is that you massive push up last week and this big bull flag, and then it's looking for relative strength, right? The market sold about 1% today. This one closed up at its highs, so we bought a little bit of this name. Long-term chart looks great if it can ever get through these kind of prior highs at 61, 62. And then we did some mean reversion, so we're hoping that some of these names bounce with an OTEX, Open Text Corporation. No idea what it does, just a little bit overdone to the downside, and then the other one, TSAT. So some breakouts, some mean reversion, just out there hunting for relative strength. Just to piggyback on your comment of cash, it's very freeing. So if you're someone who has given a lot back from this amazing run already, maybe, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not your dad, but consider raising some cash here, because not only is it freeing that if the market continues, you have that cash to deploy somewhere else, but it becomes very mentally freeing as well. As much as I never want the market to go down, because you know, I'm an optimist and I want as much people to make as much money as possible, I'm totally okay with it, with being 2/3 my swing account and roughly half my investment account being in cash, because I just look, now I can sit here and take less of a hit on the way down than the market does and the large majority of people, and then potentially deploy that cash at a lower price. And I think that's the thing that we need to look out for as traders, is when can I, just because I'm selling now doesn't mean I'm selling forever. It means potentially I can get a better price on all the stuff that I already love.
Well put, in perfect way to end the discussion there. But I will say this, Michael, Open Text, I walked past, when I was in university, I walked past their headquarters all the time. They're Waterloo.
What do they do?
They came Waterloo based. So no, it's just that there aren't many Canadian companies that ever get remotely mentioned on the show. I know you're out east, but Open Text, I'm pretty sure I knew a few people, if I think back long enough, back when I was in university, which was a while ago. But Michael, it's always a pleasure having you on. Thank you for not only just sharing your ideas, but also what you're doing with your account and how it's been going. Valuable information. We always appreciate you. You can check him out over there at Stats Edge. Our good friend Michael Moss. Good luck the rest of the week. Maybe NVIDIA saves market, maybe it doesn't, but we can be ready for it with some great ideas like you just shared with us. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you on Friday.
I'll talk to you Friday. Have a good week, guys.
All right, take care, brother.
Thank you, Michael.
He's always a nice, calming.
I know.
No matter what the market is doing, he's got a great perspective and a systematic way of approaching things. Always love having Michael on.
Yeah, he's always a really chill energy and a good way to end the day and start the day.
Well, we can't end the day just yet, Adair. Want to know why? Because we haven't done roll call yet. Come on now, everybody. The markets may be down, but your spirits can be up when you get your name rapid fashion by Adara for a roll call. Not only does she make sure that we stay informed via infographics and live news today, and then of course making sure that my lack of a memory is, let's just say, remedied on a daily basis. But she literally forgets nothing. So we just be like, Adara, what's this? And when did this happen? And who is the CEO here? And when did they have this event? And then she'll tell us every single time. And that's why she's a great resource. And then she's able to give you the in the chat. To do that, make sure you hit that subscribe button, because it's a subs only chat, and we'll jump in here and say get it, Adara, as we get some roll call. I Peter Ryder all day, every day.
Yeah, thank you so much to Neil and everybody here in this chat for the very kind words. I want to thank Andrew Chow, Lee Yee, Holly Jaguar Nut, Byron, Brian Fitz, Cool Bearded Warrior Trades, D3, Marrakis 100, Lady Blaze, Chris R over here. We've got Bora, Los Pollos Hermanos, William Knight, Chaos God. We've got a Hero, Dinkelberg, Neil Roberts in the chat, Adrian, Rob Jenkins, Ian P, Ronnie R, Big 40 Nephew. We've got Travman, Trevor Brucker, Ryan O'Day, Bhavin Patel. We've got Toilet Brush saying yo back to you guys. Chanel, Rob Jenkins, Donkey Trader, Licanoli. We'll end there. Thank you guys so much here. Thank you, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan, Mark, Rob, Randy, Russell, everybody you see, everybody you don't see. Thank you to this awesome community. And guys, we'll be back tomorrow, so don't miss a beat. Enjoy. And
don't forget, we have that Oracle event tomorrow. Adara's going to keep us all apprised of that. Oracle's been moving a lot. You can bet it's going to move tomorrow on that event. Stay tuned. Rest up. Obviously, it's been a wild month. even wilder rest of the week with NVIDIA on Wednesday, and a heck of a lot to cover. We're Trader TV Live, been brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX, and we'll see you.
See you.